Good morning and welcome to Bolton. This is day 3, the final day of Ultimate Pool Weekend 2. This is event 4, action from the Pro Series. And it's the last 32 stage, this match between the man who lifted the trophy in event 3 with a resounding performance last night against John Chambers. He's playing Dave Fernandez. It's a race to 8. And this is the action that gets us underway. Lots of really good action coming for you today. This one is a great one to start the day. Following this, we've got stick lineup. Declan Brennan versus Shane Thompson. Another really good game. For now, it's Top Cat versus Salsa. Tom misses what you think was a fairly routine ball. Gives Dave first look at the table. And it's an open table. I think Red's not an open table. I apologise. It was, of course, a dry break from Dave. Bottom of red. Just missed that action. So Dave plays a lot of turn, but he's left Tom a look at this red on the right hand side. And the reds actually don't look too bad. But he didn't have full sight of the ball, just had the edge of it. But what that has done, it's opened the table up for Dave. Question asking if there's any Aussies in the field. Not in the pro ranks this year. We had Jake McCartney, Paul Clack previously. In fact, there's been a good number of Aussies making the pilgrimage across playing Ultimate Pool, but not this season. I mean, there are between 700 and 800 players in all the different categories. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a few, maybe in the Challenger tiers. A little shot from Dave, just caught the red on the way past, so we want to get higher on the table. But we're going to take this yellow on the left hand side. I think he's just still on this one to bottom right, so he's just looking at the line he wants to take across the left hand side of the table to start working on these balls in the bulk area. Again, underhit that one. By a couple of feet. Yeah, no shot clock on any of these outside tables, just on the main arena. 50-minute clock and 30 seconds per shot in the main arena. just really a question of Meling. If you have a shot clock on this stream table, then you need it on the other 2 stream tables as well, which means 4 referees, 4 timers, and albeit there's a big presence from referees this weekend. I've seen more referees this weekend than I have had before. There's probably plenty of them, but there's 88 tables that need their attention. But neither of these players particularly slow. It's a great pot from Dave, but you just feel he's digging himself a bit of a hole here. Just clearing away the traffic, ready for Tom to come and make the clearance. Difficult to see how he makes a clearance from here. Had that yellow gone, he was actually in decent shape. Now it's a fairly routine clearance for Tom Cousins. Tables currently in play in this pro event. Jaden Billingham is 3-0 up on Greg Batten. Callum Singleton's won the first frame against Rob Warren. Sean Chipperfield 2-1 up against Jez Graham. And Josh Jahaz and Matt Cook still at 0-0. Game that's just underway. Eddie Barker has won the first frame. In fact, Eddie Barker's won the first 2 frames against Stevie Dempsey. He's quite on the yellow below the 8 ball, but I was so good at identifying the problem ball, recognising that the one below the 8 ball was kind of key to unlocking the frame. If he gets that, Everything else is wide open. He's just fallen short of the position. He's on it this time though. Would have liked to have just been a fraction straighter. I think just needs to control the cannon into the 8-ball, just dig into it, stun back. Yeah, as I say, judge the cannon really well. And again, all of the hard work done in the frame. Fully expect him to notch up another one on his side. Ball passes the red into bottom right. Again, fairly routine. Two-0 Tom Cousins. In Billingham's 4-0 up against Greg Batten now. Callum Singleton. You can just see Callum actually, just on the left-hand side of the screen. That's the blue shirt with his hand in his pocket. That's Callum on the next table. Playing Rob Warren. He's currently leading 2-0. Looks like Rob's at the table at the moment. Sean Chipperfield 3-1 against Jez Graham. Matt Cooks won the first frame against Josh Jahaz. And that's us up to date with the action from Pro Event 4. So guys, do you have a favourite for this second event? Someone that's caught your eye over the weekend? Obviously, Tom Cousins 2-0 here. You wouldn't put it past him to do the double. But anyone else in the field? Obviously still some big names there. Shane Thompson against Declan Brennan, already mentioned. That match is coming up on the conclusion of this one on this table. That should be a cracker. Chris Meling obviously still in the field. Ray Waddingham, Phil Harrison. Most of the big guns still there. One that didn't have such a good weekend. The guy who lifted a trophy in the first weekend of this year, that was Aaron Davis. He's already out in the last 64. Dempsey obviously still there. John McAllister is already departed. Again, not the best weekend for him, but it's a tough field. so brilliant at those shots. You see the pat on the leg in the background from Dave. Honestly, he is. I mentioned it in the opening frame. Tom just so good at identifying the problem area on the table and just instantly going after it. For me, I mean, he's got such a great all-round game, but the strongest player in the field at developing a table. He rarely misses that opportunity to open the table up. He's locked in his pattern. It's going to be this ball to bottom left, obviously the yellow just below the 8 spot. It's a tricky one to land on, but he can get on it from this ball. Oh no. Is he? I don't think so. Don't think so. Needed another half a roll. Oh, he thinks he's still on it. He is. I mean, this was a tricky little clearance. They were all there, but needed to open the table, and then just an intricate little passage of play to make sure you got the right position. It's been delightful, isn't it? It's just so easy to watch. Torture you, I could give you a run for your money, for sure. Chris Cunningham enjoying the action with a coffee. I've just finished mine. When you make another one, make me one too, will you? TC leading by 3. Breaks in frame 4. I mean, when it's your day, isn't it? That cue ball was going straight in off. Dave made a little comment in the background. Tom's having a bit of a laugh about it. That cue ball tracking straight in off to the top right pocket. Red ball comes around and kicks it out. If he's got an opener on reds, I want to go reds. The yellow below the red towards the top right pocket is not a good ball to try and develop. I mean, he is eyeing up yellows, so I don't think he's actually on a red. The red that he's closest to doesn't pass, so he'll work it out. That yellow major squeezing inside the red. Hard to tell from this line, but maybe. landed a fraction out of position. It just a touch straight on the yellow to bottom right. Oh dear. Had to force that angle because he was just off straight, which made the shot that much harder to get it accurate, and he was always relying on a touch of luck. Hope for Dave Fernandez. Lots of turn. Putting a containing shot. Tom giving nothing away. Dave comes to the table and it's not particularly inviting, is it? Not to be. Just feels like Dave's kind of feeding on scraps at the moment. He's just not getting the chances. He's done this so often to so many opponents. He's found the gap. Good angle to float the cue ball. Just looking to see if that yellow passes the 8 ball to top left. It makes life easier. If it does, if it doesn't, then he thinks it does. He's looking at the line. That's a kind of natural path. Just means he doesn't have to dig into the cue ball. He's left it to middle. Plum. Just drop this in dead weight. Slightly hampered, but he can get not too much to do with the cue ball. Just stun it past the red. 8 balls waiting to the middle. Or zip. Quick update on the other scores. Jaden Billingham 4-1 against Greg Batten. Callum Singleton 3-2 against Rob Warren. Sean Chipperfield 6-1 against Jez Graham. Josh Jahaz 3-1 against Matt Cook, and Eddie Barker's won the first 3 frames against Stevie Dempsey. News doesn't get any better for Dave Fernandez. A try break. Didn't want the double kiss on the red. Wanted to try and leave that red as his next ball. He's got one long through the gap of black and yellow to bottom left. But now suddenly this is a tough clearance. Yeah, missed ball. Not too many of them you see from Tom Cousins. But it gives Dave a decent opportunity to get his hand on the table. Just looking to see whether this yellow passes the red to bottom right. If it does, then they all have a pocket. Really only the ball that he just pointed at, that one just above the middle pocket. This one's tight, you can tell it's tight. Coming around this side to have a look. I think it's one of those that probably just drops off the knuckle if you play it to right knuckle, just over dead weight. That flew in, but goodness me, Dave, he's stuck on the yellow. Has no shot. It's tough, isn't it? You know, you're 4-0 down. You've not really had a chance to get your hand on the table and settle. When you do get half a chance, you know, a little bit of a decel on that shot, and suddenly you're in trouble. Horrible. Torture you, Dave Fernandez. He's been at England international for as long as I can remember. He's part of the England setup with Shane Thompson, Lee Kendall's team, basically. I don't know how many years, but as I say, as long as I can remember. I think, you know, well over a decade. He's a dangerous player, but it just seems to have not been able to sort of recreate too much in the way of consistent form in these ultimate pool events. Really nice guy to be around, and don't ever try to outdrink him on Jack Daniels, because the chances are you'll probably lose. He's a very good pool player, and I mean, as I say, you don't get in that England team and stay in that England team for as long as he has without being very good. He's a really good exponent at one frame pool. It's gone a bit tricky. Left the gap though. He can come back and leave that red on the left hand side as his last ball. You need a little bit more angle here. Another half a roll would have been way better. Just to cue this. Get across the left hand side of the table. No bother, is it? Just ridiculous, really. Not much in the way of weakness in this man's game. You're going to feel for Dave a bit. To say he's really just not had a chance to settle in the match. You'll have to forgive me. I'm just going to exit the comms box just for a few minutes, run for a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back with you. Keep an eye on the action for me. Need to know the score when I get back. What did I miss? I saw a dry break from Tom. And all the reds are off the table. So I'm guessing Dave cleared up and missed the 8. And Tom stepped in. And now 6-0. Oh, a bit of a deceleration, wasn't it? In the 8 ball. Oh dear. You want to see Dave get one on the board, don't you? No one likes the donut. He thinks it rolled off a little bit. Yeah? Quite possibly. I mean, so remember that that area at the top of the table there is where people put the ball to play cut break. There will be a lot of kind of finger marks and maybe a little bit of wear up there. So I know this table is playing absolutely perfectly because they changed the slate on it yesterday. And so it may well have just, caught a little wear mark. You often get that little bit of wear up there, as I say, where somebody is playing the cut break. You see it. I don't know if any of you ever watched during lockdown. They were playing these kind of online games where you get a point for a breaking dish, like a break dish challenge. And Jordan Church was playing out of his club. And he'd obviously been practicing a lot on this table. And he breaks from the same place, either on the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the table, every time. And you could see this white line where there was a wear mark, where the ball, you smash that break and the ball it almost like wears a mark, and there's a little sort of chalk line along there as well. Kind of get that wear on the table, so may well have hit something up there and rolled off. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, eh? He's in again anyway. Yeah, there was a problem on there yesterday, Best English School. As I say, they changed the slate. Chris Meling is not happy to play on it, and there was a little problem with it. Didn't matter how much they levelled the table, there was just that top corner where they just could not get it level, no matter how much they tinkered with it. And it was a strange one because it was the stream table. They just cut it for 45 minutes, changed the slate, took that slate elsewhere, and the guy tinkered with it a bit and bedded it onto another table, and now it's playing perfectly. So it wasn't actually, I thought it might have been a little defect in the slate. I mean, it's hard to imagine you get a defect in these slates because I'm not sure how they're produced, but I would imagine they're probably laser cut, and I would think the tolerance on them is really, really tight. It's going to be a tiny tolerance. It has to be. If there's any deviation in it, you're going to notice. And I did think possibly there was a deviation, but no, he had a little play with it and got it going perfectly now. It's now table 7. Look at this, Cousins again. It's disgusting, isn't it? I mean, he won the final last night against John Chambers. He was 7-1 up. Ended up winning the match 7-3. It's brutal. Horrible to be on the other end of. Come on, Dave, get yourself a frame on the board. Nobody wants to see the big donut. Nobody. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant now. 8-0, 8-1, 8-2. It's hard to dramatise it, really. Hard to see a way back into this game. 7-0 down against anybody, it's a mountain to climb, but against Tom Cousins when he's playing like this. Good mates, these two, you can see they're sharing a laugh. It really is. I mean, all these pros actually. It's a really friendly rivalry between them all. I just want to give you a quick overview. I know some of you would have already seen this weekend, but we've got the camera over and above. And I slipped out for the bathroom break a minute ago. This is what you walk through. Look at that. Fabulous, isn't it? Crowd of people. Especially around this table. A lot of interesting Cousins. You can see Tom just chalking his cue there, just on the right-hand side on that table that's next to the main arena. Goes over and picks up his main cue. Pop back over there in just a second. I'm not sure what. Players are still having a chat, I think, but Tom looks ready to go. Yeah, he's getting down on the shot for the break. And there we go. It's part of this arena at Bolton Wanderers Football Club. A spectacular arena it is too. We're back here again in July, and I would encourage you, if you're anywhere near the area, or you just fancy a trip up into the area, do come and visit, because it's exceptional. I mean, I just walked through the arena there. Quick hello to Dylan Liry as I walk past, and Christophe Lambert's out there watching. All these players are accessible, which I think is amazing. You know, if you're a pool fan, a hardened pool fan, which I am, you know, if you imagine it, if you're a tennis fan, you like having the opportunity just to go and sit down next to, you know, Federer or Nadal or whoever, you know, just go and sit and have a chat to. All these players are accessible. If you see Tom walking through the building, he will happily stop and have a chat to you. Phil Harrison, one of the nicest guys. All of them. Declan Brennan, cousin, Shane Thompson, not so much. He's an horrible man. No, he's not. I'm kidding. But yeah, I mean, they're all accessible, which is fabulous. And there's 88 tables in this venue. You can literally, they're all accessible to go and watch. Well, it is going to be the big O, Dave Fernandez. What a performance by him. And lucky to Dave, never really got going in the game, did he? Didn't really show the best of Dave Fernandez there, but sterling performance from Tom Cousins. Right, it's going to be a quick break, a quick reset. The next players, I'm hoping they're ready, because this is roll on, roll off. They're not actually scheduled until 11:30, but they'll be straight back on, and I'm sure they're in the arena. Shane Thompson versus Declan Brennan. What a game that promises to be. Do not miss it. Stick around, we'll be back with the action in just a few minutes. See you then.
That's why I've been working with my break. Because you know, like I've had a bad run in the past. I've been playing really bad. It's just my break has been shit. And like I may have made one or two mistakes. Would that like that's why I'm coming in here for about 3 weeks. I know it's different, because like the table I play on is not massive, but yeah.
Good morning everyone, hope you're all doing well. Welcome back to day number 3 of the Ultimate Pool Series live here from the Bolton Wanderers FC Stadium. Still plenty of matches to play today in all 8 of our series events this weekend. And don't forget there's loads of things to see and do as well. The Ultimate Pool Shop is here, so too is Jim's Q-Care Clinic, should you need it, by the entrance. And don't forget up on floor number 2 we have our games room. So our main sports bar, you can catch the Premier League action in there on Sky Sports later on today. And of course you can get yourself some action in our 8 designated flyer tables run by the lovely Kate, who will make sure you get on there with a chance to win some money before the end of your time here in Bolton. On the main table, we're about to get underway on Ultimate Pool TV. First match of the Cracker with Gilbert taking on Liry as Pro Series 4 continues. And also don't forget our partners here at Omni Health Group are in the house as well here at the Bolton Wanderers FC Stadium. offering free mental health support, whether it be pool related or unpool related. The lovely Georgia is here to talk, and she can be found just by Jim's Q Care Clinic next to the room with the first aid sign. Plenty to look forward to then on day number 3 of the Ultimate Pool Series. Good morning everyone and welcome to Championship Sunday here at the Ultimate Pool Series. A very warm welcome to those of you watching on Ultimate Pool TV and also those of you watching on YouTube who've just watched Tom Cousins dismantle Dave Fernandez 8 frames to zip. I'm Stephen Jameson, he's Simon Webb. We are the Ultimate Pool Series. This has been a hell of a weekend already and we're into our final day, which means yesterday was trophy day, but today really is trophy day. We're going to hand out so many by the end of today's site, and the tension in the room has sort of ramped up a little bit, but the atmosphere is still really lovely.
It is. It's fantastic, and yeah, I'm not entirely sure how many trophies we're giving out, but it's a lot.
There's a
lot of events to play in, and they're all come to a sort of climax today. Everybody has worked hard to get themselves into Sunday, into trophy day. Now they want to try and deliver and earn those trophies.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such an enormous event. 8 series events, and that's not if you include the challenges, which is split into 3 tiers, so you could almost say a 10 series event. It is absolutely enormous here. Hundreds and hundreds of players descending on the Bolton Wanderers FC Stadium. Let's put that into a little bit of context. Friday, for example, I can tell you there were 6,401 frames of pool played, and that was just on Friday, and that was before the next gen arrived, which added to that. 611 matches, and that's quite a lot.
It's an awful. I was just thinking how long that would have taken how long would it take for us to play that number of frames? I mean, it's an insane number.
And put it this way, my hair colour would have changed. It would not still be this.
We'd be there for a while. Maybe that's some sort of challenge, but yeah.
Incredible. We've had over 10,000 frames over the course of the last 2 days. We're going to add on to that, obviously, today. But the most important thing is it's trophy day. We saw some brilliant champions crowned last night. Tom Cousins in the Pro Series, Colette Henriksen in the Women's Pro Series, as well as 3 Challenger winners. But now it's on to the 4th event, really, for all of those guys. But bad news for Colette, we can report, because the nature of her being unseeded, she's the draw that everyone doesn't want to have. But also she's going to run into some pretty tough draws herself. In her first event, she beat Kirsty Davies in round 1. This time she's come unstuck to Amy Beecham in round 1. Considering those were the first 2 draws, Colette Henriksen winning a title this weekend is remarkable, really.
The fact that Colette Henriksen's won a title is no surprise to anybody in the game. She is one of the best players in the world. She's right up there, probably top 4, certainly top 5. You know, she is right in the mix with everybody, and she's going to be the danger all year long for all the top seeds in the draw. So for her to get players number 1 and number 2 in the draw is tough for her, but also tough for the players. You know, for Amy and for Kirsty, they've earned the right to get the better draws because they are number 1 and 2 in the draw, but they get Colette Henriksen, who is a big danger for every single title. So disappointment yesterday for Champ. She lost out in the semi-finals to Barbara Taylor. I know that one will have really stung, so good for her to respond this morning, and she'll be a favourite, one of, with Kirsty to win today.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you've been watching the YouTube stream, you'll know that Tom Cousins didn't quite have that same fate. He
almost responded to a pretty middling performance in the final. You could tell he was a little bit disappointed with. I think both players were, John Chambers and Tom Cousins. Tom Cousins getting the win in the end, 8 frames to 3. But Tom's come back on the Sunday morning as if with a point to prove and go, oh no, watch this, I'm really good, and has just savaged Dave Fernandez 8-0.
I just think, I said this yesterday on commentary, it would be so Tom Cousins to deliver back-to-back titles here. He came into the top. It's complete nonsense that we were even discussing the fact, is there a little bit of a crisis?
You
going
drove
into
that, I'm not.
I know. But when you actually look at the bare facts of it, he won the last title of last year in December, and yes, his first title was in May, but that's 5 tournaments. So he went 5 tournaments without a win. Only Tom Cousins can we talk about that being a crisis.
Yeah.
He wins events. He wins the 6th event of the year. The number 1 ranking is now secure, although if Declan wins today and wins on Monday, we'll have to get the calculator out and see where Tom gets to. So he's not miles and miles in front, but how Tom Cousins would it be if he had to turn up, win event 3, win event 4, and say, I'm okay, I'll still be number 1 come the end of the year, don't you worry.
Yeah, it really would be. Let's talk about our first match on the table here today. Don't forget, we've got 4 streams available. If you're watching on YouTube right now, that's stream number 4. But on Ultimate Pool TV, and check that discount code, it should be right above my head right there, to see where you can get your discount codes. To come over to Ultimate Pool TV to enjoy 3 more feeds. The main table feed right here, we'll see Dylan Liry versus Luke Gilbert. Table 2 is focusing on the Women's Pro Series, now battling down into its 4th event, and on table 3 we've got even more action from both, well, every event really. We'll see by the end of today, I think we'll have seen maybe every series event play on that table. So loads and loads of fun and games to be had. On the main table though, we're about to see Dylan Liry versus Luke Gilbert. Both of these lads, I would lightly suggest, probably due a little run.
Yeah, especially Luke Gilbert, who was tracking. You know, he was going really well, obviously dominated his age group coming through the juniors, won everything there is to win, made the step up, European title, you know, then goes on and he does really, really well, wins his first pro title. I'm thinking he is tracking to being one of the absolute, you know, top players in the game. And since that moment, the form's dipped, or the results have dipped. He needs to kind of rediscover some form, because I'm a huge fan of his game. I think he's got a brilliant break, brilliant patterns, brilliant tactical play. He is a player that can be the best player of his generation, and he'll feel like he should be putting himself in the mix a lot more than he is. And Dylan's a player that has been knocking on that door for a while. You can tell there's an air of frustration with the results over the course of certainly the last year. I hope he puts on a performance here, because we just sense he's a little bit down on confidence at the moment.
Yeah, it should be an interesting matchup, that's for sure. And that's ready to go, we can tell you. So, before we say goodbye from here and head over to the action, a reminder, 4 streams available to you. This one right here on the main table. Table 2 is focusing on the women. Table 3 will have a little bit of everything. And Table 4, live for you on YouTube, free all day, is going to have a little bit of everything as well, including the Challenger finals later on tonight. All right. All that being said, if you're in the Northwest, 20 quid a ticket, ultimatepoolshop.com/events. Get yourself down. It's going to be a fantastic day here at the Bolton Wanderers Stadium. And we will see you here. Or if not, stay right where you are, get comfortable, pop the kettle on. It's Dylan Liry versus Luke Gilbert next.
You've seen the Ultimate Pool 6 Red Shootout, now it's time to put yourself to the test. Step into the virtual arena with the Ultimate Pool 6 Red Shootout mobile game, climb the leaderboards and set the standard with this fun and addictive game from Ultimate Pool. Download now from Google Play and the App Store.
Very good morning from Bolton Wanderers Football Club. It is day 3. Dylan Liry taking on Luke Gilbert. Ultimate Pool Pro Series Event 4. Be a race to 8, 50 minutes on the match clock. Another look at Dylan Leary's break. And dry it is. And Tony Holgate. Joining me very shortly will be Stephen Jameson. As Luke Gilbert. Deposits yellow. Looking a bit quizzical there about his first shot. Cut it back in the middle. That's a nice hit there from Luke. But nothing in his way here. The first game of the morning can always be maybe a little edgy. Luke there landing just a tad straighter than he would have liked on those yellows. And as I just described that, Mr. Jameson, who I did say would be arriving very shortly, is here. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Tony. Top of the morning to you. Good morning, everyone. Whether you're watching on YouTube right now or on Ultimate Pool TV, hope you are enjoying the start to your Sunday as Luke goes up and down, needs a nudge.
Yeah, you want a bit more side on that. And I don't think he is going to punish Dylan Leary's dry break after all. And this is really just because he landed straight 2 shots ago and he's failed to get back into position. So he's looking at here, he wants to slide off that yellow ball, that the one he can see, and send a cue ball into the other and try and pot it in the corner.
Oh, what a shot, Luke.
He's been a bit unlucky there.
It's such a good make, that, isn't it? He knew that he was massively trusting to luck with the bottom right. But yeah, you can after making such a good shot there, you probably feel like you're due a bit. But yeah, for a man who calls himself team blessed, he's not been particularly blessed here. This is such a good shot. Played to perfection. And he can't get anything going on the final yellow, so Dylan Liry will indeed get back to the table.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there, Luke. Clever little shots. So, lethal Liry. The table. Just dribbles that red into the corner. Nearly all the work done now for Dylan. Just about getting half decent position on this second to last red, so he leaves an angle to come down the bottom of the table. He doesn't really have to do too much, and that's perfect. So the Northern Irish international, 2 balls from home in this opening frame against his English counterparts.
Yeah, he's played a good shot there. Used cushion first just to get the cue ball out. It's a touch straight. And here comes the 8 ball for 1-0 to Lethal Liry, never in doubt. Loads going on, as you might imagine, here at the Ultimate Pool Series on Super Sunday. Hive of activity down below us. As soon as we get a game on table 2, which it looks like we're not far away from doing, we'll be saying farewell to you on the YouTube stream, the table 1 coverage, to continue watching Luke Gilbert and Dylan Liry and hearing myself and Tony. You have to sign up to Ultimate Pool TV. You can do that using the discount code at the top of your screen if you're with us on YouTube. Luke Gilbert's break, his first one of the match, isn't the usual Luke Gilbert break. He doesn't really get all of that. His break is absolute dynamite when it's on. Just sort of, I hate the phrase, but he's just a little slug racked, isn't he, in the middle, doesn't really explode out. He gets a ball, which is the main thing, and his sort of secondary priority is okay, how easy is the finish? I think you'll have to be red, because I think it's the only ball he can pot. Oh, it would, and the fact that he only had that, he had to squeeze it in between 2 colours. Yeah, it's a rough start that for Luke Gilbert.
Yeah, I was listening to yourself and Mr. Webb earlier on the intro when you were having a little chat. You mentioned about Luke Gilbert, and Simon said, you know, we expected him to kick on from when he won that first Pro Tour event last season. I was on the commentary for that, and I said, this fellow's going to be right up there, and expect to see him in plenty of finals after that. And he's sort of, I don't know, treading water a little bit as he's gone along, and things haven't quite gone his way. You know, you look at that, it's a small thing, but that break there, you know, that he had in it, gets a ball, it wasn't a great break, and then he's tried to cannon off 2 balls. Frame before, he's very lucky after playing a very clever shot.
Yeah, I think it's tough because Luke's still got so much time on his side. He's so young that it can be quite easy to think, oh well, you've won now. You're just going to win so many more, and I think in time you probably will. But you know, we say it all the time. It's really hard to win on this series.
Yeah, it is.
Really hard to win on this series unless your name begins with T and ends with Cousins.
Yeah, well, Luke is 25. Looks younger.
He'll be delighted you've said that. Dylan's had to really judge this finish. I think he's actually done a pretty good job of it, you know.
Yeah, he's happy. You can always tell when the player walks down to look to see if that black goes, and he goes straight back up and round to the red. Clear indication that it flies in there.
And we'll see that right there. Lovely camera shot. 8 ball is fine, and he's got a little angle here to track down the table in just a moment. All coming up Millhouse for Dylan Liry.
Fabulous player, Dylan, for many years. So before part of the Northern Irish international team. world champions a couple of years ago. As he hit this too hard, he wants to pull up. It's going to be okay. You can just see this. This is cuttable. But this is thin now. There you see its path. It will go in cleanly. He'll be so annoyed because he could have finished so much shorter there. And wow, he doesn't fancy it. He's not even hit it. That's going to be ball in hand for Luke Gilbert.
Well,
And Dylan will be really...
sorry to drag you away from the action on the main arena table. But, things are just starting to get underway across on the next table. If you want to stick with that action, you can watch it. It's over on ultimatepool.tv. And if you've not already signed up, then do so via the link at the top of the screen. UP, YouTube, Bolton. You can get yourself a month's viewing for $4.99, worth every penny. But I want to watch this game because I think this one could be an absolute cracker. This is Shane Thompson versus Declan Brennan. So in the last 32 game, we will keep an eye on the other match, the score on that other match between Dylan and Luke. Dylan obviously missing a great opportunity to go 2-0 up, just overrunning that 8 ball. But as I say, we're going to focus on this game now. The Irishman versus the West Countryman. Two players at the very top of the game. Declan fighting for that number 1 spot with Tom Cousins. But after Tom's win yesterday, he's pushed it just a bit further out of sight. Declan needs a good run in this event. And he's going to open his account. Get the first frame on the board here, you think? All the hard work done. Brennan with this 8 ball will take the first frame. Great to have you all tuning in on this Sunday morning. This is the final day. You're going to see all the action unfold in event 4. That looks to be a dry break, but what a mess. I mean, a wide open table obviously, but has Shane got an opener? The yellow that he's closest to, does that go to middle? He's straight down on it. Yeah, just a little containing shot, getting the cue ball in behind the red. I think we're just going to see a few little tip taps. That's a fiddly one. Deck doesn't like it. Made a comment. You can see Shane laughing in the background. Shane using the knuckle. Try and get back in behind the red again. But I think he may have just left sight of this yellow. Say it's a tough little shot he had to play there. I don't think Deck can get through to the potting angle of this one, so it's going to be another little delicate shot. Just running behind the yellow. Very, very difficult for Shane to leave this safe now. Tell you that Luke Gilbert did make that clearance over on the main arena table, and that's now one each. He's at the table in number 3. You can understand why Shane's taking his time here. This is really difficult to leave safe, and just look at it. I mean, it's wide open on reds, wide open on yellows. You leave any sighter here and you fear the worst. Ooh, so close to dipping in the pocket. That is hanging. Great effort. Absolutely hanging. And actually, it's hanging on the bottom knuckle. If it had just stopped towards the top knuckle, Deck would have an easy little plant on reds, but he does have an opener on yellows. As I mentioned earlier, yellows are all there, so that was always going to be hard for Shane to try and leave safe. A valiant effort to try and put that ball into the middle. Andrew Baker with an interesting question there. Any plans to bring some of the UP USA players to have a go? Some real pool, as he calls it. Yeah, it would be really interesting, wouldn't it? It wouldn't surprise me. I don't think it's quite there yet in terms of the prize money, but I'm pretty sure the prize money is going to be accelerated over the next couple of years, and once these players are, playing for a first prize, say 25, then it suddenly becomes attractive, doesn't it? And there's a lot of players who are just very good all-rounders. Players like Corey Jewell, good snooker player. So plays a bit of Chinese 8-ball, I think. He could probably adapt to this game. There's some players, you wonder how Shane Van Boening would get on with this smaller ball, with his cue action. He's got that very kind of, that kind of saw action that you see stereotypical with the American game. And you wonder how he'd fare with this smaller white ball. Different dunk. Would be interesting to see some of those players. I think Pagalainen's another one, isn't he? He's a really good snooker player. I think he's a regular century maker. I think it's easier in reverse. you've seen players like Shane. There's Joe Prince is another one. Obviously Tom Cousins have gone across there with great success. Champs, Amy Beauchamp, she's made some good inroads over there. Waddingham's been over. And, they seem to adapt fairly well to the bigger ball. And I think it's about cue action. Their cue action kind of suits any format, because you've got that, that really stereotypical cue action that you would use in snooker, whereas the Americans quite often got that really hybrid action they use. It's like a loop that they use to create a lot of spin on the bigger ball. Don't think that would transfer very well to this game. Yeah, of course, yeah. Sheppy as well, Lukey boy. George Shepherd. He's done really well over there. Two 2-0 now to Brennan. And Thompson puts the ball. Another horrible leave. Through to the edge of this red, just to try and feather it in. Yeah, you think so? Yeah, he could. Actually, ball on top of the yellow, but the 8 ball still goes to bottom left, so just needs to think about the red that's closest to the cue ball now. Don't know if he's got the angle just to stun back into it. No, he didn't. That ball would go to top left if he clears that red from the pocket. They've all got a pocket. Certainly not forced into developing anything. Yeah, he's going to clear that pocket now. That would open up the line for that red. It's next to the yellow in the middle of the table. Decent chance. Just needs to settle into the game. Thompson. Such a lovely cue action. That lovely long stroke. That beautiful pause on the backswing. Just landed with the wrong angle here. I think he's looking to play the red off of the yellow. Suddenly, almost certainly doesn't pass into the bottom right. Or does it? No, it must do. Fooled by the camera angle. It certainly does. Yeah, if you were coaching someone how to play pool, you could do a lot worse and show them Shane Thompson's cue action. There's so little that can go wrong with it. He uses a big tip for this game. I think it's around about 9.8 mil. As always, guys, just ask a small favour from me, please. With over 600 people tuning in to watch this, nearly 700, only 37 people have liked the stream. Please all we ask. Just take a second and click the thumbs up button just below the screen you're watching. It's absolutely nothing, but it really does help us. It's going to help us promote the stream, get the numbers of viewers up, and the organisers are going to want to do this again and again and again. And the more popular it is, the more chance we've got, so please do just take that second and give us a thumbs up. And if you really so feel inclined, just also hit the share button, share the stream onto your social media platforms. Especially if you're watching in from another country, you're watching in from Oz or States, maybe over the African nation somewhere. Get it onto your social medias, because I'm sure you've got lots of friends that enjoy watching pool and would like to tune in and watch Shane Thompson against Declan Brennan. Really would help us. But thanks for tuning in, and sit back, enjoy the action on this Sunday. It's grey and overcast outside, so you don't want to be out doing any gardening. So stick with us. Try break from Beck Brennan, and Shane gets first sight at this table. Actually not a bad layout. He's just trying to work out his pattern. The reason he's taking a bit of time is his two reds on the right hand side, how they link up. So red is closest to the 8 ball, passes through the gap into the bottom left. Should take care of itself. Thank you guys. I see a lot of you liking and sharing the stream. Thanks to Mark Stubley. Really do appreciate that. Aidan Bolton tuning in from Tasmania. Lovely to have you on board. You're enjoying what you see. Kiplang, a regular viewer, enjoying the action from Kenya. Really is super to hear from all you guys. Nice to have the interaction, nice to have some company. Shane Thompson needs to play a shot here, just to make sure he leaves the right angle. It's okay. We would have liked it just to have been a touch straighter, but it's okay. Gonna have a little awkward angle on the last red, I think. We'd like this to be straight, and then you could top through for a straight line on the last red. It's just okay. And screw back and leave a half ball, 8 ball. Effortless pull from Shane. Never see him hit the ball hard. He's just topped it through to take the 8 ball into the middle, keeping it really simple. That's a really nice clearance. It took a little bit of time over plotting the path, because it was just a touch tricky. He levels things up at 2 each. Look back over at main arena, where things are locked up after 6 frames, 3 each, between Dylan Liry and Luke Gilbert. Looks like Dylan's break here. He potted a yellow. He's elected to take reds. Yeah, I agree. It's fantastic that Shane Van Boning's been announced for the Boston event. Honestly, I wasn't sure whether the last event was going to be a one-off. I'm not that involved with the UP USA, so I didn't know, because I know it was, the last one was fairly near his hometown. I didn't know if it was just going to be a one-off, but he obviously enjoyed the match, enjoyed the format, and it's fantastic to see him back. I mean, the players are signing up for that. I saw Mike DeShane announce the other day. Mike, a brilliant addition. You know, having Johnny Archer, just fabulous to see these players joining the ranks. The Ultimate Pool is really starting to gather some momentum in the USA. It's incredible. Thanks very much to David. Appreciate the kind words. Plant to middle. Deals with this one, which is, it was a bit of a problem because it doesn't go to bottom right, so just drop this plant in dead weight. Try and leave that yellow hanging over the middle. Ideally, probably just above the middle. So, because that acts as a really nice ball now to get onto the 8. Just needs to play a bit of a shot here. He's got one to top left. Don't think he can avoid the cannon on the yellow that's next to it, so just needs to screw across and maybe just flick it, ideally into the red. Yeah, a little flick. Beautiful. Lovely control. It's got yellow in the same pocket. Angle just to bounce the top cushion. May elect to come around 2 cushions just to come into the line of that yellow. Yep. Almost guarantees him the perfect angle on the last yellow by coming 2 rails. If you go 1 rail, quite easy to overhit. Because he's coming into the line that he wants, almost impossible to overhit. You know, he could have hit that a foot harder and still been on that perfect line. Lovely stuff from Shane Thompson. He's now won 3 frames on a row, having been 2-0 down, and kept Declan Brennan parked in his seat. Great standard of pool in this match so far. Did we expect anything else? Six, Declan Brennan. Put the cue ball wide. Still a front ball break. Takes this really wide. Powers into the front ball. It's very unusual. You don't see many players do that. Most players, when they put the cue ball wide like that, it's normally going to be a cut break. And he's not going to like what he sees here. Some really good power into that pack. Drove through. He has not made a ball. And, Shane with an easy opener. Yellows all reds. I can actually see him taking reds here. He's got the red to middle. And he can just play a little delicate shot. Cushion first. give one of those reds a bump. He is going to go yellows. He's obviously seen a pattern that he likes. You could make a case for either. Let's say he had that red to middle and he could just bump one of the reds the right hand side out into the open. The reds then looked fairly simple. These yellows look a little bit intricate in around the 8 ball, the ones that are just above. And obviously, as you take them off the table, they open up a line for the next one. But the 2 that are set to the left, I'm interested to see what he's going to do with those. He's going to run this through and take the rightmost one to the middle, and then probably cannon onto the 8 ball. Just going to leave him the 3rd from the right into the same pocket. So yeah, you suddenly see the pattern open up. I'm going to dig down on this one because he just finished a couple of inches short of pace. Missed. That's a bad miss. It's not the worst news though, because look what he's left Declan. Not only has he put that yellow in the mix at the top of the table, Dex only really got a double as an opener. Craig's asking where the venue is. This is Bolton Wanderers Football Club. It's a great big arena attached to the football club. I think they use it for hospitality events and so on and so forth. It's across 3 floors. We've got this bottom floor where there's 44 tables, all in action. So many events going on this weekend. And there's 34 tables up on the mezzanine floor above us. And there's a top floor where there's a sports bar that overlooks the pitch, where there's 10 tables. And they're running flyers up there for the whole weekend for anyone to enter. So I would encourage, we're here again in July, I'd encourage anyone to come along, even if you don't enter the events, bring your pool cue along. You can just go up and join one of the flyers. There's even a couple of tables up there, you can just have a social knockabout with your mates. Good double. Snooker here. Just develop this red. And they could get through to it. Don't. Did he want? He couldn't have wanted to pot that, surely. Maybe he did. I thought he was just trying to dribble it towards the pocket and develop it and leave the table safe. You look from where that is now. Shane's got nothing. So I'm not convinced he wanted to pot that, but you know, possibly. I think if he was trying to pot it, he'd have just played it with a touch more pace to get the cue ball through a little bit more, try and leave an angle to pot this red to middle, and then come down and cannon the yellow to open up the problem. He's going to have to go for them now, though. Judging by the reaction from Deck there, I think that just pulled away from the top rail slightly. I wondered if he'd missed it. I saw his shoulders slump. But he played it at a good pace. Ah, so this red goes to middle. Wasn't sure if he could get through to the potting angle. Hard to see, obviously, the same image you are. So it's hard to see whether, you know, how close that red is to the yellow. But it clearly goes to middle. So actually, yeah, fabulous chance now. Thought he was going to have to try and develop that ball, but no such thing. Clark, Chase and Charlie, can anyone join the comps? Very good question. the short answer is yes. So this is action from Pro Series, but there's a dynamic league that runs below this, called the Challenger Series, Challenger Tier 1, Tier 2 and Tier 3. So there is a level for everybody. Whatever level you play at, there's a level for you. And albeit all of the tiers are sold out, every event, there's always obviously someone on holiday. Like the next event's in July, so what you'll find is people go on holiday, they can't come. So they let the organisers know, and the organisers sell their spots. So entry for one event, I'm not sure what it is exactly, but not much more than 100 quid, I don't think, and that'll give you the 2 events over the weekend. And yeah, you'd be more than welcome. Come on up and test yourself. And you know, while you're not playing, you get a chance to have a wander around this arena and watch any of these matches. Watch the best players. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good reviews on the Rassons. You know, what's not to like? They play beautifully well, aesthetically really pleasing. I think it's a stunning table. I think they're pretty fair as well. I think the pockets are cut competitively. You know, they're not too tight, not too loose. They keep you honest. Jabbar asking if this is quite usual to interact with the chat box. Well, it is for me. I mean, we've got a YouTube stream with a comment section, and yeah, why not? I love hearing from you guys, answering your questions if I can, and yeah, it keeps it interesting, doesn't it? You know, obviously we've got the main arena table as well, which is streamed through Ultimate Pool app, which is a little bit more of a professional setup in terms of, you know, the camera views, and we've got the commentary over there. There's no chat box on that one, so there's no particular interaction, but I think we can keep things a little bit more informal here. So Group 1 events, the cloth here is the superfine, Strachan superfine cloth. But I believe this is the last event that they're going to use this cloth. They've got a new cloth coming from China that they've done a deal with, and I hear really good things about it. And that's going to be in play, well, actually from Monday night. That cloth is already on the table down in Stoke-on-Trent, so when you tune in tomorrow, the Monday night pool, I think they're going to be using that cloth down there. It'll be really interesting to see what the reviews are on it. And that cloth will be on all the tables for the next event. Great developing shot there from deck. Opened up everything. I think he's falling adrift here. Can't get through to the yellow to top left. May just be on the yellow. I think he can get past the 8 ball for the yellow to top right. But he's hampered. Makes it a touch more awkward. no Martin Gamble, no events in the Grand Hotel at Blackpool. 2 events in Wigan, in Sports Arena that we went to a couple of months ago. That was a fabulous arena too, but not a patch on this one in my opinion. This is incredible. And we've moved away from Blackpool. We outgrew it. We could only really fit about 45 tables into Blackpool, because we've got 88 here, over 700 players. They're going to extend that again next year. I think the dream is to get over 1,000. This is going to be hard now. This will be tough to get on the yellow at the top of the table, because the problem here is he needs to get on the yellow at the top of the table, pretty much, high of it, so he can get back down for the 8 ball. But he needs to play a good shot, and that's not it. Needs to get lucky. If he's on this, and it would be a really thin cut. I don't think he is. He would have been a very lucky boy if he'd landed on it. Yes, Chris Melling's in this event. Chris is in action, I can soon tell you. If you want to know who's around, actually, just tune into the Ultimate Pool app. There is a live scoring section on the app. Yeah. So Dom Cooney against Chris Meling. I believe that's the next table on the main arena. On the conclusion of that match between Dylan Liry and Luke Gilbert, which incidentally Dylan Leary is currently 6-3 up. Josh Jahaz and Matt Cook tied up at 7 each. Phil Harrison 6-4 against Rob Chambers. Eddie Barker beat Stevie Dempsey 8-7. Stevie not having a good weekend. That's Stevie dumped out early in both events. Dempsey's only won 1 match this weekend. Christoph Lambeth 3-2 up against Christy Colefield. Carl Morris has won the opening frame against Aidan Hughes. Tom Jones 5-2 up against Chris Hampson. Obviously, deck couldn't make that yellow. And a big frame, you'd think, the way this match has gone so far. Let Shane Thompson in. The way Shane delivers the cue through, that last shot, that massive backswing, and just plays a lovely little stun run through. You'd think there'd be so much opportunity for a deceleration, but you never really see it from him. Still on serve here, but couldn't take advantage of the dry break from Shane. But he will break in the 8th frame. Again, sorry to drone on, guys, but my only ask from you is just to give this stream a thumbs up. Lots of people watching. Not so many of you have pressed the thumbs up. It just takes a second. There's a little thumbs up just below the screen. It costs nothing. It's gone carving, asking him if the format's the same. I mean, I'm not sure if I understand the question properly. I mean, it's the same setup. Yeah, same table, same balls, same rules. I think their race is slightly shorter. I think they play a race to 4. 4 or 5. But yeah, everything else is the same. In fact, I've seen a number of players from the disability section over this weekend enjoying their pool. Hopefully we'll watch the final later on today. I'm not sure what the schedule looks like, but we definitely had the final at the last event. So hopefully we will this weekend as well. Bit of a messy table, this. A couple of obvious problems on reds and yellows. They're looking to go after yellows, and I think possibly trying to get high on the yellow in bulk so he can send the cue ball off the side cushion and down into this cluster nearest us. I think that's what he was looking at, because there's not that many balls that you can use to develop that area. It's going to be lost a turn shot here. Send the yellow into the red. Trying to leave the yellow as a blocker. And get the cue ball back to where it is now. It's not ideal. However he plays this, you feel he has to leave an opener. Plays this with pace as well. Yellow could played that pretty well, actually. Played it in such a way that the yellow just clipped the red in and came back up the table. If he'd hit it any thicker, he was in danger of that yellow careening into this pack and opening it up for Shane. Shane does have an opening ball. Long straight red. He's going to take it on. Great pot. Great pot. I think the red, the bottom of the table, passes below the yellow into the pocket. Shane thinks so too. You know, it's just going to be a little containing shot. So obviously he couldn't get through to the pocket, so this puts a little blocker in the way. Clever. Some pressure back onto Shane. Opens up the yellows. I think Shane will probably just glance off the red. Side cushion. Back down onto the bottom cushion. Does he leave the yellow? He leaves the yellow here. The yellow below the 8-ball passes to the left centre. That quite possibly a mistake. He needed to get that cue ball another. Cue ball's across another 4 or 5 inches. That shot's not on. But I think this passes. If it doesn't pass, then you can glance off it, try and get in behind the yellow at the top of the table, but that's a risky shot. Not too many safe areas left on the table. So that yellow must not go. Looking now, he wants to leave the cue ball. He may just play the one at the top of the table. Make a glance off this yellow. That's the one at the top. Half a ball. He's trying to hit that just off centre on the left hand side. And caught it, less than caught a ball. Liry has completed the win against Luke Gilbert in the main arena table. Just Meling next up in action there. I believe he is anyway. Pretty sure. Nice little delicate shot from Shane. Try to leave an angle to come down and give the red, the right of those two yellows, a flick. I think he's just got it. It's a slightly bigger angle than he wanted, but I think he's okay. Oh, look at that. What a lovely touch. Just brushes the yellow aside, leaves the red through the gap. Couldn't have played that any better. That really is a lovely shot. Simple, but in its execution, difficult than it looks. He looks focused. He's playing some sublime pool. Shane Thompson about to go too clear. Declan Brennan. Brennan again not able to take advantage in that frame. Breaks down. Shane Thompson steps in. 5-3. Shane will have the honours of breaking in frame 9. He's away again here. What a well-timed break. Gave that a crunch. Deserved better. Deserved better than this mess. What a horrible table. Goodness me. No opener on reds and they're horrible. Has an opener on yellows. They're not much better. Two yellows on the right side, locked up. We might see a couple of doubles in this frame. Again, a good opener. And really nice positional shot. But how do you unlock these problems on the right? No way of developing them. Absolutely no way at all. Well, there is one yellow. The yellow that's on the left-hand side of the table closest to this bottom cushion. If you can get an angle on that, you can get across there, but I think he's going to have to double these. Horrible pattern. He's got the yellow long. He's got one to middle. He's got the one long. I think he plays the one long and he's got the angle, stuns across to the side rail to take this one had to move it because didn't have the angle to land on it. So he tries to bump it out, gets a double kiss. And now he's on nothing apart from a double. It's not that bad now, you know. It's not amazing, don't get me wrong, but if he can make this double, then he automatically knocks the other yellow out. He needs a bit of luck to land on something. He's lining up a treble. He is. Yeah, just come a bit high. Big opportunity there for Craig. I mean, for Shane. I know it was a horrible layout. But, you know, chance there to go 6-3. Very slim odds there after that break. It was a really nasty lead. With his work cut out, looking at how I can go about these reds in the middle of the table. He's got a little cut to the middle. He's going to send the cube around the table. There's nowhere safe on the table, is there? Needs to find a way to attack. It's not bad. Little tap of the table. He's not over the moon with it. Maybe the angle's just slightly bigger than he wants. But he can drop this in. The cue ball naturally comes over to the left-hand side of the table, and then he can attack these other three reds. Tough chance. He didn't want the cannon on the yellow. See a subtle little shake of the head. I don't think the bottom red of the three passes the one above it into middle, so he had to get further across the table to then take the middle of the three, because that does go. I mean, I think he can still cut it in. But he's relying on luck with the cue ball. Guaranteed to be on anything after this. And a tough pot too. Big moment in the match. What a shot. What a shot. That was the bottom one of the three. It did pass. How well has he controlled that? And take the top one, stun the cue ball, last red into the bottom right. And Brennan finds a way. Was a tough little table, a pressure frame as well. And this gets him back on serve. 5-4, he's breaking in the next. A key frame in the match. He's to 8. Very nice. 5-4. Deck Brennan. Going to have to vacate the comms box just for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back with you in the action very shortly. what did I miss? I'm assuming that was a break and clearance from deck. Looking at how many balls were left on the table when I came back. Yeah, that's a fair question from Jason. Meling is actually on the main arena table right now. So he's on the table that's just to the right of where we're looking. And you can watch that over on ultimatepool.tv or on the Ultimate Pool app. And hey Sam, man, it would be possible for anyone to know that because if you go to the Ultimate Pool app, there's a live scoring section. If you go to Pro Event 4, it'll tell you what table everyone's on and what time they're playing, and it will give you all the live scores from every table, so all 88 tables. So if you've got a mate that's playing over this weekend, you can watch his progress all the way through the weekend. Very clever stuff. But no, hey, not next up on this table, playing right now on the main arena table. I will just look across there quickly and try and get a score for you. In fact, my app's not updating yet. The internet connection here is not the best. So, my scoring is not updating, I'm afraid, my friend, so you might have to do that yourself. But I believe we've only just got started. I think it's 0-0. Yeah, it is. I can confirm it's 0-0. I've got the view on one of the other screens here. And I can tell you that Dom Cooney is just about to pop the 8 ball to go 1-0 up. There you go. There's an update. Declan giving that a little concerned look, just to see if that yellow still passes the red to bottom right. I think it's tight. It might just slide in there. Melna asking if there's any ref here. No, this is actually, I mean, so the main arena table is time match, shot clock, referee, but the side tables are a bit of bonus content really, to bring some of the action to you guys. So the remembering that there's 88 tables, so to have a referee even racking all the pro tables would be crazy. We've already got over 20 referees here this weekend. They're flat out. They've got to get out there. Every table needs to be ironed and prepped. For the next frame, they're getting called at every level to make adjudications. So yeah, we just don't have people to cover every single table. But again, I mean, these two players, for example, are naturally pretty quick. If you ever see these two taking a time over a shot, it's because they're in a little bit of trouble. But it looks like Declan here has resigned himself to landing on the double in this yellow. Don't think he's going to try and develop it. He's got a lovely angle to develop it, but just you wouldn't want to, I don't think. So much can go wrong with that development shot. So it is the double. He's landed a good angle. This match swinging to and fro. Brennan retakes the lead. He's 6-5 up, needing 2 more. He's going to break in the next. It's a little bit of a match of breaks at the moment, isn't it, Shane? There's, break dried up for him then. Been a couple of dry breaks traded. But a really good standard. Not too many balls missed. Again with this break that he's really made his own. Like I say, there's not too many players that play this. Very wide into the front ball. Lots of power. Ooh, this looks to be dry. And it is. I'll tell you what, he's done this a couple of times now. Shane coming to the table, and it's pretty ordinary. He's got the yellow along the top cushion, but there's a massive problem, yellow on the table. He'd love to be reds here. Does he have an opener? He's got the one just above the bulk line. He could cut that to middle, but that's a tough shot. It may be worth the risk, because if he gets it, all the reds are there. Yellows aren't awful. There's that one bad ball, which I think does go to top left. Very short window to land in to get onto it. Not the easiest ball to develop either, so he is going to take a chance. No, he's going to go yellows. Thought he was lining up for the red then to middle. All about the ball. It's in bulk. Do you land it? How do you develop it? Has to try and move it early. Can't leave it till he's only got a couple of balls left. Too dangerous. Wanted a bigger angle on this yellow so he could force across. May be able to do it. Here, he's tried to land it. And he's taken his eye off the pot. Brennan fairly bounces out of his seat. Let me tell you something. On the conclusion of this game, we've got, it's going to be an absolute whirlwind of pool. Two of the fastest players in the game, Sean Chipperfield against Rob Warren. Two of the quickest you'll see. That game will not last long, and we will not need a shot clock. Game that promises to be. Organisers giving us a real feast over on this YouTube table today. This has been a real cracker. And that one promises to be the same. Get Brennan here with ball in hand. To Shane in that very tough snooker. With a fabulous opportunity to go 7-5. Hasn't this been a weird game? Shane Thompson was in control in that middle section and just shut Declan Brennan out of the game to take the lead. And then since then, it's been all Declan. I guess it's what you expect from these two. expect nothing less than a really good standard of pool. And they've definitely delivered. Now he's got an ABC finish to go on the hill. Meling's taken the lead on the main arena table. He is 2-1 up. Don Cooney is on the 8 ball to level things up at 2 each. A good game brewing over there. Make sure you tune into the action. I've said it before and I'll say it again. £4.99, a small price to pay. And you can sign up to a month's action. Watch everything unfold on the main arena table today. Steve Jameson with Tony Holgate on commentary on that game. There's 2 other stream tables on there, one dedicated to the ladies' game. So you've got a choice then. That $4.99, not only will you have all of the content that's on that Ultimate Pool page, all the historic matches and events, you'll also have coaching videos, all kinds of stuff on there. Lots of content. Loads of interviews they did with Mick Hill and sessions with him. And we'll get to see all the action from today. From 3 tables, plus this one on YouTube. It'll be sport for choice. You won't have enough devices to keep up with the action. And Brennan, a simple 8 ball. We climb onto the hill. Chris making a point that he has a problem with the cut break and that he can't get the same amount of power. Well, watch Mark Boyle do the cut break. In fact, yesterday there were a couple of players in the Challenger. It was the Challenger Tier 1 final last night. Dean Richardson and Charlie Earnshaw. They were both cut breaking with as much power as I've ever seen anyone hit the front ball. The trick is you need to get low. So when you play the cut break, if you impart any topspin whatsoever, the cue ball is getting jumped off the table for sure. You need to play bottom ball. So screw the ball. The backspin's going to keep the cue ball on the table. You'll see it with any of these players that cut break. They're playing it with screw and it holds the cue ball on the table. But I know what you mean. I've had the same problem. If you come up on the ball at all, it's straight off the table. It's all about practice. Get in the club and practice it, because it's a great shot to have in your armoury. You know, if things aren't working from the front ball break, great to have that little switch. You can change to the cut break. Sometimes that starts working for you instead. The break is just not happening for Shane Thompson. He's had a couple of dry ones now, and it's been the difference in the match. He will be fuming. It's happened to him a few times recently. It's just dried up for him at an important time. I think, remembering back, he had a great weekend in Wigan a couple of months ago. He made a semi-final and a final, and if I remember rightly, in the final, certainly in the semi-final he played in the first event, his break was not working whatsoever. Joshua Mark, this is being played from Bolton Wanderers Football Club in a great big arena venue, which is basically in the stadium, literally right next to the pitch. Yeah, Chris, just watch some of the players that play the cut break well. It really is. So what you're aiming for the sweet spot on the second ball down. You want to kind of, this is why you go wide. You're aiming for the most of the second ball that you can hit without catching the front. So, oh, what a shot. What a shot from Shane. That is a fabulous double. And you play it with screw, and the backspin just keeps the ball on the table. And what you'll often see is the cue ball will ping to the side rail and then back into the pack, so you almost get a double break. Yeah, what a shot from Shane. Certainly wasn't full-blooded at that, was he? It's a horrible table. Jason, are you asking how much it is to sign up to Ultimate Pool? If so, there are a couple of options. You can sign up for a year. There's a promo code at the top, which is YouTube Bolton. If you go onto the website and use that promo code, I think normally it's $6.99 for a month. That's going to give you $4.99. So you get a couple of quid off, or you can sign for a year, and it gives you 20 quid off the year. So you can have a full year for, I think it's $49.99. You know, so what, four quid a month. You know. Way less than a pint of beer in this country nowadays, and you'll get you get a month's viewing. And just familiarise yourself with the app. Just download Ultimate Pool app. It costs nothing to download, or you can just visit the web page. It's ultimatepool.co.uk, and there's tons of stuff on there. Literally, just say for $4.99. If you just want it for this event, for this day, it's worth a £5. And if you don't want to stick with it, you can always unsubscribe. That's easily enough to do. And if you do, then you'd be welcome on board. And it's great to have the support. It really is great to have support from everybody. It helps to grow the game. Meling is playing at the moment. I'm just going to look across at the score on that table for you. I think it's, yeah, Dom Cooney is leading 3 frames to 2. So the games that are currently being played, John Chambers is 7-4 up against Craig Waddingham. What a weekend John Chambers is having. Made the final of event 1. Carl Morris 7-1 up against Aidan Hughes. The Nugget not having his best day. Tom Jones beat Chris Hampson. Phil Parkins 3-2 up against Cole Bedford. Ryan Passani 2-1 up against Josh Kane. And the aforementioned Dom Cooney 3-2 up against Meling. And no, Cousins isn't in action. He's back amongst it at 1 p.m. playing Jaden Billingham. Next up on main arena is going to be Phil Harrison versus Eddie Barker. And as I said, next up on this table, Rob Warren versus Sean Chipperfield. And expect fireworks, because those two are probably 2 of the most attacking, quickest players in the game. Not much Deck could do there, just get some distance. And he's left it awkward. Shane can get through to the, I think he can get through to the potting angle, the one past. He's looking at a cannon, but can he not see the potting angle of the one that's second in from the left, past the 8 ball? Clip it in. I mean, I guess what he's thinking is, even if he can see that, he can't hold the cue ball. So I think he's looking at, yeah, play a little cannon, just a gentle cannon, just put a blocker over the pocket. That's nice. I think he has left Deck the one to centre, but there's nothing Declan can do here. He's going to have to find something. There's nowhere safe on the table. He's just now looking to see whether he can play a loss of turn, play into the red, and kind of screw into that yellow and pot it, but I don't think you can hide the cue ball. I don't think you can fail to leave Shane on something, but that actually is probably all he's got. I think he's decided the same. Try and leave the red there as a blocker. He didn't even try the loss of turn. Shane's got a chance here. If he can get through to the one furthest up the table to top left. If he makes that, these 3 at the bottom, they're a plant. Yellow onto red. Pop the yellow over the pocket. I think Shane's probably just touching this yellow, so maybe he can't get through to the potting angle, so he's looking at playing safe, or maybe he just doesn't want to take the risk on the pot. Tom Cooney now 4-2 up against Chris Meling on the main arena. Harry, welcome. Watching from Australia. Lovely to have you tuning in. Ben asking if Big Shane's a bit of a pint smith. He rarely drinks, actually. He just likes his Nando's. He rarely drinks. You very rarely see him with a drink in his hand. A couple of times, he'll drink a bottle of Corona or something like that. A session for him is probably 2 or 3. I've seen him drinking WKDs before as well. You know, it'll just be a couple of them. Massive Zebra asking, are there any rules that determine which tournaments have a shot clock and which don't? Generally the TV tables. Obviously the main arena table has to stay on track to the schedule, so that does have a timer and a shot clock. But in terms of the outside tables, no. Playing Iconic, it's not on Q Score, but all of the scores are on the Ultimate Pool app. If you download the Ultimate Pool app, just click on the 3 dots on the right hand side, or just go to ultimatepool.co.uk. There's a live scoring section, every table, every section. So if you just go to live events, choose Ultimate Pool Series 3 and 4, and you can just click on there's a little menu with every event. There's literally like, I don't know, 20 events on there from this weekend. Just choose your event and you can browse through every score on there, every score that's happened over this weekend, every score that's live at the moment. You see them all on there. Interesting little passage of play here, because obviously the table's starting to open up, and Declan, he doesn't need to push the boat out. He's 7 frames to 5 up. Shane, it's a must-win frame for Shane. Is that a makeable plant, or is it just not quite there? You know, kind of yellow onto red. Flick that other yellow in. Is that too risky? He's looking at it. I think it could be made. But if he doesn't get it, he's opening up the one problem red, and the table's going to be wide open. Joshua Mark, 88 tables here, so floating refs, outside tables, and there's about 20 refs here this weekend covering the whole area. And like I say, there's a lot of demand for the refs in pushing, ironing the tables, and being called to different tables to make a call on something. So floating refs on every floor. A chance here for Dick Brennan to round this match out. He's going to be looking at playing a skill shot. Shane Thompson desperately needed that yellow to drop. If he did, then he had a great chance to win the frame, but it's not gone in, and it's all about this. Brennan makes the combo, he wins the match. Fal Assassin, which player would I like to see? Well, I mean, obviously anyone could answer this. The player I'd like to see playing in this is Mark Boyle. But I don't think he'll ever come across, sadly. Love to see Mark Boyle competing in this field. I think he's a fantastic player. Definitely be right up there in the rankings. And I think this is going to be all she wrote for Shane Thompson, and I feel a little bit aggrieved. Just a couple of dry breaks and didn't get enough chances. But take nothing away from Brennan. That's been a really good performance. He's from behind to win. Gareth Potts no longer plays 8-ball now. He's focusing on the Chinese game. Has been for a while. Oh my goodness me, what have we just seen there? Wowee. Well, I'd written this one off. I'd chalked this one up. I was just about to conclude the match, and he's missed the 8-ball. I mean, it was a little bit thin, but that, never expect him to miss that. You saw him get up off the shot because he was just a little bit worried about the cue ball. There's still some play in this game yet. Amazing. 7-6. Can Shane Thompson take this to the hill? Can he take advantage of that missed 8-ball? It's a really tough chance. A really tough chance. But I'd be glad to just have a chance, the way things have happened so far. understandable. He's just taking a bit of time to try and plot this. So reds it's going to be. I think red just to the left of the 8 ball. Trying to release one there. Yeah, so the red to the left of the 8 ball goes to middle. The one that he's just knocked out possibly goes to right centre. Got to say that Shane is normally pretty good with these little fiddly clearances. It plays to his strengths because his cue ball's normally so good. But there's some serious pressure. He knows he misses. It's the end of the road. If he can win this frame, then really going to be in Declan's head. Declan, he needs to keep him sat in his seat so he's stewing on that 8 ball. Shane's got the red to top right. A little kiss. Now the red to centre. Leave a big angle on the... Probably just to play this. Little cannon on the 8 ball, just to push the 8 ball up the table. Leave a big angle on the one on the bottom rail. It's a fairly natural angle to come up to the top of the table. And a really, really tricky fiddly finish. Giving himself a great chance. And you can see, look at the body language of Deck. Oh, Shane. Had to make that. Had to make that. Wow, he will be absolutely fuming. He'd done all the hard work. It wasn't the difficult ball. Listen to those. I would have loved to have seen us go to 7s. Really would. Just for the match, you know. Deserves a decider. Yeah, you're right. These aren't gone yet, especially with that 8 in the last frame still in his mind. This could still go wrong. He's had a touch there, you know. He's had a touch there. He lost that cue ball. He's cannon the 8 ball. He's left the perfect angle on this yellow to bottom right to cannon. Okay, he still needs a bit of luck, but he has been very fortunate. If he doesn't get that cannon on the 8 ball, he is in absolute no man's land. Left the perfect angle. Just looking at where he wants to contact. Be very unlucky not to be on something here. Shane will be mortified if these come out. Oh dear. Now Shane will know. He looks across to his right hand side, a look of disgust on his face. I mean, that's a lovely shot from Deck, by the way. Really well judged. And suddenly everything's wide open. But you've got to say, Shane's only got himself to blame. Advantage of that missed 8 in the last, and he had to put the pressure on. You'd think at 7 each, even Declan having the break in the next, even still stewing from that missed 8 ball, you'd think that Shane goes into that final frame as the favourite, but he just couldn't take advantage. Carved himself out. He'd done all the hard work. Carved himself out a great chance to get himself on the hill, and let's have a decider. What a great game. It's had a bit of everything, hasn't it? Thoroughly enjoyed that. I'm not quite ready to administer last rites yet, because I already did that once and I was wrong. But surely you don't see him missing from here now. Surely. He's overran this one a little touch. It's going to be a bit further away from the 8 ball than he would have liked. But it's a simple 8 into the corner. Surely unmissable. I thought the last one was. Brennan seals the deal. Shakes hands with Shane Thompson. It's him that will go through the last 16. Shane, not a happy chappy. And be fuming with himself for a while. You can see what that means to him. Very annoyed. Yes, let's say no more about that. A really good game. Very entertaining. Hope you enjoyed it. Got more entertainment coming your way in the form of Ron Chipperfield versus Rob Warren. That, on paper, promises to be a cracker. Please do not go too far, because we'll be back with that action in just a few minutes. See you then.
He missed an 8 ball to win it as well.
Oh,
shot.
Fabulous shot there from Craig.
What a shot.
That's in the middle, cue ball down the table. The cue ball works itself. Oh, just rolled into it. Ouch, ouch, double ouch.
So Craig Waddingham is through, and he gets rid of John Chambers, who will be feeling that one. Tough way to go out.
How's your luck, Dom? No
Not
ball.
in.
Don't think it's a really easy table for Chris Meling, though.
We've said that a couple of times, and he's cleared them in 30 seconds.
This is true.
The man is, as the kids say, built different.
He did rush one for me earlier, which I think has cost him dearly at this moment in time.
That's going to hang. It was mighty, mighty thin.
It was.
So Dom Cooney here. Tough, but a chance to win the match and knock out Chris Meling.
You get the combo done here. Can you get through, play yellow onto Chris's red over that corner. Yellow and behind it. Sort of stop the white dead, play the yellow into the other left-hand centre. Kill the ball.
So just past a turn from Dom Cooney.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit concerned there that he might have left a gap for Chris's red to go through, but I don't think it's big enough. No. And because of the situation of the yellow where it is over that bag and close to the knuckle, it would be very hard for him to play the combination as well.
Yeah.
But he's going game.
Of course he is.
Where will we go with the last red? It's going to have to be, well, it's going to have to be unbelievable position onto it. Right, I see where he's going. So he pots this red into the bottom left, plays with a heavy amount of top and left hand side and brings the cue ball down over to that side cushion.
Oh.
Oh,
Well, he got it slightly wrong, which is why his cue ball isn't right, and it's why the red barely went in.
well, it's a back kick, surely into the corner. So come off the side cushion, kick it backwards. Uh-oh. Could be something a little bit more elaborate. Could be going in the middle. Left-hand middle.
Wasn't a million miles away.
No.
But Dom Cooney, this is your chance to beat Chris Meling. Won't get a better one. It's as good as it gets.
Danger though here, right, so he cut that yellow into the left-hand middle. Cue ball sailing towards the black. Got to dig down, I think, here. And that's a really good shot there from Dom. Like I say, could just roll that in. He would, a strong possibility would have knocked the black into the middle pocket in the same shot. But there, the yellows are available for Dom Cooney to win this match.
It should get out from here. I feel like this is the only shot that can go wrong, really. It's one he still should get, but it just requires due care and attention.
Match ball, really, this.
Lovely. Ooh, a bit shorter than he would have liked. He's okay.
Listen, putting that red down there as well will take a little bit of nerves out of him as well. Cut it back in the middle. Oh, wow.
Oh,
And the cue ball's
Dom.
coming down. That's enough for Chris.
Oh, Dom. Oh, Dom.
Well, if Chris gets this red and the black, Dom Cooney will be absolutely floored. He's going to hang it. Slight overcut.
It was thin.
Well, we're going to leave that one there. If you'd like to see the conclusion of that match, then it is over on Ultimate Pool TV, as we are already underway with our next match. Ignore the graphic there. It is not Declan Brennan and Shane Thompson. It is Rob Warne and Sean Chipperfield, and this is for a spot in the quarterfinals.
Barely time for us to catch our breath here. And they're back in amongst it again. Sean Chipperfield about to level things up at 1 each. I can tell you that Chris Meling is out. Dom Cooney beat him 8 frames to 6. So anyone that was following the score on that. And not good news for the Chris Meling fans. Dom Cooney will be very happy with that win. Also through, Carl Morris beat Aidan Hughes 8-2. Tom Jones through against Chris Hampson. Phil Parkins on the hill against Cole Bedford 7-6. And Ryan Passani 7-2 against Josh Kane. Josh had a deep run in the first event, but he's going to have to mount some comeback there. Craig Waddingham, who was 6-1 down against John Chambers, come back to win 8 frames to 7. But now we can turn our attention to this match, all square at 1 apiece, and these players are rapid. It's a dry break from Rob, and I don't think Chippy's going to take too long. Looking to see if the yellow passes the 8 ball. I don't think it does. Looking to see if it goes. He may actually be looking at the 8 ball itself. I think he's probably looking at the yellows, because yellows dream layout. Quite an easy little ball to develop. You could make a case for reds or yellows here. I think he'd prefer to be yellows, because they're all in the middle of the table, no work to do whatsoever. It looks like he's eyeing up reds. Indeed he is. Well, Bedford's levelled things up against Phil Parker. It's 7 each there now. Tom Cousins' game has just kicked off. He's playing Jaden Billingham. They're currently 0-0. I see someone asking for an update on that score. This, of course, is the last 16. So this for a place in the quarter-final. Starting to get to the business end. Glenn asking if the Challenger Series is being streamed. We watched all the Challenger Finals yesterday. I'm pretty sure that we'll be watching the Challenger Finals again today. I think this evening we'll turn our attention to Challenger. We normally stream all of the finals. That confirmed we will see all of the Challenger Finals this evening. Challenger 3, 2 and 1. We saw some great finals last night. Ah, we. Three frames in how long? 7 or 8 minutes? Crazy pace these two are playing at. Yeah, two of the fastest players on the circuit, these two. Oh, that's so unlucky. So unlucky. He did mistime the ball. Mistime the break. I'm going to get my words out. And the cue ball did squirt off to the side cushion, but very unlucky. Pinged about 3 times to find its way into that top corner pocket. Rob Warren will love that, as this table again is wide open. won't see too much in the way of safety play between these two at all. Great fun to watch. Two super players. Their style of play does mean that you do get the odd mistake now and again. I think they're having a little competition between themselves to see who can clear the table in the quickest amount of time. Rob Warren hails from the Staffs area. Stoke-on-Trent. Might be wrong, but I think I'm right in saying that his dad's got a club down there somewhere. Sean Chipperfield is from East Anglia area, Norwich, I believe. So Tabby beats, we're playing international rules here, so if someone fouls, then if you foul on the break, then it's ball in hand behind the bulk line. Unless the ball goes off the table, then it's ball in hand anywhere. If you foul in open play, then it's ball in hand anywhere on the table, but just one shot. It's a couple of different variants of English 8-ball. This one becoming very popular. A lot of the leagues around the country have now adopted these rules. It's a great rule set. They're very, very attacking. Very attacking. There's a few foibles to it. You can play a loss of turn shot. As long as you make contact with your ball in the first instance, you can put one of your opponent's balls and only be loss of turn. Which just means that it adds to aggressive nature of play. That's fine, Tabby. You're more than welcome to ask questions here. There's no such thing as a stupid question. I know that people are fairly new to Ultimate Pool. It's great to have you on board. And saying there's a great new club in Torquay if anyone's in the area. My wife's down in that neck of the woods this weekend. She's down in Paynton. We come down there quite often. I live in Somerset myself, so I would definitely check that out. Where is it exactly? Be interested to know. Is it somewhere around? There used to be a 10-pin bowling place there with there used to be a Mexican restaurant opposite, just up the road from the harbour. I know the area fairly well. My friend used to live down there, so we used to visit fairly often. Yeah, the cue ball always has to hit a cushion. Unless, of course, you make a pot, and that obviously counts. Sorry to ask again, guys, but I recognise there's people joining us throughout the day. If you would just be so kind to give this stream a like. It just takes you a second of your time. The like button is quite easy to find. It's just below the screen that you're looking at. And there's a little thumbs up. It's going to help us a lot. If you want to help us even more, then copy the link and share it to your social media platform. Stick it onto Facebook. Oh, that little kiss could have gone wrong, but he's fine. Brilliant. I've got the score wrong here, haven't I? Sorry, I was so busy with you guys. Where are we exactly? Is it now 3-1 to Rob? Won the last two, hasn't he? Sorry, 3-2 to Rob. Am I thinking my live scoring? My internet's so bad, the live scoring is not updating at the moment. So I know you guys know. I think it's 3-2. I'll double check in a second. Let's put 3-2 on the scoreboard and we'll go from there. You guys know, I know you know. Break from Sean Chipperfield. Good night, Ben W. Thanks for joining. Sleep well, my friend. Just needs to take a little care here. He's going to cannon the red. May just be able to avoid the cannon. He won't mind giving it a little flick just to bring it off the cushion. No, he could avoid it. Left a nice big angle as well to come back down the table. Little tap on the knee from Rob in the background, appreciating his control. One's turn to go dry, and again the table wide open on yellows. A few seconds to plot this. It's got the yellow just below the bulk line, which obviously doesn't go into the top right pocket, so he's just thinking about how he can either get on that ball. It looks like he's got the angle on the one that's just above it, just to stun across and play that one short position into the top left. Yellows it will be. The yellow to bottom left, albeit that it's over the pocket. That one also was a bit of a problem because it was just set to the right of the pocket. It would have been hard to get the cue ball back out, so should be electing to just play a cannon onto it and move it back out. now it's really just about that yellow next to the red. Can he get it through the gap? Yeah, looks like he can. So it obviously does pass the red. Flew in. Beautifully timed break again. Just gets so much power into that break. Reds are going to be the choice here. It's a slightly harder, more difficult choice of opening ball on red. But, well, he likes the yellows. The only reason I said reds is just this yellow that's a little bit aloof at the bottom of the table. But, you could make a case for either there. There's a few yellows around. You can drop onto that one at the bottom of the table. Don't really expect either colour set to give this guy a problem. Angle here to drop down to the bottom cushion. Just needs to leave it. Yeah, he's just left it slightly low so he can now stun up through the gap. Just makes the game look so easy when he's in full flow. Both of these players do actually. Chipperfield though is going to open a gap. Blink of an eye, 2 frames ahead. He needs 5 frames to 3. Just take a look at this overview of the arena. Now, this only really tells half the story. Behind us, behind this camera to the left-hand side, and that's the area that you need to walk out. And if you want to take a bathroom break, the toilets are on that side, and you have to fight your way through a crowd of people. There's dozens of people over there watching the action on these tables. So there's actually 44 tables on this level, on the ground floor level. You can see the big screens in the background just at the top of the shot, so they can watch the main arena action on that big screen. Scoreboards either side, left and right. And above this is the best vantage point of all. You've got a mezzanine floor that overlooks all of this, and there's 17 tables on each floor upstairs. So just a little overview. Very impressive. It's actually across 3 floors. There's the top floor as well with the sports bar with 10 tables up there. Rob Warren breaking in frame 9. Goodness me, how well are these two timing that break? Ridiculous standard so far. Yellows, absolute drop-ins. May just come down and cannon. Yeah, just plays a little cannon on those two yellows. Just makes life a little bit easier. They both had a pocket, but opening them up. You can see now all the work's done. Rob has got 4 drop-ins to get back within 1 frame. And this could be the quickest frame of the lot. What's this? 45 seconds? Ridiculous. Nine frames played in about just over 20 minutes. Pop across now to
The table in the black, you just
the main arena
absolute
table.
tap-ins. These are slightly more difficult, but
It's
they're
Tony
ridiculously
Holding in
easy.
here on comms. And you can see Eddie Barker 2-0 up against Phil
Just because
Harrison.
of the red that's near the 8 ball there,
Yeah.
it's a bit.
You can get a little.
Back to our game. Chippy's ready to break in frame 10. Running out of words to say for what we're seeing here. These breaks are enormous. 8 ball. It's a bit of an issue here. It's the only problem on the table. Wowee. This is the Bolton middle. And flicks it up the rail. Rob Warren will be annoyed, because that was potentially a golden opportunity for him to draw level. That's lovely control. Standing on and off the side cushion. .64 in favour of Sean Chipperfield. So this really, just gives you a perspective. So the main arena, you can see at the top of the screen in the centre. The table we're watching is just to the right hand side behind that curtain. You can see Rob Warren at the end of the table setting the balls up. Ready for the next frame. 4 of these tables are being streamed. 3 of them you can watch through the Ultimate Pool app. Rob Warren is ready to break. Needs a ball here. Gets one. There's your layout. Again, wide open. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but this is some of the best breaking that I've seen for a long, long time. Sometimes you get one opponent who's struggling and one that's breaking really well. Both of these. This is a masterclass in breaking, power, timing, and the table just wide open every frame. Very rare you see this. got a choice of 3 balls. Well, a choice of 4 really. It's going to be the one to bottom right though. Just stun across the plant. Just needs to be careful on that plant. Doesn't want the yellow that he's contacting to just leak away to the top cushion. And for that reason, he may take it long. He actually swerved it. Didn't like the plant at all. You can understand why. It was one of those that could easily lose out of table. So just a little quarter ball bend, send it round the yellow. And again, all the hard work done. Rob on. A simple 8 ball to ball back within 1 frame. It's now 6 frames to 5. Sean Chipperfield will break in the next. Tell you that over on the main arena table, Eddie Barker's now 3-0 up against Phil Harrison. Joshua Mark asking if there's tables that the public can play on. Yes, there are. Up on the top floor in the sports bar, they've got a couple of tables. So if you just want to knock around with your mates, you can play up there. More work to do here. Just in terms of control of the cue ball, there's a lot more traffic through the centre of the table. That's a nice delicate shot to come through the gap. The red, yeah, this one he's just looked at, that's just below the yellow. I think the yellow might just be a touch close to the red. I don't think he can get through to the potting angle. I think he was trying to leave an angle on the red now to come across and give it a nudge. So he's going to play the one to middle. I'm looking at the same, I've only got the same camera angle you have, so it's hard to tell whether how much separation there is between that yellow and red to see whether he can actually get through to the potting angle. We'll find out soon. He's certainly not tried to move it yet, so maybe he can get through. Hold on the yellow. Needs to hold up. Yeah, it's just okay. That was really well controlled. I think he can just get through. A bit of a pause. I think he's just thinking about the line, the natural line that you take off 2 cushions. Those yellows are in the way, so for that reason he just a little bit extra side on. Just caught the yellow on the way through, which has meant he's left that 8 ball a lot thinner. He wanted to, but he can still clip this in. Or can he? Just needed to take an extra second over that one, you feel. You know, he's a fast player. That one just needed a bit of extra care and attention. And that just came from that little flick on the yellow. It just narrowed the angle up, and if he'd not got that flick, he'd have ended up somewhere near the bulk line, wider the line he was on. Yellow just above the middle pocket. May have to leave that for a double. Don't think he's going to be able to move it. He's not in the best place for a double. It's not a disaster, but it will be a bit of a tester. He's got a big angle on this yellow to middle as well. Well, he's got a big angle on both. He's going to have to send the cue ball. It's a double. And that's a gift for Sean Chipperfield. He needed that yellow to come further to save him. Yeah, I mean, it was a tricky clearance from Rob, but one that he needed to make to level things up. And that's Sean Chipperfield on the hill, needing one more frame. This is most definitely not a game that you need a timer on. These players would not be troubled in this game by a 15-second clock, let alone a 30-second one. It has been a rapid. Problems here for Rob. Not a smelly table, just when he needed to go wide open, just to get the pressure back on Sean. This is horrid. Yellows, you can see 2, 3, 4 problems. Same with the reds. There's 2 reds near the bottom of the table, either side of the yellow. Obviously don't go anywhere at the moment. I think the major problem for Rob here is the red that's just above the 8 ball. It's a really tough ball to try and develop. There are a few balls below it that you could use to try and get into it. It's going to be you just know that he's never even going to look for a safety shot. He's just looking to attack. You've got to think he's digging a hole here. Yeah, I'm kind of following the chat, but I'm not quite sure what the issue is. I mean, the players don't care about racking the balls themselves. They're more than happy to do it. I mean, couldn't possibly have a ref and balls on 4 or 5 tables. I mean, it's just insane. It's every member of staff here. It's the cost their salary, hotel, travel. Chippy just needs to take control here. It's not a time to be going full on attack. I mean, he does have that 2-frame cushion and he doesn't need one more. So he may be tempted. I don't think this is the time. Yeah, just a little safety. Wants that yellow to run ideally. He's trying to get that down. It's a blocker for the red at the bottom of the table. Because actually the reds aren't that bad now. They're all open. And Rob can clip this one in. He's not going to try. That's a foul. That's a foul. Cushion first and clip the red on the way back up. Didn't hit a cushion after contact. And now half a chance here for Sean Chipperfield. We might see him put the cue ball on this left side rail, put the one into the bottom left and then just screw back for a short position on one of those yellows. Unless he can't see an out, he's still going to play the percentages. Clever loss of turn. Just gets one of Rob's reds off the table. Snoopers in behind the yellows. Great spot there by Sean Chipperfield. 2 cushions targeting this red. And on the left hand side, he's not got it. Now we will see Chippy go for these. He's looking at possibly, playing the yellow off of the red, just flicking the red on the way through. Is that what he's looking at, or is he just looking at a little shot just to? Yeah, he was actually trying to flick off the yellow, but again, it's a kind of shot to nothing. He's trying to get that yellow out. A little bit surprised because Sean could have. It's a nice shot. Sean could have put the cue ball over on the right hand side of the table and played into the yellow, left himself an angle to develop the yellow at the bottom of the table. I guess Ollie was thinking that still doesn't really need to push the boat out. So Sean's looking for a loss of turn here. Yellow onto red and try and hide the cue ball at the top of the table. If he doesn't get the hide, he's going to leave this open. He's trying to get in behind those yellows at the top. He's left this red. And I think the red on the bottom cushion passes the yellow. I think he can probably squeeze it in, but can he hold? Really needs to drag this red in, kill the cue ball. Such a tough shot. And he knows now it's all or nothing, because if he doesn't get it, it's going to be the end of the match. Yeah, he knew he couldn't hold, so he's tried to come 3 cushions and back down. That was a long shot. have to pull something out of the bag here. Is it off the yellow into the middle? Now it's going to be the reverse double. And that could be game over for Rob Warren. Free flowing from both players. It really has been a very entertaining game to watch. Sean Chipperfield he's going to progress through to the quarter-final with the road for Rob Warren. So next action on this table is Declan Brennan versus Ryan Passani, again in the last 16. So reset, back with the action, probably about 5 minutes time. Go make yourself a brew and join us back here in just a few minutes. See you soon.
About to get underway, or has just got underway, against Megan Proctor. The winner of that one will play Kirsty Davies, who did beat Lindsay Schultz 7-0. Phil going for his control break rather than his power break, and he'll be happy with it. This looks like a very nice layout for him.
Yeah, yellows look reasonably pleasant. So okay, he's sandwiched himself between those two reds, but you can see that yellow into the middle. So that's absolutely fine for Phil. Just having a look there, and I don't think he'll want to leave that length of the table plant down into the left-hand corner. I think he'll go over and get rid of the one over the bag next. And Phil doesn't mind potting balls down rails. I think he'll probably just leave that there that's next to the black, so it does give you very easy position onto that, the end of the frame. Nice control again. So he's in a decent spot there. This one you might get a Phil head shake.
Yeah, he was playing for perfection, crossing a line, and that wasn't, that isn't easy to do. That's why he does shake his head every now and then. But he's so good at just making those little adjustments and making it work. I don't think he was perfect for going the way he's about to go, but I don't think that was his plan.
No.
When he went up the table.
Clean as a whistle into that corner. This is pretty straight, nothing to do with the cue ball, and Harrison is going to pull up alongside Eddie Barker at 4 each.
A good turnaround for Phil Harrison, no doubt. Good quality match as well. Yeah, very, very good for Phil Harrison.
Step back over from the main arena. And Passani. This is Declan Brennan. First time we've seen Ryan over this weekend. Very strong player from Malta. He's been playing over here for a number of years. Declan, we saw just, well, seems like probably just about 45 minutes ago. His arm will still be well oiled. Ryan won the lag, but it's a dry break. Kevin asking if this is a mixed event. The ladies actually have their own section. We have ladies pro and challenger feeder into that. It's like a league similar to this. It's you've got the pro ranks and then you've got challenger 1, 2 and 3. The challenger 1, 2 and 3 is actually a dynamic ranking system, so you can get promoted halfway through the season, which I really like. There is a stream dedicated to the ladies' game all the way throughout this weekend on the Ultimate Pool app. Declan was trying to hold for the red to middle. He's still on it, but he's got a bit of angle. I think he wanted to just finish off straight. I'm not sure if the red is just above this one to middle. one that's just to the right of the two near the bulk line. Not sure if it passes into top left. If it did, he'd probably take it now. So I think he was trying to land with an angle to the left side of the table to get onto that ball. So he's going to take the inside one of the two and then come back and find that angle on the one to middle and deal with that red. So clearly doesn't pass the top left. He's going to have to play that to top right. He's got a good angle here though, just to run through. Just a touch straight, so he couldn't quite get the line that he wanted. He's going to have to navigate this yellow. Doesn't have to do too much. Right at the bottom of the table is simple enough from much anywhere on his left hand side. So he's just going to screw across to the side cushion. Doesn't want to be hampered, and he's not. Just see him drop this in. 8 ball to middle pocket. Just needs to be careful of the pace. Perfect. Really nice. Great control. David asking about the flyers taking place on the top floor. Yeah, there's 8 tables up there. Well, there's 10 tables actually, but 8 dedicated to flyers. It's just turn up and play. You don't have to be signed up to Ultimate Pool. You don't have to be one of the call them registered players, I guess. Just turn up with your cue and join in with the action. They've been going really well up there actually. As soon as one finishes, another one starts. Great break. Stop the cue ball. Stone dead. Cue ball did get a bit of a nudge and it's pushed it, so it's now hanging in the jaws of the top pocket. And leaves the opening shot very awkward. Literally parked that cue ball in the middle of the table, and look what he would have been left if it stayed there compared to what it is now. He's got this red. I don't think he's knuckled. I'm pretty sure he can get out to pot that red to top left, but a tricky little cut back. Maybe even, yeah, this is tough. Could have been so much easier. Maybe even looking at this red to middle. Trouble if he does play it as a cutback, then he loses the cue ball down the table. So red to middle, a much tougher pot, but you control the cue ball and keep it up this end of the table, and that really is a very nice shot. He's pointing at his problem. Red at this end of the table. Going to try and land in behind it and play it long. So he just needs to leave an angle here. Put this to middle. Trying to move it. He obviously lined up a shot to play it long and didn't fancy it, so tried to move it and he's made it worse. because now it doesn't go anywhere. It becomes a lot more awkward to try and develop it. He's got the ball, top left up the cushion. He could come high off the red to middle and leave an angle to drop down and cannon that red again. He needs to be perfect. So he's going to try and come across now. Misses it again. This is becoming harder and harder. Got the one to top right, but the middle bag's right in the way of the line of screwing down into the yellow and red. He's in trouble in this second frame. It's just too much angle to be able to dig down into the ball, to get enough spin on it to spin down to below the middle pocket. The shot's just not on. May just have to take his medicine here and pull back. I think trying to play a little safety somewhere is the order of the day, especially while that yellow and red is still tied up. Deck having none of it. Still on the attack. Tried to leave an angle on the ball to middle. To top through, get the red out. Misses the pot. Around Passani at the table. I guess Deck could take a bit of a liberty there because the yellows are still a bit of a mess, so pretty much fire at will. Ryan Passani gets his first opportunity to get his hand on the table. Drops in behind the yellows. Declan eyeing up a one cushion, trying to pot the red. He actually has a bit of a margin for error. If he gets lucky here, he could send that red into the red and yellow. If he gets it right, he could put it in the middle and open it up. It's a big ask though. Not what he was looking for. Looking for a fuller contact. Just didn't get the pace on the cue ball. Didn't need to hit it too hard, but just a little bit extra there would have released the yellow. Quick look around the arena, and I'll tell you, there is an upset brewing. Jaden Billingham 7-4 up against Tom Cousins. Jaden, one of the new Ultimate Pool professionals, and if you're not aware of Jaden, he is a very, very good up and coming talent. He is some Still only about 17, 18 years old, maybe just turned 18 recently. Not exactly sure, but he's a fabulous young player. He's on the verge of an upset there against Tom Cousins. He played the percentages and it's come out in his favour because he's got a clean sight through to this yellow over the middle. Nick was trying to cover this ball. Yellow to middle, play up into the bulk area. He needs to leave a nice angle on this yellow to middle. I think he's just finished a little low. He's trying to finish a bit straighter so he could top through to the side cushion. He may just be able to fiddle it in dead weight. He's going to get close to that yellow though. May even just need to run into it to promote it. Now he could hold. A little bit close to his work. It's okay. Saw a little grimace on his face there, but I mean, it looks okay. Just would have liked to have been straighter, so the angle does just take him towards the red on the side cushion. Needs to be precise, but yeah, he's still got a fancy him from here. A bit clumsy with the cue ball. He's going to be jacking the cue up, which adds a little element of difficulty, makes this black missable, but at this level, got to fancy him to get it. It is an unmissable ball if he's not hampered. He finds it, takes the lead 2-1. Into breaking 3 and 4. Nice break. Red's on first glance, but then you look at the red. just above the yellow towards the bottom right pocket. Is there an opener on yellows? So yellow on the baulk line past the 8 ball. If it does, could be an option, but again you've got one problem ball, that yellow on the right hand side, just above the right corner pocket. If you go reds, you take the red to middle and you flick the red that's near the pocket on the way through just to open up the pocket. Just like so. Tried to finish just half a ball short of where he is now. He could have kind of come across to the side rail and played short position on that problem red that I mentioned a second ago. You can still get there from this one to bottom left, but he is jacking the cue up. For that reason, tried to pop it out. I think he's just done enough. Goes past the yellow now. Now it's about the 8 ball. And just weighing the options, he's looking at which ball he wants to use to try and develop the 8 ball. Looking at the line that he wants to take. He's looked at a couple now. Looked at the one to left centre, one to right centre. I think probably the one to right centre. If you finish just slightly low on that, you can stun up into the 8 ball. But either one really. I mean, this one to middle equally is good. You can now stun up into the 8 ball. You cannot fail to be on the red in the middle. So a 4 ball contact. You don't want to hit the yellow because it could push it towards the other yellow. You really want to just take the 8 here. So a contact into the 8. I thought he'd try it there, but he was trying to leave an angle on the one to middle. Left it to last. That's too short, is it? He's looking at playing it to bottom right off the yellow. The angle on the TV screen is really getting me today because, again, didn't think he could see the angle to put that to middle, so it was never a problem for him, was it? Seeing a problem where it wasn't there. This is the benefit of being, actually at the table, being able to see the angles a lot better, and also having an overhead camera. That always tells the story. But, sadly, we don't have an overhead camera on this table. There's no framework above these tables to be able to mount one, so we've only got this one camera angle, which always makes it just a bit tricky. Nice clearance from Declan. No, I agree, Chris. I agree entirely. So Declan just popped out for a quick break. So we'll just catch up on the action.
Well, well, well. Can you believe?
Phil Harrison is 5 each.
Can you believe that shot?
Tuning into Tony Holgate on comms.
That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, yellow first to me. Doesn't matter now with the cue ball going in. Ball in hand now for Phil Harrison. It looks like an easy mop up. This will be Phil going into a 6-5 lead. And Eddie.
So it looks like Phil Harrison's going to take the lead in that one, and Brennan's back in the room. And Ryan Passani's getting frame number 5 underway. Cousins is out of event 4. He's been beaten by Jaden Billingham 8 frames to 5. And I can see that Phil Harrison did complete that clearance and he's gone 6-5 up. Craig Waddingham beat Dom Cooney 8-3, books his spot in the quarter-final. Phil Parkin also thereafter win against Tom Jones. Phil Parkin's beat Cole Bedford and Tom Jones this morning. Man on form. Quarterfinals will get underway from 2:30 this afternoon. I believe we'll have one of the matches on the main arena table and one of them on this table, I think. I won't swear to it, but I believe that's the plan. Hopefully the Jaden game. I'd like to see Jaden against Sean Chipperfield. We'll see what the tournament organisers put our way. Reds are kind of spread far and wide. There's red on right cushion, left cushion, but all of them accessible and all of them should be fairly easy. It's just about the cue ball here because obviously the reds are kind of spread to the winds. Deck just spotting little mark on the cue ball that he didn't like, so it's just giving it a clean. Left a nice angle here. Going to come across the left side of the table and then use that ball to top right to link down the table. Just needs that to run. Yeah, I would have liked a another roll out of it. This is a slightly bigger angle than he wanted. He can still work with it though. And kill this bottom touch aside. Yeah, leaves a nice angle. So again, it's about the angle he leaves on the red now to bottom right. He needs to finish to the right of it so he can stun across with the red on the cushion. That looks perfect. Just play it delicate. Soft screw shot. This is one of those shots that, as a club player, are quite easy to decelerate on, but these professionals rarely do. He just actually just played it with drag. A touch aside. Side. Just brings the cue ball up the table slightly, just to help the cue ball. That was a very ordinary layout. He's made that clearance look easy. Are we watching the event winner? Played well against Shane. Shane threw everything at him. He's a man on a mission. He really does look in form. Really good stroke. Looking past him to go all the way with Cousins out. I'd say that Declan comes, you know, you got Dempsey's gone, Cousins out. Probably make Declan the favourite now, possibly along with Craig Waddingham. Meling, of course, out as well. And Shane Thompson gone. Those kind of regular seasoned winners. Declan would definitely be the bookie's favourite now. Obviously still got a long way to go in this game though. It's even more ominous when his brake's working. Probably yellows. The yellow goes up the cushion past the red. I only say that because this red on the bottom cushion is pretty ordinary. I mean, you could definitely make a case for reds. You could land short position on that ball at the bottom of the table, but I think my personal preference would be yellows. Declan disagrees. I think we'll see him go after that ball at the bottom of the table straight away. Needs that to run. Not got there. I can see why he went reds, but no, he's not got on that. These are going to be really tough to clear. See him pull back here. I think he just glances the red. There's the cue ball on this bottom cushion. Where I wouldn't have anything to go after. Or does he go all out attack? Just low percentage clearance from here, I think. Very difficult to get back down on this red. As soon as he missed that position, he was struggling. Yeah, it's just going to be the little containing shot. Getting a rest out here. He's quite a tall guy. Not often you see a rest. Tried to play the loss of turn. Oh wow. Tried to bump the yellow in, and that was a really clever shot actually, because he's just not left very much for Ryan to go after, and also he knew that that red was probably going to push one of the other yellows safe. Trying to play the percentages, but puts a red in the middle. You can see this red on the left side, but treacherous. Well, I'm sure he must have weighed this up already, but he's just played that as a percentage shot. But if Ryan can see this along the top cushion, I mean, surely he can. Declan would have never left that. Can't get past the red, can he? Because otherwise, I mean, he's just got the drop in along the top rail. He can hold the cue ball, play the other yellow to bottom right, and they're all there, because I'm pretty sure these two yellows on the left plan. But yeah, Declan has obviously already weighed that up and realised there wasn't a gap there. Again, it's so difficult to see from this this camera angle. Ryan just tucking that red in, just making sure there's another problem Beck to deal with. Treble. No, he's just going to bump. I don't think he looked at it, but maybe you could treble the red that's in the middle of the top cushion into those yellows to bump the red up the table. Maybe that's just asking a bit too much. Yeah, he's tried to pull the red out to cover the yellow, but I don't think he's done it. He's obviously on this yellow, but he's a bit close to his work and it's a little bit straight, so he can't do very much with the cue ball. We could bump the cue ball out, he'd be okay, but I might just see him playing another containing shot. He just doesn't fancy attacking from here, low percentage. He spotted something. I think as he came round to look at where he wanted to be for a little safety shot, he noticed that, you know, this yellow is makeable to middle. I'm not sure. No, you can see by the look on his face. So what he tried to do there was come down and bump into these two yellows. I think he's decided that this isn't a plan, and I think they are just set to the right knuckle. You can see the far ball just slightly off the rail more than the near, but he thinks he may just be able to drag it if he play this dead weight. He may just drop in. No, sits over the pocket. That's why he was disappointed, because when he pumped the one in the middle, he was trying to come down and bump into those yellows, but he misjudged it by a distance. You might just see Deck play lost a turn and just stun in behind this yellow, or is he going to play it as a combo? When you're not right behind it, these are a bit trickier. He's definitely going for the combo here, but when they're offset, a bit harder to judge. Got it. And likely wins the frame. Good risk reward in that shot. As you can see where he left the cue ball, he's left Ryan a double. It's still a bit of a tricky finish for Ryan to take out. He kind of played it as a bit of a shot to nothing. Phil Harrison game is finished over on main table. The last time I saw the score it was 7-5, so I'm assuming that he won that game. My live scoring app is a little bit slow on this slow 4G here, so as soon as that updates I'll let you know, but I'm pretty sure that's Phil Harrison through. And he played well, he did well against Eddie, because he was behind for a lot of that game. Brennan now too clear. Leads 4-2. Ryan's turn to step away for a quick bathroom break, so we'll do the same. We'll be right back with the action soon. Kev Cronin, I agree. The scoring has gone down on the Ultimate Pool website. I know they're working on it. I think the venue are giving us another Wi-Fi. Just been a little bit of an issue with it. Could be why the stream froze a little bit earlier. But yeah, I know they're working on the problem. Hopefully sorted soon, because it's annoying because I like to keep in touch with the scores as well. And just caused himself a bit of a problem here. Just needs to play a good recovery shot. That's nice. That's really well controlled. Needed to miss the red, so he had to just dig into the cue ball a little bit. Controls it off 2 cushions. So he's one good shot. It's okay. I think he would have ideally liked to be a little bit straighter. It's one of those you'd love to be straight and you can just cue it in and screw back a few inches. But he can use the red if he wants to. Just cannon into the red. Just don't decelerate on it. You can see him just loading up with a little bit of left hand side just to make sure he gets a full ball cannon on the red. Oh, lost the cue ball. Just, I said don't decelerate on it, and that's exactly what he did. Rather than playing that kind of firm stun shot with confidence and play a full ball cannon into the red, it just seemed to decel a little bit, and that stun just turned into a little bit of top spin. Makes this infinitely harder. Ryan. You gotta feel for him. Desperately trying to get a foothold in the game and hang on. That was a big opportunity. Oof. Goodness me. Brennan rattles all around that pocket, but the red wriggles in. Now, again, wide open to go 5-2. Massive frame, really, isn't it? You know, if Ryan can complete the clearance there. Four-3, he really is in this game. 5-2, starting to fear the worst. It's not been an absolute masterclass from Declan. Started really well. There's been a couple of little errors in there that Ryan could have jumped all over. Just not managed to capitalise. He will be absolutely mortified. And it just came from that shot. It started to come undone just a couple of shots before, didn't it? He just left a tiny bit too much angle on the ball to the top right to get onto the 8, which meant instead of just being able to cue it in, stun the cue ball and have a fairly simple 8 ball, you know, kind of cue it in with authority, then he had to play a little stun shot, and he just decelerated on it, lost the cue ball slightly. He was still on the 8 ball, but in his head, do you know what I mean? The thing is, if he'd have played a really good shot and landed in that position, he would have probably made the 8 ball. but because he just decelled the shot before, it puts you in a bit more of a negative mindset. And that means, you know, when you're playing that ball, you're so much more likely. It just shows how much the mental side plays into this game. Huge mental aspect. 80% of this played between the ears. Okay, you need the raw talent, but when it's going your way, it's going your way. And these yellows look an absolute dream. This is very quickly going to be 6-2. And you come back to that last frame. At 4-3, Deck would have had the pressure on that break. At 5-2, he's not feeling any whatsoever. Miles Styles asking what kind of level are these guys? So these are, at this level, Ultimate Pool professionals. You're watching pretty much the best English 8-ball players in the world. You know, Tom Cousins, the #1 player. You know, there's a couple of other players in playing other formats of the game who are up there and thereabouts, but for me, Tom Cousins, best 8-ball player in the world. Declan Brennan, who's at the table now, #2. #2 in the Ultimate Pool rankings, won a great season. Ryan Passani, not quite so high up there in the rankings, but a really, really good Maltese international player. Very experienced. Still just needs that extra little bit to climb to the next level. But yeah, I mean, these players, you know, Chris Mellings, up until last year, Mick Hill, probably arguably the GOAT of pool, along with Gareth Potts. Everyone will have their own opinion on that. That's a whole different topic altogether, but the Ultimate Pool attracted the very best. I think there's a few other players, you know, Gareth Hibbert, Mark Farnsworth, Mark Boyle, who would certainly compete on this level. To name but a few, there's obviously others out there as well. Yeah, you're watching the cream of the crop. Yeah, there are some great Maltese players. Dayan Grech. Dayan's here this weekend playing in the Challenger. Clayton Castaldi, former world champion. He's also in the field. Leiden de Bono has now gone over playing a different discipline, but another great Maltese player. Some very good Moroccans too. Yep, Andy, absolutely. Dunster too. I mean, Dunster did come across a couple of seasons ago and have a go on Ultimate Pool, but didn't ever produce his best, and I'm not sure why. Possibly rules didn't really suit his style of play, perhaps. Possibly preferring the cloth, the blue cloth, and also the black ball rules. But, yeah, I mean, there's a guy that would grace any event, any tournament. Certainly one of the best. Scott Gillespie is left Ultimate Pool. He's gone across to play for another organisation. Totally understandable as well. His good friends and sponsors have taken the reins. Great guy, Scott. Got a lot of time for him. good to see Ryan get a couple more frames on the board just to make this really competitive. Better than what we've seen of him so far. It's one of those games, isn't it? He just found some kind of sticky, tricky situations and not really got his hand on the table too many times. And when he has, we've not really seen the best of him. And again, he's just fallen slightly out of position here. £10,000 for the winner of each event in the Pro Series. In answer to that side chat. So Gene Vincent asking, in international rules, what happens if you scratch on the break? So I'm assuming you're watching from the States using the word scratch. International rules are actually very similar to the rules you play over in the States. It's if you foul on the break, then it's ball in hand behind the baulk line. If the cue ball goes off the table, then it's ball in hand anywhere. It's just one shot. Never, there's no free shots, never any two shots or anything like that, no. It's just ball in hand, which I absolutely love, because at this level, it should be all you need. I mean, you've got ball in hand, which gives you a big advantage to kind of unlock one of the issues. Now, Ryan at 6-3, we come back to that frame a couple ago where he missed that 8 ball. You know, this would have been 5-4 now. Totally different game. And Miles, if I was on comms at the moment with Tony Holgate, I bet he'd probably know that guy, because Tony was a prolific player back around that kind of era. Tony Holgate, one of the very best players from that kind of era, around about the 90s. And Ross McInnes. Another player that's here this weekend in Tommy Donlan, the disher. Different players around that time. Tony was a Northern Irish international. You can go back and watch a lot of Tony's games on YouTube. One of the players that really revolutionised the game. They came in with a brand new attacking style. This is in the days where they used to play the old EPA rules, where you've got 2 shots and you don't have to hit a cushion, so you could just tuck up behind balls. And all the old players used to just come in and tuck up, little snookers here, little snookers there. Tony Holgate, Tommy Donlan, they were having none of it. They would never play safe. It was just all-out attack. And they came kind of between them, changed the style of the game to a lot of what we see today, a much more attack and aggressive game. Nice to have you on board, Gene Vincent. Thanks for tuning in from France. I'm glad you're enjoying the action. With Frenchman obviously flying the flag for France. I saw him earlier on today, Christophe Lambert. Of course, Yannick Beaufils was also in the field until a couple of seasons ago. Christophe, unfortunately, his weekend's over. He was beaten by Christy Colford earlier today, but what a fabulous player. We've seen him a few times this weekend. So dry break from Dick Brennan. Another chance for the P. Not a bad chance either. The Reds are there, aren't they? Barely dot-to-dot finish. It's just going to be about the red to middle. He's probably going to leave that as his third last ball, but then he needs to transition from that ball. Actually, he may take it now. I think it's, if he's on it, I'd like to see him take that now, because that's the hardest. Yeah, he's looking at it. That's going to be the hardest ball to then transition at the top of the table. For some reason, he doesn't like it. He's looked at it a couple times, but it's definitely the right shot. No, he still doesn't like it. He's talking himself out of it. It's got to be the right shot, surely. He finally decides on it. Declan Brennan once said in an interview he didn't like it. He talked himself out of it. He was overthinking it. Declan Brennan once said on an interview, the right shot is the right shot. Doesn't matter how hard it is, it's still the right shot. And that was definitely the one. You know, you take, if he pots that, look what he's left with. If he takes these two at the bottom and he leaves that until his third last ball, then it's so hard to get through the yellows to transition up the table. Side chap asking where the biggest pool hall is in the UK. I don't actually know. I know that, well, I've not been there, but I'm pretty sure that McGoldrick's in Scotland is pretty huge. There's some fairly big ones in the West Country that are called All Stars. There's 4 of those venues, and they're all pretty sizable. But in terms of the biggest, I think the one that they played in a couple of weeks ago, Spots and Stripes in Red Hill, that must be quite a sizable club because they held one of the Ultimate Pool events there. Be interested to know what people's opinions are on that. There'll be a lot of people watching on who've visited a fair few pool halls. Passani can't say he's not had his chances in this game. He should easily be level. Yeah, the middle pockets are actually a similar cut to the Supreme table. Many of you will be familiar with Supreme. It's in a lot of clubs and pubs. Very similar cut. Deck Brennan to go on the hill. He's been given too many easy chances in this match, but he has gratefully accepted them. (7-3). Rocket Ronnie's, that's not a club I've been to. I've been to a lot of clubs over the last 10 or 12 years. I'm going to take on many money matches, but that is not one I've been to. I've heard it mentioned. I have to put that on the list. There was a little bit of frustration in that break. I think he's going to be feeling really annoyed. Yeah, Sam billiard tables. I think the Sam are... I quite like the Sam tables. The Sam also make tables for English 8-ball. The Sam Atlantic is their most famous table. And in It's one that they use for, I don't know if anyone's ever tuned in and watched Golden 8 Ball or what's the other event they have up there, Golden 8 Ball, and there's another one they play in Black Ball. They use the Sam Atlantic for that. Is that going to reach? It is. Just gets there. Aesthetically pleasing, the Sam Atlantic, but I don't think it plays quite as well as some other tables. And I think this table has overtaken it. The thing I like about this table is the whole top surface is flush, whereas the Sam Atlantic's still got that bead around it. We're talking about the middles on these tables, Ken. They're really not. This table has got a slightly different profile to the original. So if you have played on one of these that were kind of the Gen 1, they've tightened the middle pockets. Just okay. Again, just ran slightly out of position, but got away with that one. And he's going to pull the frame back. He's going to be really annoyed because if he had taken these chances early on, he would be putting so much pressure on the deck. Could really be in touch in this match. Yeah, I know what you mean, Chris. The American middle pockets, that they're wider. So if you're playing a ball straight into the pocket, then they're pretty big. But playing anything from an angle, whereas you can see these have got like a curve cut to them, which you know, then you can kind of play a ball off the knuckle. They're much more forgiving. You can pot from a lot sharper angle on here than you could on an American table, which have got those kind of square cut. Most of the American tables do anyway. So deck Brennan, frame 12. He needs just one more frame to book his place in the quarter-final. He's going to go dry. Ryan with another chance. Great opener. Pick the line. And on the yellow out. Table's nicely open now. Just about cue ball. I like just dabbing the red into the right middle and then taking the one that's closest to the left of the cue ball down to the bottom right. Ryan's seen a slightly different pattern. He's going to go and clear the top of the table first before coming back down. Don't mind that pattern at all. Left a nice angle. Stand off the cushion. Just land probably a couple of inches above where he is now. Perfect. It comes down into the line of that red to bottom left. Now we're seeing the best of Ryan Passani. This is much more like it. I mean, he's still in this game, but goodness me, this could have been so different. There's one or two of those chances early doors. This could be for the lead. Oh my goodness me, he hasn't, has he? I mean, the look of disgust on his face tells you he has, but that is just horrible. Too many silly mistakes. I mean, that's crazy. I know you didn't want to overhit it because you can risk leaking in behind the yellow, but there's so much margin of error there. He's caught ball snookered. He just seemed to get down and play it without taking the time he needed. So he's looking at playing it off the yellow now. This could be game over if he doesn't get it. No. Not there. Not to be. Ah, dear. It's been the story of the game for him, though, hasn't it? Silly mistakes. Too many silly mistakes. He'll look back on this game and he'll know. He could have won this. If he'd have taken half the chances he'd had. Don't know if he needs to give these two a nudge at the bottom of the table. He's got a lovely angle to do so. Look at that. Beautiful. Game over, methinks. Well, Billingham beat Tom Cousins 8-5 in the last round, but he won't know what's hit him because Sean Chipperfield's 6-0 up against him in the first quarter-final. That's being played on the main arena at the moment. Wow, that's crazy. I can tell you that the second quarter-final will follow this match. It's going to be Dylan Liry versus Phil Harrison. Again, it's going to be roll on, roll off. So, on the conclusion of this game, that's what it's going to be. Second quarter-final in the pros. Northern Irish International against the old stalwart of Phil Harrison, one of the best players to ever pick up a cue. Should be a great game. The third quarter-final is also in play at the moment. Christy Colford's 3-2 up against Craig Wadding. That's on table 3. You can watch that stream on the Ultimate Pool app. Declan Brennan delivers final rights. So what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to pop you across onto that main arena table where Sean Chipperfield 6-0 up. He's actually at the table on a clearance as well, so there might not be that much of that game left. But we should be able to feed you into the commentary over there as well, which is going to be Simon Webb, and I'm not sure who he's with. Who is that? Can't see, I can only see the back of their head, but certainly Simon Webb. I'm going to feed you across there where they reset things on this table, and we'll be back on here as soon as the action starts.
Obviously, this is the top of the draw. This is the section that Tom Cousins was in until Jaden Billingham knocked him out. So Sean Chipperfield, if he goes on to win,
7-0
he will be through to the semi-finals, where he will play the winner of Dylan Liry and Phil Harrison, who are about, you see on the right-hand side there is Rich Rhodes just ironing the table, getting that YouTube table ready for Dylan Liry and Phil Harrison, and they will be playing, the winner of our match will play the winner of that one. Just see Declan Brennan, who's just won against Ryan Passani on that table, getting himself packed up. He is safely through to take on Phil Parkin in the quarterfinals. The winner of that match will play the winner of Craig Waddingham and Christy Caulfield, currently 3-2 to Christy Caulfield.
Okay,
He's going to have to run the duel. Jaden Billingham. Lovely double. Jaden is making light work of this. He's just held that. That's a good shot. 7-2. Not done a whole lot wrong as Jaden Billingham. Not done a whole lot wrong at all. Let's hop back in to table number 2. This is Mary Talbot and Megan Proctor. That's a lovely shot from Mary. This should be 4-3. Very simple clearance this for the cueist. Looks like it's going 4-3. John Chipperfield smashes them open in frame 10, and it may well be our final frame. Could be curtains here for Jaden Billingham. He can be really, if it is going to be, he can be really positive about his weekend. I think I'm right in saying that's back-to-back quarter-finals? Or was it last 16 he made in event 1? I'd have to double check. Lost to Andrew Patchett in event 1. I believe it was a quarter-final. Been able to load it on the live scoring app, so that's nice. Yeah, back-to-back quarter-finals for Jaden Billingham. Lost the first one 8-7 to Andrew Patchett in a match that he played brilliantly in. And you know, for a 17-year-old lad who's playing in his first year on the pros, back-to-back quarter-finals is not something to be sniffed at in this field.
Yeah, you've got to take the positives. It's not easy to win, you know, this level. You know, every round you're playing somebody that's capable of doing something very special.
That's exactly what Sean Chipperfield has done. Have some of that. What a performance from Sean. Jaden Billingham eliminated, and there's really not much more he could have done about it. Sean Chipperfield was 6-0 up before Jaden even got a chance to breathe in the match, and he got the job done in spectacular fashion towards the end as well. We'll hear from Chippy before we bid you farewell for the break, so do stay with us.
operation, a group that have kept this tournament running and kept the tables maintained and cleaned and ironed and everything like that. So if you are able to inside the venue, let's put your hands together for our brilliant team of referees.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the action from Bolton Wanderers Football Ground, and A match between Phil Harrison and Dylan Liry, this place in the semi-final. Harrison's won the first frame. And I apologise, you've got to put up with me again. It should have been Tony Holgate on comms, but I think he's still out getting food at the moment. He's late on parade. So as I say, you're going to have to put up with me. Emmett Smith, will Tier 1 be shown on here? Yes, Tier 1 final. Coming up later today. Not sure of the schedule. If you have a look on the live scoring, it will tell you what time that's due to come on. But I think we're showing all of the Challenger, Tier 3, Tier 2, Tier 1 finals on this table later today. But we stick with the pro event for now. Phil Harrison with a dry break, and we get first chance to see the Northern Ireland international and very experienced player in Dylan Liry. Both of these players, years of experience between them. Seen the end of that Sean Chipperfield game. I just went up to the bar to grab a coffee and bumped into Sean on the way through, and he is absolutely buzzing. He said he played great that game against Jaden. Dylan pushed that yellow across the 8 ball. Another problem to deal with later. In the third quarter final, Christy Coalfield and Craig Waddingham. Christy's 5-3 up. Craig was 6-1 down earlier and came back to win 8-7. He's going to have to come from behind again. More action on this table on the conclusion of this game is going to be Phil Parkin against Declan Brennan. So we are going to get to see 2 of the 3 quarter-final matches on this table. And then I think the pro semi-finals and final will head across to the main arena table where they'll be played out there when we focus our attention on the challenger. Dylan just tried to flick the yellow and nudge the red into the open on the way past. Not sure he's quite done enough. As we've seen a few times on this table, hard to tell from the angles that we have. Been caught out a few times today, so I'm not going to try and predict that. But what I do know is that it's a tough clearance from here. 8 ball tied up. Got a chance to get it out here, but how do you get the 8 ball out and get on your next red? Bit too much of an ask. Just took his medicine, really. Knew whatever happened, he's going to have a tough next shot. He does have the red that's in the middle of the table long. He doesn't really have the angle to be able to play that and hold for the gap for that other red. It's in the kind of the middle one of these 3. So this is getting tougher. One more ask again, if you would please. I will only ask once each game. If you could please give this stream a like. Just click the thumbs up if you like what you see. And if you really do want to help us, then click on the share, copy the link, and paste it into your social media pages. Really going to help promote our stream. Thank you very much in advance. Lukey boy asking who Jaden's got next. Jaden, I'm sorry to say it's bad news for him. He came up against a very in-form Sean Chipperfield, who blew him off the table 8 frames to 2 in very quick time. Jaden really didn't do too much wrong. Brutal performance from Sean. We saw the way he was playing against Rob Warren. Yeah, it certainly was fast. Didn't take long at all. Phil's run out of position here. Just ran a little bit too far. He's still on a plant. It's a bit of an awkward plant though. You could take on the plant. And it's probably a fairly natural angle also to bump the yellow out on the right side rail. He's also got a double, reverse double on the one on the rail, but he's eyeing up this plant. It's quite offset and there's a fair bit of distance, so tough. Played it really well. Just landed on this yellow on the right. He's back in really good shape. No shot clock on this side table, Tom T. Only a shot clock on the main arena table, just to keep things moving and to schedule. But this side table, we haven't had a shot clock over this weekend. Probably something they will add at a later date, but again, there's only a finite amount of people that referees that we have. Covering 88 tables. Take another look at this overhead. Action paused on the main arena that you see in the centre, but every other table, and this is just a fraction of the ones that we've got here. Doesn't really give you the perspective. Over on this left-hand side of the screen, the other half of the room is crowded with players. Dylan Liry. Trailing by 2. So Brennan beat Ryan Passani 8 frames to 4 in answer to your question. Ryan had a lot of chances and just couldn't take them. And you're right, Andy Meir, 2 gentlemen of the game here. You're absolutely right. Dylan Liry and Phil Harrison, so much experience between these two. And 2 really, really nice guys. So I just literally ran into Will Harrison just a few minutes ago, and always got a smile on his face. Always stops and says hello. Dylan had a decent chance in the last one. It was a tricky finish, which he didn't get. Better opportunity here. Red's looking good. Everything has a pocket. Fairly wide open. Good chance to get himself on the board. And Brennan, sorry, it's Dylan Liry, who's about this clearance. I'm just going to head off for a short break. I'm going to pass over, and you're going to hear the wonderful tones and experience from Tony Holgate. I'm going to leave you in his safe hands for a while. See you soon.
Well, as Nick Finn departs to get himself some food, needs a break, bless him. I'm Tony Holgate, and I will be taking you through the rest of this match. I was lucky enough to be on commentary with both of these players earlier. Dylan and Phil win their wins in the last round. hello, Lukey boy. There's only one telling you spelled my name wrong as well, by the way. Thanks for that. Anyway, Phil Harrison, simple yellow into the middle bag. Followed by probably just as simple an 8 ball. And this is for 3-0 against Dylan. Down goes the black, 3-0 to Phil Harrison. Look at some of the chat here. Andy there yet? Are there any other players that compete with Dylan Leary's angry face? Yeah, it's there's no. There's the answer to that. So it looks like there's competition going on to see who can spell my name even more wrong than Lukey boy. Thank you for that. So as Phil racks these balls, Dylan waits patiently. Phil, of course, earlier today played Eddie Barker. That's the last game I was on. Eddie in a great position, missed an unbelievable red at 5 each, and then completely imploded. Harrison mopped up the debris. Do I ever visit Plymouth, Gary? Yes, I do, actually, so I'm not too far away, actually. I'm in Cornwall, but probably be you coaching me, mate. Don't worry about that. As Harrison breaks dry. So, Lethal Liry at the table. Yellows look the colour. But then you can make a case of reds now as well. Look at them. Desperately needs to get a frame on the board. Two yellows at the top, easy. It's that sort of Bermuda triangle of the 3 yellows down at the bottom right hand side of the table. They're going to be a little harder for Dylan Leary to navigate. Of course, this match, because it's on YouTube, is not on a shot clock or match clock, so the players allowed a little bit more to, well, plenty of more time. So, if this yellow now pots straight into the corner, stops the white dead, maybe pulls back a couple of inches. He needs to pot that one down the rail next with a load of right hand side. Just slide the cue ball down for the yellow at the bottom of the table. But I'm presuming he will then just dribble that in black into the left-hand centre. Be a bit careful with this. Doesn't want to put too much side on. There you see him put in the spin on the cue ball. Had a friendly bit of help there from that red ball, and that's now going to change his mind for the pocket. He will be now bottom left corner, purely because he's just been given the perfect angle as he slid off that red ball to get onto the black. And this for 3-1. Down it goes, and a very important frame that was for Dylan Liry. He very deliberately waits for that cue ball to stop completely before he puts his cue on the table, as if it is moving at all and you are deemed to have interfered with the table, and leave yourself open to fouls and all sorts. You've seen it time and time again. Things like if you break and the cue ball's going in off and you go and catch the cue ball, that is loss of frame. I was in America a few weeks ago. Shane Van Boning actually committed that offence. That was against, I think it was Jovan Bustamante, and I think he actually lost that match, so very expensive mistake. Nice break there from Dylan. And Mehmet, your question is if there's any Tier 1 matches will be shown later. Yes is the answer to that. The final of Tier 1. Tiers 1, 2 and 3 finals will all be shown later this evening. I'm not, just again, your answer there, I'm not sure if the quarterfinals will be streamed. Yeah, definitely the final, that's 100%. But I would imagine it will only be the final. But don't take that as gospel. So we do have several streaming tables, and if there wasn't other matches to put on, they would then go towards Tier 1. But one of the streams is the ladies. That's been all weekend. They have their own stream channel on Ultimate Pool TV. And that's table 2. But the Tier 1 matches and Tier 2s, I would say, will be on here on YouTube tonight. Also in the main arena later we will have pro semi-finals, the women's final, the next gen final, and also the main final. Obviously that will be the last match of the weekend and the showpiece. Of course, yesterday's final, events number 3, was won by Tom Cousins, but he won't be winning this one, as he was put to the sword by our young starlet Jaden Billingham. That's a super shot there from Gilbert. Has he come far enough I think he can get to the side rail where you can see the black to cut it in the middle. Yep, he's okay. Goes to black, and that is 2 in a row for Dylan Liry. He's suddenly come alive, the Northern Ireland International. So Phil Harrison to break. He spent a little time in his chair. Well, he's been used to that in this match at the start of it. Good break there from Phil. Plenty of balls moving around the table. You'd have to say that's a decent split. Well, he's still okay. Look at these 2 yellows near the middle bag, and it will plant, but it'll have to be a made plant. So there's plenty of work for Phil to do here. He's going to finish this frame off. Doesn't like it. Well, after all that, with the yellows at the top of the table, he's still up by the bolt line. Now, does this cut down into the corner? Always tried to rub the second yellow into the middle. I never thought that was on. I thought you'd always have to be south of those two yellows to make it. And you see, he's now handed the table to Dylan Liry. Tricky starting ball, though. Nice shot there from Dylan. I think he's looking to try and play a loss of turn. I think if he can get that red to knock that yellow into the middle, drag the cue ball back a bit and leave Phil snookered. Might even be able to knock it straight down the table, but it's even better. Managed to squeeze the red off the rail as well. So he's developed the red, loss of turn, Phil's in a bit of a pickle in the snooker. He was trying to pot that was Phil, and he was a long way away. Left Dylan red up into the top left as a starter. And everything else is sort of dangling there, waiting to be potted. You'd have your money now on Dylan Liry making this match all square at 3 each. Just to reply to you, Deep Pockets, I saw your message. Watching some of the matches without a shot clock can be challenging, I will give you that. Hopefully that will change shortly. Of course, obviously in the main arena that doesn't happen. We do have match clock and shot clocks, but I do feel your pain sometimes. But Dylan moving towards winning this 6th frame. And nicely done there by Dylan. So we are now locked at 3 each. Harrison's nice lead has now been wiped off, and we'll have a little look at the arena down there. Superb view of all what's going on. If you look there, you can see where Dylan is racking those balls to the right of that picture. Phil sat in his chair. We've got all the challenger matches going on there from tiers 1 to 3. The women's challenger as well. Next gen, they're all down there. Still competing, trying to get to those semi-finals and finals. We'll see all of them later tonight. Of course, on the arena table, we will see the pro semis final, the women's final, next gen. It'll all be happening this evening as we ramp it up for the finals on this last day here at Bolton Wanderers FC. I agree with you, Patrick. Does need a shot clock. It's still not that bad. When these balls are open, really. Played a good shot there, Phil. Red goes past yellow into that right-hand centre. Now digging down. Played that shot very well, that's perfect. And that's not perfect. Good shot there by Phil, though. Now this black for a 4-3 lead. Get back in front after Liry wiped away his early start. Down it goes. Harrison back in front. Both players just disappeared, I think, for a toilet break, so we'll resume when they return. Well, the players have returned. Eventually. So Harrison breaks off frame number 8 in this race to 8. That is going to be dry. So Liry leaps out of his chair. Reds it is then for Dylan Liry. Dylan's looking to move that yellow off that red at some point where you've got those two reds near the black spot. If he's going to do it, he's going to do it now. Played nicely, and that frees the frame up completely for Dylan Liry. He's going to level things up once again. Just the simple stuff now of these two reds and a black. And the Northern Irish International is not going away. Was 3-0 down. But we all know Dylan Liry is a fighter. In goes the black, and 4-all it is. Liry breaking off frame number 9. Looks promising. Reds look nice apart from the one that's at the top of the table. Then you look at the yellows, but there's one at the bottom of the table that's a bit awkward and that colour as well, so take your pick, Dylan. And it is the reds that Dylan's opted for. Didn't play for that kiss on the red, but he'll take it. Keeps him in prime position. But the big thing is that red at the top. Interesting shot there from Harrison. Does the yellow pass up into the top right hand corner off the red. Thing is, just looking at the angle of it, I think the red might even stay there. It will kick the yellow out, but you need both of those yellows out of there. As Phil looks and ponders, probably playing a little film in his own mind of what he wants to happen. Just imagine it and try and put it into practice. He's played that very well. When I looked at it, I thought he might have to clatter into that, but he's controlled that nudge with the red to perfection. Well, there is nothing wrong with that yellow. It's just all he's got to do is pop it in over the bag and get on the black. really don't know what the fuss is with that. I mean, surely you can just pop that yellow and just pull the cue ball past the red and play the black into the middle. He's got to run the table at it. Yeah, he's on it, but I swear he could have just popped that in and come past that red ball and just had a straighter black in the middle. But anyway, he still has this to go 5-4 up. In it goes, and Harrison does make that 8 ball. He now leads Dylan Liry 5 frames to 4. Dylan desperately trying to get himself back to level once again with Phil. Still in no better position here, Dylan Liry. Great shot there by Phil. Open up that pocket now. Still doesn't seem to have a plan. No. Nearly played that shot and now he's changed his mind. Coming now looking at the... He wants to put the white for the next red into that centre. Well, he's got the red out, but he's got it stuck behind the black now, so still not ideal for Phil Harrison. And if you look at the yellows, which are obviously Dylan Liry's, any mistake will end with Liry winning the frame. All I can think of now that Phil Harrison's going to play this red into the bottom right hand corner, drop the cue ball just below the yellow ball, so he's onto the red at the bottom, leave an angle and try and go pot the red, cue ball into the left hand side rail before the middle, loads of right hand side and just a tiny bit of screw. But he's gone too far, and I was going to say come off the top rail and then into that other side rail, and if you rub those two balls apart, black and red, you could push the red over towards the middle, black towards the other middle, and you'd have a shot. Now this is thin. Very thin. Has to go for it. There's no other shot. Well, going to be loss of turn, which at the end of the day, Dylan Liry will settle for that from where he was. Gets an opportunity on the yellows. Black's available. The only thing Phil has done is made it awkward where he's left that red. However, the yellow on the left will go into the cushion off the red and into that corner. I would imagine that Dylan's already looked at that possibility. With the angle he's got there, he can actually pop the yellow into the bottom right, bring the cue ball into the side rail on the left hand side there and just get behind those two yellows. That option is now available. So Dylan Liry digging down, so I suggest he's going to try and get on him. No, he prefers going cushion red and in. Well, after all that, he's played loss of turn, left fill. Well, the long red into the top corner. And also trying to hold for the black or get on the black. I'd suggest playing safe would be, I would like to try and do it. I mean, it is there, you could hit the red, push the cue ball through off the side rail gently and try and stick behind the black, and I think he's actually looking at that. Braver man than me. If you get that wrong and leave your opponent the yellow and then you lose the frame, I'd rather go down swinging. And then Philly's class at these sort of shots. Well, he went for it in the end, jawed the red. It's been a long frame for what has been quite an open frame. Just hope we're not in danger of Bolton Wanderers Football Club actually returning to action before this match is finished. Big shot here for Liry. Potty shall get the cue ball up the table. It's in, and that's good. Very good shot here. It's black to level it, 5-5. In it goes. Once again, we are deadlocked here in Bolton. Liry breaking off frame 11, wants a ball, gets a ball. House is split. Well, you can see what he wants. He wants reds. He's just checking to see if he can get clear path of the red that's just below the black ball into the middle. He's happy. That's not a bad position there for Dylan. Gets rid of this red towards the bottom of the table, and then everything else is all close by. Once again, he's in good shape. So Liry in decent shape. Right, just needs to pop the red into the top right hand corner, screw the cue ball into the side rail. Just wants to come out and have it straight. If he gets straight or a slight angle where the cue ball's coming away from that black ball, he's fine. Anything but too far. He'll take that. He will take that. You can roll the red into the middle now. And you can all see the blacks easily available past those two yellows in the top corner. So, this black ball for Dylan Liry to take a 6-5 lead. Really cueing this quite viciously. Slots it in the corner. Liry now 6-5 in front. Well, I can tell you, when these two players come back, they will be under a shot clock. And that will be a 45-second shot clock. Should be music to the ears for some of you watching. Right, Harrison now breaking off. Spray number 12 makes a ball. Like I said, you won't see it, but there is now a referee with a shot clock, and he is to the side. You're not going to see him in vision, but he is there.
We are heading towards the end of our event here in Bolton, but there is still all the big...
Well, I hope he's there anyway. I was told he was there. We'll soon know anyway. Yeah, I bet he is there.
Ongoing. We've got so many trophies to hand out this evening, and we're starting the main show very, very short.
Harrison takes the yellows.
Good luck to everyone still in, and all the very best.
Me personally, and I've played against Phil many times when I played for Ireland, and he was playing for England, and also in professional events. And I think he's a better player when he's on the clock. I think when there's no clock there, it's just, well, I'll just take my time sort of thing. But when he's on the clock, probably when it's 15 seconds, obviously he doesn't. But then who does really like 15 seconds? I think when he's on a 30, 45 second shot clock, I think it makes him think quicker, and it makes him also choose the shot with clarity rather than, well, I might play that one or could play that one, and then look for too many pros and cons for every shot, and that's what slows the players down. You haven't got time to overthink things. Yellow into the bottom right. Next one will be in the bottom left. Just wants to get the cue ball, say, if he could get the cue ball to the left hand side of that red, that's like where the front ball would be for the break, that's a perfect position just to roll that in the middle and roll the cue ball up to the top of the table. About there. Goes the yellow. Harrison now with this simple black ball into the corner, and we will go back level once again. Nice finish there from Phil Harrison, and at a nice pace.
Messed about with this score. What could he restart it? Correct score.
There you see a glimpse of our referee there. See, we're diving for cover somewhere. Lovely break for Dylan Liry, but dry. So look at the split presented to Phil Harrison.
5.
Didn't want that red in, didn't want that connection. This shot's going to be a tricky one. Guy's going to try and cut the yellow into the right hand centre, bring the cue ball around the angles. Nice pot. That's in better position now. Clear line to the yellow into the bottom right hand corner. You have to say this frame looks done as well. Yellow will pass the black into the right hand centre, so it's got this easy ball at the bottom. Just needs to work out the yellow that's the furthest up near the blue spot. He's running because he hasn't got a lot of time left. He's already used his extension at the start of this frame. And they're allowed one. I wonder if he just pots this one beneath the black. Drew's back to not quite as far as there, but if he has an angle on that yellow into the left hand centre, he can bring the cue ball off the bottom rail and then get just higher than that red near the middle bag on the right hand side and then roll that into this other middle. You might be able to get the cue ball, then pass the 8 ball and play the black into the right hand centre. That is a mouthful, really, let's be honest. Yes, I agree. Torture you there on the comments next to in the same pocket. That would have been me doing a quick way around it, and he's left it short, way short. He seemed to get up as he hit that. I think the red's too low as well for him to smash the yellow off that and try and get it into the centre that way. You certainly can't play it slow. If you belt this, there's a chance you could lift the yellow into the air slightly, but he's going to try and cut it. This is ultra thin. He's going to be going straight into the black ball. No, he's not. Wow. Oh, no. How's that? That cue ball, it scraped the yellow as well. I thought he was going to push it in. And a full teapot there as well from Phil Harrison. Hands on hips. Can't believe it. That is incredible stuff. So, in such a big frame as well, we are down to basically a best of 3. Now Dylan Liry with his, it should be an absolute formality finish here. Yes, Ross, double teapot. You can't beat a double teapot on a Sunday afternoon. Personally, take the red that's to the left of black while you're on it. It's nice and straight. Knock it in, get rid of the one in the middle. Get up the table and just have the last one that's over that top pocket. You'll be very happy with that.
Time out.
You just heard him just say, well, the referee said time out. And the reason they've let them have that is because they're very close to a ladies' match there in proximity to the left of them. So it would be unfair to have them galloping around
I'm running.
and interfering with play that's going on next door. I thought you might get the cue ball up to the top rail there, come off the side cushion with side, but didn't quite happy to go the other way. Just a preference. So this black 4-7-6, which would take Dylan Liry onto the hill. And in it goes. Liry one away. Harrison, well, he can't believe that yellow didn't drop, and neither can I, to be honest. What a break there from Harrison. And after the first part of this match dragging, the game's picked up, and are we going to see it go to a one-frame decider? Chances are we will. I think every one of us fancies Phil Harrison to take out this finish. Handles pressure easily in his stride. Multiple world champion. Done it all as Phil Harrison. Seen it all. Model professional. Nicely done there, nudging into the red. Makes life easier for Phil. The look he's having is that yellow top left. Let's see if he goes past the red. I think he's already made his mind up that it does. But I'm sure we'll see him take another couple of looks at that as he gets closer to playing it. Knowing Phil, there'll be a few double checks. He's getting his line of sight now where he wants to make contact with the yellow. In he goes, he's got an angle now, slides this yellow into the middle bag. In goes the yellow, simple tap in now for Phil, and this will take us to the 15th and final frame of this match. It is 7 each. There's another view of this fantastic arena. Quieting it down a little bit now as a few players have been knocked out now for the final time in their events. They're probably starting to think about making their way home. All the big stuff is still to happen tonight. And on here we will have the Challenger finals. All tiers. Main arena will have 2 pro semi-finals and final, the women's pro final, the next gen. Promises to be a fantastic evening ahead. Anyway, this is it. Final frame, 7-7. Liry breaks. Liry makes a red. And he's on a red into the centre. Phil can hardly believe it. The balls are there.
Five, four, three.
Got himself to the top of the table now. Ooh. That doesn't look too pleasant. Can he get through? I think by Phil's reaction in the background there and putting his cue against the Teom barrier, is residing himself to the fact that Dylan Liry can see this red into the middle. Well, there's still a bit of work to be done. He'd love to have been very straight on either of these reds. Would have been simple. But the fact of the matter is, he's not. And now, I think he might have to take the outside one first. If you take the near one, you're going to put yourself in a lot of trouble. That's a great shot from Dylan. That really is a good shot. Just flicked it with some side edge just to push that yellow away, and he'll take that. Okay, Cuble's going towards the bottom rail, but he just wants to see how far he has to push the cue into the bottom rail, bring it out and play the black up into the top left. 2 balls away. And there it is, this black ball for Dylan Liry to dispatch Phil Harrison on the final frame. And in it goes, and Dylan Liry is triumphant. He defeats Phil Harrison 8 frames to 7. And that was a bizarre match. It was dragging to start with, didn't half pick up in the second part of that match when Richard Rose came out to do a bit of timekeeping. But anyway, it is Dylan Liry who will go through. When we come back, we will have more pro action. We will have Declan Brennan taking on Phil Parkin. See you very soon.
apologies, just a touch late on parade for this one. Just making sure we've got things set up and in order for you for this last quarter-final match between Phil Parkin and Declan Brennan. Dylan Liry will be hot-footing it straight from this table over to the main arena for his semi-final match. That semi-final match will be getting underway in a matter of minutes. I think they'll probably give Declan a few minutes to go and reset. Sean Chipperfield versus Dylan Liry. So that the first semi-final starting on the main arena table very shortly. And you can follow that game on the Ultimate Pool app. So it's the Power versus the Destroyer. Been concerned just for a split second that was going to sit on top of the yellow, but it just stopped in time. Can drag this in. Hold for the last red. And the opening frame. Declan had first chance, but it's Phil Parkin that looks like he's going to open his account. Simple 8-ball. Should be the first frame on the board. Christy Coldfield awaits the winner of this match, which will make up the second semi-final. As I say, that first semi-final will be getting underway. You can watch it on Ultimate Pool app, ultimatepool.co.uk. If you haven't signed up, you can use the promo code at the top of the screen, YouTube Bolton. Get yourself a discount. Parkin sets himself for frame 2. Nice, powerful break. Not perfectly timed because the cue ball did squirt across to the side rail. Players never looking to do that because obviously you're in danger of finding the middle pocket. It's not a bad leave. Just that one yellow on the left side cushion. Reds could also be an option. May actually be the option here. Yeah, he doesn't need to move anything on reds. So I think he's just had a look and seen that that red passes between the two yellows to the middle. So he can play that and leave himself on the one up to top right and then use the ball in the middle of the table to transition. He's actually on this one to bottom left. We should be able to... Snatched at that. Snatched. That was a quick one. He got down and hit it. Didn't seem to settle himself. He's a pretty quick player, Parkin, but yeah, didn't seem to settle at all on that shot. Saw it hit it. Needed a bit more care. So an early mistake, Phil Parkin. One each now. Declan has that similar problem with the yellow on the left cushion, but it was more of a problem earlier because the middle pocket was blocked. But now it's in a situation where you can double it. Could also try to move it. And does. It's a great shot. That's a lovely. Couldn't have played that any better. Just nudges it into the open, makes his clearance routine. It's the kind of stuff you expect from these top players. Easy to take for granted though. When you've got that shot in your locker, it just makes the game so much easier. Neither of these players hanging around. A few minutes in, 2 frames on the board, honours even at 1 each. He's moved his break all day. He's been breaking from just a couple of inches from that left side rail into the front ball. He's going to go dry, and actually he was quite lucky not to go in off, because that cue ball was tracking straight towards the top right corner pocket, and the ball came across and kicked it out. You've got to say, not the best of breaks. Phil Parkin with first chance in frame 3. He's obviously got an easy opener on either reds or yellows. He's favouring yellows. Play yellow to middle, doesn't want that to drop. It stays on the table. Would have been much tougher next shot if that had dropped in. Quite fortunate. Just hung. Nice angle now. Can use the side cushion and screw down table. And now get to work on these 4. All 4 have a pocket. So at a bad angle there, because I would have expected him to try and stay down this end of the table. He's left the harder shot. He's already missed one to this pocket. He gets that one, but got a very awkward angle. May just be able to, I think he's going to try and create a better angle by flicking this off the red. Good shot, great recovery. Top shot from Phil Parkin that. Kiss into the 8 ball, pushed it towards the centre, and it's 2-1 to Phil Parkin. Good start from both. A couple of small mistakes traded, but a good standard overall. He's stably asking, is the disability final going to be on this table or on the app? Just looked at the schedule, and disability final is coming up on the conclusion of this match on this table. And then we go to Challenger Tier 3 final, Challenger Tier 2 final, and Challenger Tier 1 final. So final action all the way after this one. Yeah, the disability. That was a really good final in Wigan. So that should be another very good game. Let you know that Ryan Knox has already booked his place in that final. And the other semi-final is currently ongoing. It's between Matthew Coates and David Beaumont, currently at 3 each. My memory serves me right. Matthew Coates was the player who won in Wigan as well, so if he makes this final it will be back-to-back finals. I'm fairly sure it was him. Top work this from Phil Parkin. He went about those in a hurry. Really good clearance, and Brennan now trailing by 2. This time he does find the ball, and a nice leave. A very makeable clearance. Fully expect this one to be 3-2 very shortly. Quite routine. Yellow to right centre, and he's got the choice. He can top through and take the one that's next to the red in the middle of the table. But we'll probably deal with this one now as he's at the end of the table, and just screw back and then take that yellow that's in the middle of the table. Chop this through. Next yellow in the same pocket. Actually, he's come far enough, he's got the choice of both. Making light work of these. Very good standard. Brennan back within 1. Parkin still with that narrow advantage with the break of serve. Long way to go though. Race to 8. Don't forget this is for a place in the semi-final of Pro Event 4, so a big game by anybody's standards. See if I can find out who's in the finals of the Challenger tier matches. struggling with the app a little bit today, so I'm sure it's going to get me in there. Challenger Tier 3, there's actually one of the semi-finals, one of the quarter-finals still ongoing, so they've got to play semi-finals. So there's still a little way to go in that one. I'm sure they'll be ready by the time they come to play on this table. Parkin breaking well, isn't he? Nice angle now just to drift across, stun across to that side cushion. And now you can just play this one cushion, maybe two. Yeah, one cushion. Just drop down onto this red. A big angle, but it's nice because it's natural. Just drop it in, cue ball. Naturally comes up the middle of the table for the 8 ball. Phil Parkin's on some form. Good to see. Lost the cue ball again, badly there. Cue ball was racing across, just catches the bottom jaw for the middle pocket. Dangerously close to going in off. Problem, the obvious problem at the top of the table, the 4 balls converged up there in the bulk area. Yellow's more attractive. I was going to say the yellows are more attractive because you've got the yellow that's closer to the bulk line, which does go to top left, and you can use that to try and knock the other one out. Phil has been left with a thin cut to middle, and he can go try and deal with that problem straight away. I think he's left a 3-ball plan. If he has, he's away. Very fortunate to leave that. He didn't quite get the cannon as he wanted. Wanted a fuller contact. This may have worked out. If he makes a plant and opens up the table, everything's there. Slightly hampered. If he played the one to top right, he probably couldn't get the angle that he wanted on the one on the cushion, so he's going to come back. It's a little bit clumsy. Unwanted cannon. He's making hard work of this finish. He's still okay. he's left a plant. In fact, he's left this one to middle as well, so he could get through to that one. Now he's on the one on the top cushion. He's got the one over the pocket to transition back down the table. Looks like it's going to be full punishment for that missed ball from Declan. Not one you'd expect him to miss. He missed it by a fair margin too. Certainly a fair margin by these players' standards. Phil looks like he's in nice touch. Just a tiny bit short of pace there. May elect to come around the angles to get a bit closer to the 8 ball. Could just take his medicine. Would have loved another couple of rolls out of the cue ball. It's fairly natural to come up 3 cushions, maybe 4 cushions using the 4th cushion. Doesn't want to finish too close. Wow. He had a big margin of error. He had a big margin of error to play into. He could have pulled up anywhere 2 feet short of the situation, of the position he's in now, and been on this 8 ball. I wouldn't have called this a routine finish, but it was very gettable. He just made hard work of it. He's missed a double, and this could prove to be a massive frame in the match. Difference there between 5-2, possibly 4-3 with his left deck. Bit of work to do. Deck's not going to attack from here though. Just running behind this red. Well snookered. Just bounce the top one off the cushion. So needs to judge the pace. He does. Ball in hand for Deck Brennan. His frame looks like he's got away from Phil Parkin. That's crazy. That was an unforced error. And it really was all down to that poor positional shot getting onto his last yellow into the middle, having to run around the cushions. And that wasn't a difficult positional shot. Just seemed a bit tentative on it. I'm certain that Declan Brennan wouldn't have expected to get back to the table in this frame. Get back he does, and he takes full advantage. And there's going to be one frame between these two. But importantly, it's still that break of serve for Phil. He will be breaking in the next frame. But he needs to put that mistake behind him. But that, hard to emphasise how big that frame was. That would have been, 5-2 with the break in the next, with the chance to go 6-2. And he's playing really well, playing confidently. How's that going to affect his mind? How's that going to affect his mood? Did that lead to more mistakes? We'll find out in this frame. So often we see those mistakes punished by the pool gods in the next frame. With a dry breaker in off. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Ball punishment for Parkin. For a sloppy shot. Stops his momentum. And a really decent lead for Brennan. to leave this yellow at the top of the table. Unless he thinks he can cut it in now and hold the cue ball, I don't think he does. He's going to have to come back up for that. Is that going to cause him a problem later in the frame? Because all his work's at this end. Overran that slightly. I think he wanted to take the one down the left rail next and then stun back for the one into the middle to come up the table. He's going to have to take the one to middle now. Then the one in bulk. He's coming back to look at this one again. He really doesn't. Yeah, he needs to dispatch it now because it's a tough ball to get back on. Delicate shot. It's no good. He's trying to get higher for the yellow in the middle. I think all he's left here is a plant. Surely he's not got the gap. Body language suggests no. Plant is horrible. He is through the gap. He's a very lucky boy if he is. Wow. Brennan, you are very fortunate there because there's no way he played that gap. Another good one here. That's a super recovery. Just finished with a big angle again though. He's going to struggle to hold this cue ball for the last yellow. Yeah, he's looking at playing a cannon onto the red. This could easily go wrong. Tried to hold it and he has held it. Just dropped it in dead weight. Little cannon onto the red to open up the 8-ball for the middle. What a lovely clearance. Got himself into a spot of bother there. Made hard work of it, but made some great recovery shots, and that's a huge frame. Locked together at 4 each. And Brennan will feel that he's not played the better of the two players. Will Parkins seems to have flowed a little bit better. A couple more mistakes from Deck, a couple of missed balls, but he finds himself at 4 each. He'll be over the moon. Again, just a reminder, this is the last quarter-final. Christy Coldfield awaits to play the winner of this. No timing there whatsoever. It's not a bad split, but the power didn't go through the pack. We didn't get that big burst of balls, but actually it's come out really well. How this game's turned. Will Parkin in absolute control with a fairly routine clearance to go 5-2. A couple frames later, it's 4 each and Deck Brennan's on a finish to go ahead. Never easy. Giving that ball the evil eye because the cue ball, he didn't want to be hampered. He's just okay, I think, he can cue beside the red, cue to the edge of the ball. Yeah, look, he's digging down into it. Worked out okay. He's going to have to put out another big shot. The ball that he's closest to is the only one he's on. The yellow that he's just contacted, gone above the red and the 8 ball, doesn't go anywhere on the right-hand side. And not only does he need to pop this to top right, he needs to find a way to get back over to the right-hand side of the table. He's having a look to see whether that ball goes through the gap of the reds into the top left. It does, but he's missed it. Again, like Phil earlier, he just seemed to rush it. Just seemed to get down and hit it. And I think that one just needed a little bit more attention. He's left it slightly awkward for Phil. He's hampered queuing over the 8 ball and the red. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. You can just cue beside the red, so this is okay. I'll just drop this in. And the red's away. The red that sat on top of the 8 ball goes to right centre. Got the ball over the right. Sorry, it goes to left centre. He's got the ball over the right centre just to drop down on it, so it's not a bad leave. Looks like he's going to deal with that now. Just drop this in, side cushion, leave the one above the 8 ball. If he's low on this, he's fine. Just top through up to the bulk line. He's got the red in the middle. Wants to leave a little angle after this shot, so transition from the one on the rail down to the bottom of the table. Doesn't want to finish straight on it. That's perfect. Top and running side, which is also going to help the pot. And the black to top left. A little bit of pressure on this one, but more than up to the task. This game's swinging one way then the other. Brennan,
I can't hear it.
another mistake from him.
No, I haven't been. No, not a few weeks ago.
And that's the break of serve
I don't know where the volume is.
back in Phil Parkin's hands. So advantage swings back to him.
5, 4, 3, 2. No, don't take the main.
Liddy's just had to quickly step away for a bathroom break. It's a mistake from Phil Parkin. And he had a really good chance to go 6-4. It's been the story of the game so far, hasn't it? Probably honours even at the moment in terms of mistakes. I think it was deck early in the match. Phil's caught him up. Unforced errors. Match has been strewn with them so far. Nice shot there to hold on the yellow. Strange old game so far. But we're still not going to be able to split these two after these next couple of shots. Five apiece. Who do you fancy from here? Whose mindset do you think's better at the moment? Who's got the momentum? Can anyone call a winner here? I certainly can't. Declan probably a bit more, well, he has definitely got more experience in navigating these situations, these final frames at the business end of the tournament. Phil Parkin also has a wealth of experience, but not quite as much in these situations, in these arena environments. What do you think? You've got to say the way the match has played out so far. The marginal favourite, but his break is not working for him at the moment, and that's another dry. All yellows at the bottom of the table, just a little bit on top of each other, kind of blocking each other's path. If you can land in the gap just below the 8 ball, I think, yeah, just there. And he's got the plant, the rightmost ball onto the one over the pocket, and possibly he's got the right angle, just nudge the other yellow towards the middle pocket. Well, no, he doesn't need to. Got the gap now, that's the perfect angle. He's going to take... Oh, didn't want that kiss. Didn't want that kiss. You can screw back into it, nudge it back out again, and does. Again, just making it a little bit hard. A little bit more difficult than it needs to be, causing himself some problems. That's a hard yellow to get on now. Tampa queuing over the 8 ball. I think he just has to take his medicine. So he's going to... He could just get enough just to stun up. 8 ball does pass into left centre, so you can just drop this in, just focus on the pot. He's got it. Cue ball's just gone a touch further than comfortable, but he's okay. He can just drop this in the middle. Again, pressure ball though. Still parking. Retakes the lead, and again that breaker serve. Settles himself to break in frame 12. Nicely timed. Nicely timed. Cue ball straight back up the middle of the table. He deserved the ball there. And he gets one. Again though, this table not without its problems. All the yellows apart from the one he's looking at here. So the yellow that's in the middle of the 3 on the left hand side, just below the bulk line. And he's tried to come and give it a nudge over the middle. It's just pushed it onto the cushion. May have to play that as a double now. You could play it now, just stun up for the one in bulk. I think it's pretty good for a double.
Five, four, three, two.
Feel he's digging a little bit now. Felt like he was just digging a little bit. It's going to come unstuck. Just can't seem to take advantage of his own break. Keeps winning on Declan's. The first semi-final well underway on the main arena table. Currently Dylan Liry 5-3 up Has he just gone 6-3? I think he maybe 6-3 up against Sean Chipperfield. I think Chippy's pick, Chippy would have been a lot of people's pick for the event after the way he's played in his last couple of games. But Dylan Liry, off the back of that win against Phil Harrison, rolling back the years. Class player. Nice double. And a lot of the hard work done here. Disaster strikes. This time for Declan. Cushion first to the back of the 8 ball. Desperately needs this not to be. Wowee. A quarter-final strewn with errors. Just shows, doesn't it? These guys are human. But Parkin has to jump on this. If he doesn't take this clearance out, then I struggle to see him winning this match from here, because it would just be one too many errors, you feel. He's cueing the ball well. When there is an error, it's normally a positional one. He's been potting him off the chandeliers, really. See a couple of misses, but nice double. Lands plumb on the yellow. That's very nice. Again, on every one of these shots, he'll be feeling the pressure. Wouldn't be human if he wouldn't. You can see what that means to him. Little dance up, you can just see it. He's on the hill. Next break has really not been firing for him. He needs to find one now. This is about the third time he's changed position with the cue ball. He went wide on the left into the front ball, then he was going just right of centre. Now right down the middle. He cannot find a break that will work for him at the moment. The only consolation prize is it's a nasty layout. I think he will have hope that he gets back to the table. Parkin will be all out attack here. Drops. Didn't want it to. Was hoping it stayed up. Because look at the leave. It's a brave man to go from here. As he landed on this red to middle. That's a great shot if he has. That really is a top shot. Dropped it on a sixpence. That could have so easily gone wrong. Oh, and it has. Give himself a chance if the red drops. The trouble is here for deck. Well, he's gonna try the loss of turn. Can't get this wrong. He's surrounded the red now. Wanted the red to drop. Actually, did he? Because he left the red long to bottom left.
Five, four, three, two.
Oh my goodness. What a shot from Parkin. Needs to pull out another one. What a shot from Parkin. Crazy. Can he follow it up? No. What a mad game. When will it end? He's left nothing for Deck to go at, so Deck's going to have to try and find somewhere safe on the table. You can see that wry little shake of the head that he does. This isn't guaranteed. Is he going to play the cannon? He is. Great opener. Still lots to do. Over in the main arena, Liry's on the hill. He's 7-4 up against Sean Chipperfield. And looks to be favourite to book his place. It's the first man in this final. These two still battling it out. And this for a place in the semi-final. If Dylan does go on to win that, he's going to be able to go and put his feet up for a hour or so, the chill, whereas whoever wins this is going to be straight onto the main arena table, fighting it out against Christy Coldfield. Gets the double, lands plumb. That's pretty much reminiscent of the previous frame by Park, and he had almost exactly that same finish. The double and the ball up the rail. He landed plumb as well. Great angle now just to stun across table. And this is going to pull him back within one frame. Crazy stuff. Parkin had a chance. He had a tough red, but if he makes it, he would have booked his place in the semi-final. He still needs to get over the line. He still needs one frame. He's got the break in the next. There comes Brennan. Needs two. I think Parkin, if he was feeling the nerves before, even more so now. Now he's had that chance. He's going to be walking around out there thinking to himself, will I get another chance? And Brennan pops away for a bathroom break. Little tactical one, do you think, perhaps? Just let Phil stew. Leave him sat thinking about his missed opportunity. Dylan Liry over on the main arena table has missed an opportunity to book his place in the final. That's his first chance gone. He potted a yellow and went on off into the middle, and Chippy's at the table. You hear those big cheers going on outside. I'm sure you can hear them as well as we can. That's the student event that's been brewing for the last couple of days. They're loving their time out there at the moment. There's about, I don't know, probably about 15, 20 from England, from 20 from each nation. England, I think it's represented England. I think I saw Wales and Scotland. And it's a big team game, so they're all getting behind their team. That's why you hear those raucous cheers all the time. Brilliant. They're having a great time out there. So fine are the margins in this game that if Phil Parkin breaks dry here, realistically could be his last shot in the match. He will be desperate to make a ball off this break. His break's been pretty good so far, and he does make a ball. And these yellows, goodness me. You will never get a better chance, Phil Parkin. Just need to hold it together. And you almost feel that he needed a chance this easy, because I think the nerves were just starting to play up a little bit. If he had work to do, I think Deck would have been very hopeful. But looking at this layout, hard to see how it goes wrong. It's dot to dot finish. Just needs to hold his nerve and not do anything silly. So one cushion back out for this last yellow into the top left pocket. Would have loved to have been a bit straighter so he just stunned the cue ball dead, but just a touch more angle than he is really comfortable. If he's dead straight, he's got a couple of drop-ins. Just needs to get that cue ball off the side cushion and back out, and he has successfully navigated this finish. Phil Parkin, wow. Oh, you know he's been feeling that, and you know what it means to have a fist pump for shaking Declan Brennan's hand. Phil Parkin is now into the semi-final where he will play Christy Coldfield. That game is coming up. Will be on the main arena table fairly shortly. For us, no. Now we're going to head across to watch the disability final. Really looking forward to that one. It was a great final last time. Should be another one. So it's all finals here on this table. We're going to go disability final, then challenger tier 3, tier 2 and tier 1. I'm just going to leave you with the action from the main arena while we reset things on this table, and we'll be back with that disability final fairly soon. See you then.
And it falls for Sean Chipperfield. Is he on that yellow to the middle? I think he is.
Absolutely is. And he has the next break as well. So this is big moments.
How's he positioning? Oh, what a shot. The mistakes have been forgotten now. He started to play well again. And he is breathing down the neck of Dylan Liry. 7-6 now, it was 7-3. Penny for the thoughts of Lethal Liry right now. He will not be sitting comfortably.
In this situation, if you're Dylan, you've got to try and forget what's happened, the going in off when the match was there to be won. If you offered him at the start of the tournament the break in a deciding frame of the semi-final against anybody left in or anybody on the tour, he would take it. You've got to spin the positive. And that is what he'll have if Sean Chipperfield wins this frame. There is also the match clock at play, which is something that Dylan needs to consider if he gets to the table, and he might not.
One thing you would say is if you could pick anyone on the tour not to have a 6-red shootout against, if you didn't Liry, it would be this man at the table right now.
Dylan has also never won a 6-red shootout, and he's been in a ton of them. It's the 6-red shootout in Dylan's mind is not an option. He has to try and avoid that, which is an added element to the match play situation.
One thing you would say is this is a tough out as well. This is not a guarantee for Sean Chipperfield.
Good angle here. Do some work on the left-hand side. Then everything goes. Yes, there's one on the cushion, but once everything goes, you back the top players to get them. It's not going to get there. It's not going to get there.
Oh, it's thought about it.
And he has left Dylan the perfect angle to come across and deal with the red at the bottom of the table. As long as it doesn't finish flat on the cushion, he'll have an angle to get to the middle of the table. This is as good as it gets, a chance to get out and win the match. Not be flat, that's fine. That is perfect for him.
Dylan Liry, go and make yourself a finalist.
Oh! Never in doubt, Stephen, never in doubt.
Oh, wobbled. It wobbled all right. 4 reds and 1 8-ball away.
Oh,
Dylan Liry, what have you done? Oh my goodness me. 2 minutes 56 and ticking. You just got to play.
Calls his extension, long plant.
This is such a tough shot. Yeah, it was so difficult.
It's not the worst result for him. Look at what he's done to the 2 yellows with 2:36 left on the clock.
I think one might open up the other.
I don't think it drops in the middle. I think he has to get into them. I do think he has to get into them here. He's had a touch. Maybe not the way he's played that. Maybe it does go into the middle.
I think he's on it now. Only one way to find out. No wonder. Yeah, he's confident.
If he can pop above the yellow as well, he can play the long plant. 'Cause he can't get the other side of it. You'd have to be careful that it doesn't get away from the pocket, but he can drop it into the middle or play the long plant. If he plays the long plant, though, the cue ball is going to beat the yellow across the table, so the risk of it coming away from the pocket is lessened.
Oh, this is a big shot. Oh, what a good shot. I did not fancy that into the middle.
No, I thought he was going to play the long plant all day. Thought it was more guaranteed. I think Sean's playing for the 6-red here. Sean is playing for the 6-red shootout. That is the confidence he has in his speed ability. He is taking time out the clock here.
Well, it's 2 ways. It's one, give Dylan less time on his break. 6-red shootout's a factor, but Sean knows he can clear a table in 40 seconds if he needs to.
That's very true.
He wants to take time out of Dylan, and that gap is a gap that Sean Chipperfield reckons he can deal with.
Both players are going to leave the arena with 57 seconds to go. You're going to watch them here and see them all. I wonder if they'll go to different bathrooms here.
Goodness me.
Sean's gone to the one at the top of the building. Dylan's going to the one at the bottom of the building. They do not want to be near each other.
Absolutely amazing. All right, 57 seconds left in the match. Let's show you table 2, shall we? Barbara Taylor looks like she's at the table, and she must be close to getting the job done against Dawn Wright. Indeed she is. She's breaking off at 6.
She's on the hill.
1 against Dawn Wright.
Yeah. Good return to form for Barbara. If she makes it through to the semi-finals, final yesterday. She was very down last year, didn't really have much to shout about at all. And okay, let's not give her this match yet. But even if she doesn't go on and win the semi or the final, to have made a final and a semi or a final and a final would be a very good weekend as she responds and tries to rediscover her best form.
A very good evening, by the way, to those of you watching us on the Ultimate Pool YouTube channel. You've just watched Declan Brennan and Phil Parkin battle it out. Let me tell you what we're looking at right now. This is Barbara Taylor trying to win against Dawn Wright. She needs one more frame here to go into the semi-finals of the Women's Pro Series event. But when we move back to the main arena table, which we will do once Dylan Liry and Sean Chipperfield have decided that they're ready to play the last 57 seconds of their semi-final. It's at Hill Hill, 57 seconds left. Dylan Liry was 7-3 up. It's 7-all, and Sean Chipperfield was running the clock in the clearance that he just took out to level the scores. There's a lot of gamesmanship going on right there. And I, for one, cannot wait for those next 57 seconds and potentially more. We've not seen a 6-red shootout all weekend. We may be about to see one to go to the Pro Series final.
And we've got the quickest player in the game against a player that has never won a 6-red shootout as well. It's tough. Dylan will have the break and he'll be thinking, come on, give me a ball and give me a look, give me a chance, give me something. He won't feel comfortable if he breaks dry because Sean Chipperfield, as you said, he is the quick player. He's the player that you're more likely to see make a buzzer beater. So, yeah, really important for Dylan to at least make a ball and have the opportunity. And what's tough is 7-3 up, and he's had, what, a couple of chances?
Yeah.
Probably 2.5 chances to win the match.
57 seconds left. How do you like them? This break could be pivotal. Good hit. Cue ball is safe. Balls are down.
How's the split? The split is very, very, very good. The split is on. These yellows go. He's just checked the only yellow that's awkward, and it looks like it goes to bottom left.
He'll 20 seconds just on the opening shot, but now Dylan Liry needs to fly.
He's on nothing good anyway. Don't think he's going to get there. He's just taken a little bit too long. Oh, he is on this one at the bottom of the table, but it is taking too much time.
This is why Sean Chipperfield's clock management in the last visit, this was part of it. He was basically hedging a bet that Dylan Liry couldn't make a clearance in this amount of time. And he's only going to be short by about the time that Sean Chipperfield wasted.
Yeah.
It's a 4D chess move from Sean Chipperfield, and we go the distance to a 6-red shootout in the Pro Series semi-final. Dylan Liry has never won a Pro Series shootout. He's never won any 6-red shootout. He's been to semi-finals. He's been stung by the shootout before. Can he finally turn the tide against Sean Chipperfield, who is just about, pound for pound, the quickest player on the Ultimate Pool circuit? Let's just say the deck is stacked in favour of Chipperfield, but goodness me, if Dylan Liry was to break the hoodoo, this would be quite the way to do it. I believe Sean Chipperfield has won the lag, and Sean Chipperfield, I believe, is going to go first. No? Been told in my ear Dylan Liry's going to go first, so Sean has put Dylan into bat. My apologies.
Yeah, we don't see Sean Chipperfield in too many because he's so quick. His matches don't go the distance very often, but when we have seen him, he has been very, very quick. 18 seconds quick. Dylan Liry, I actually think that Sean's made a mistake here, because I think Dylan Liry's best chance to win this shootout is to set 22 seconds here and put Sean under the pressure of having to beat it. If Sean goes first and puts Dylan under 22, then that's going to be good enough, and 22 going first for Sean isn't crazy. also in his mind has got to be the opportunities wasted from 7-3. The in-off when it looked like he was going to take them out.
Referee Orch-Tesco, you can see there, using every possible method to perfect the rack. When Liry comes to investigate, and I believe is happy. So we are about to get underway. Oh, you mentioned it earlier on in the coverage, Si, that Dylan is one of the real nice guys on the circuit. You feel for him almost being in this position.
Feel for him already.
Knowing what's gone before.
Yeah, exactly. I hope he sets a good time, even if it doesn't stand up.
It's an okay break, that.
It is okay. Got to wait a few seconds for the first one.
Don't panic. These are all open. You're allowed to miss one. Needs to stop that cue ball. Needs to stop that cue ball. Can from here.
It's going to be outside the par score, but it's not going to be terrible. We let that one go.
Dylan Liry knows he's bang up against it. Sean Chipperfield knows that he is now the odds-on favourite.
Even with the mistakes early in that shootout there, I still thought he was going to set sort of 25-ish. Letting it slide by 4 seconds, 4 or 5 seconds, it really changes him. 25, Sean's under a little bit of pressure, he's favourite. 29, it would take a major error from Sean Chipperfield not to take these.
29.52, I'm hearing, is the official time, which, let's make no bones about this, in Ultimate Pool Pro terms, is slow.
It is slow, and he missed the first pot. It was a good break, but he had to wait a little bit, and then when he missed the first pot, then it all sort of unraveled a little bit. Still thought 25 was on, but he'll be so disappointed.
Sean Chipperfield just came to the table there and asked referee Orch-Tesco one check, which is to say that rule is in effect. The players get one attempt to re-rack the balls, essentially. They can investigate. If they're not happy, they can ask the referee to re-rack, but then they can't ask again. So essentially, Sean Chipperfield said, I'm happy with what I've got, and here we go for a place in the Pro Series final.
Oh, it's a lovely break, and he's even taken his time. Can you believe that? He should have run round the table, because if he runs round, he can play that before the other red gets there. He's still in prime position, though.
The air of confidence that he's got right now is palpable. Imperious. Could have gone a lot quicker, just made sure. Sean Chipperfield once again is a Pro Series finalist. From 7-3 down, he gets it done in a 6-red shootout. Goodness gracious me, my giddy aunt. Sean Chipperfield has pulled one out of the fire. We'll hear from him in a moment.
You've seen the Ultimate Pool 6 Red Shootout, now it's time to put yourself to the test. Step into the virtual arena with the Ultimate Pool 6 Red Shootout mobile game. Climb the leaderboards and set the standard with this fun and addictive game from Ultimate Pool. Download now from Google Play and the App Store.
Welcome back everybody into the main arena here where we have our first Pro Series finalist of the day, and his name is Sean Chipperfield. I must admit, Chippy, about half an hour ago I thought there was next to no chance of me saying those words, and I think you were probably in the same place as well.
Absolutely, yeah, you and me both. I don't know how I've got through that, to be honest with you. A bit reminiscent of the lead I threw away against Liam White in the first tournament, so swings and roundabouts.
Absolutely. I need to ask you about the end of that match, because it was a move that felt really calculated and clever. It's so difficult in those moments to hold your nerve and to think clearly, but there looked to be some real strategy behind the frame that tied it essentially. In the last, once you knew the finish that was tricky was going to get over the line, you looked like you worked it really smartly.
Yeah, once I'd sort of dealt with a little fiddly bit near the middle, I looked at the clock and I thought if I can leave it sort of around 50 seconds I'll be happy. I left it on about 57, which I think should have been enough really for Dylan, but luckily for me he took a good, quite a bit of time on that first shot. I couldn't really tell how easy they were, but yeah, luckily for me I kind of knew after a couple of shots he weren't going to get them. So yeah, that frame, the way I managed it, proved key.
Yeah, and I know you always back yourself in a 6 red shootout. It was almost a pedestrian pace at the start of it.
Well, you say that, I've barely had one. I'm barely in a 6 red shootout, so I'm a bit of a novice to them, only with Carl in the pairs. But in singles, I think it might be my second or third one. So yeah, when you set 29, I'm obviously happy with that. And I just give them a little bit extra just to open them up. Took the time on the first shot, and then that was okay from there.
Obviously into another Pro Series final, but the way that you've done it from 7-3 down, it looked like you were down and out. Not just the fact that you were 7-3 down, but the way that it had happened. How proud of you to come back and show some real grit and force your way into the final.
Yeah, I just feel lucky for a change, to be honest. It's very rare that happens to me, but really, really happy. I was sitting there at 7-3, just so disappointed, and I could just picture the car journey home and how angry I was going to be. But yeah, luckily I managed to pull it out of the bag somehow.
Well, we can't wait to watch your final. The second semi is set, and whoever it is, we know it's going to be a quick one, whether it be Christy or Phil. So best of luck for that later on, Sean. Well played. And we can look forward to that second semi-final right now. Christy Caulfield versus Phil Parkin. Set your watches. This one should be great.
So lovely to hear from Sean Chipperfield there as we make our way towards our finals this evening. Coming up to 7 o'clock, we're still batting in the tournament as well. The players are almost at the finish line now. We start to get to our finals and start to crown our champions. So there in the table, we will have the semi-final for the Pro Series and the final for finals from the senior.
You've seen the Ultimate Pool 6 Red Shootout, now it's time to put yourself to the test. Step into the virtual arena with the Ultimate Pool 6 Red Shootout mobile game. Climb the leaderboards and set the standard with this fun and addictive game from Ultimate Pool. Download now from Google Play and the App Store.
Well, welcome back to Bolton. Second semi-final. Christy Caulfield, Phil Parkin. Race to 8. I'm Tony Holgate, and it's a pleasure to be joined by Chaos himself, Cole Bedford. Hello, Cole.
Hello, hello. My first time commentating on the main table. I feel very proud.
Is it really?
Yeah, I've never
Could
done the
well
main
be
table.
your last as well.
Whoa.
Nice to see you, buddy.
Thank you, mate.
So how do you see this going then, Cole?
Well, Phil against me this morning was unbelievable. He did 7 off the break against me. I made one mistake. He beat me 8-7. Tom Jones was 3-all with him. Had 2 dry breaks and lost 8-3. He did 5 in a row. And then Brennan just said he did 6 against him off the break. So if he carries on with that sort of form, he's going to be pretty hard to beat. But I haven't seen Christy play this weekend yet. But we all know Christy's also capable of playing to that level.
Well, I've not seen anything of Christy this weekend, to be honest. I did see the tail end of the Phil Parkin playing Declan Brennan, and he was pretty classy, I have to say. But you don't beat players like Declan Brennan if you're not playing well, do you? Simple as that.
Or Cole Bedford, you meant to say.
Who's that?
Yeah, he must be playing well.
Well, you're a British Open champion, Cole.
Thank you, Tony.
Let's remind our viewers that,
I have one.
You are a class act.
Sometimes.
You're a box office mate.
Yes, well,
we don't know what you're going to do next.
No, neither do I, that's the problem. I think this is a bit of a smelly opening frame, though. For especially with the match clock, we just seen a match go to a 6 red. I know I'm very early on here, but balls are awkward for the first frame.
Yeah, Chippy in the final.
Yeah.
And he walked in that 6 red as well, didn't he?
Yeah. Dylan will be yeah, devastated. I feel for Dylan.
Yeah, when he glued to the red, I mean, that was match over.
Yeah, not nice losing a 6 red, especially in the semi-final. But that's the entertainment and the drama that Ultimate Pool provides.
Yeah. He's over it, by the way, because I was just chatting to him just before he's left. He's just departing to go home. But he's still laughing and joking, and he'll come back another.
He reminds me a little bit of. I've said, because I've always thought he's had a couple of really bad beats before, and I've always thought after he might be a bit touchy. But I've said to him after, "Unlucky, mate," and then he'll be like, "Oh, cheers, mate," and then we'll just carry on like normal. He reminds me a little bit of what Mark Williams is like at snooker, where like he loses and he sort of just brushes it aside, if you know what I mean. So
great attitude to have.
Yeah, definitely. God, I wish I could do that. I'm still stewing about losing this morning.
To be fair, Tom Cousins is not that. Tom takes it all in his stride.
Yeah, definitely.
But then he doesn't lose that often. But he does.
But I have seen him be devastated after as well. After having a chat with him later on. But yeah, he's the same. Christie's just going to play. Oh, I was about to say he's just going to play the lost turn, but
not Christie.
He's got the skilly. Great shot. He'll play a snooker now. Open up the yellow and black.
Had a good deep run at the Players' Championship, but he's dropped short, and it's ball in hand for Phil Parkin. Oh,
that's a bad one.
That's a real kick in the guts there.
That's a bad mistake in the first frame.
You've got to hit. I mean, you can afford to hit that too hard.
Yeah.
I was just saying because he got to the final of the Players' Championships just recently.
Yeah.
Losing to Declan Brennan, funny enough.
It's been good for him, I think, that this event has come so quickly afterwards, because I don't think he'll have had too much time to think about losing the final and be a bit more gutted. I know it was only 2 weeks ago he's in the final, so I think he's obviously in very good form, and I think the less time you have to think about losing the final, the better. Phil just going to screw this across. Touch her right hand side, come past the yellow.
Perfect.
And that will be 1-0. And a pretty big mistake, first frame from Christie.
So when you add everything up with Phil Parkin, do you think it's his day today?
Yeah, the way he played against me, the way he played. I watched the end against Tom. He's been really good, really good today. And he's one of those players, because he's played from the last 32 today, when he gets in that rhythm and he's buzzing.
Momentum player, big time. I mean, when I first watched him play, and I thought he sometimes, for me, will play maybe a slightly unnecessary shot. He could get on a ball easy and he'll play it the hard way round, I think. But
well, I wasn't going to say that, but this morning, twice he had 5 left in the black that were unmissable, and he had 4 left in the black that were unmissable. And I think he had to take at least 2 balls each finish long, because his white ball, he just lost the white ball first shot.
Yeah, he likes to move it around a bit, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's not shy.
Definitely.
But he's entertaining to watch.
Yeah, brilliant to watch. Unless it's at 7-all, he's break dishing.
Oh.
He didn't do that once against me either.
No, he was flirting with one middle bag and got kicked in the other.
Yeah, he lost the white, didn't he? He went straight into the jaw.
Yeah, it was always going to be dangerous if you go around that area of the table.
Once he hits the jaw and he gets kicked in off the ball, though, that's hurts a little bit, because you think you've got away with it, and then you get kicked in off a ball. I expect Christie to go and get these reds as well.
Christie in perfect position. Looking more increasingly like this will be 1-all.
Yes, definitely, yeah. when I saw the layout, I thought he'd get these reds. He's he's had no drama so far either. Yeah, good shape, perfect angle. Just soft stun over. And that is just what he would have wanted after the mistake in the first frame. It was a nice easy opportunity to get himself level, which he's done.
Yeah, that would have cheered him up a bit after, like you say, committing a cardinal sin by not hitting a rail. We look down on the arena.
Yeah, brilliant arena.
What do you think of the setup then, Cole?
The best I've seen in English 8-ball personally.
Me too.
I don't think we've ever had anything that compares to this. The big screens, etc. The layout. You go up to the player. There's a really nice players' lounge at the top. Where
Did you get in there? You brought your ID with you?
Yeah. Yes, Tony. With 8 spare tables overlooking the pitch and stuff.
Yeah.
Incredible. Really good.
Just having a little dig at my buddy Cole here after a couple of weeks ago in Redhill. We went to Wetherspoons. He asked him for his ID and he forgot it. Gave it to his mate to look after, which is the most bizarre thing I've ever heard in my life. Even though you're, what, 26, 27?
27 now. 26 at the time.
They thought you looked 14.
Yeah, well, it didn't help, Tony, that you walked up. I told you I forgot my ID and you walked up and went, he's only 17, don't let him in.
Well, the temptation was just too great, Cole.
Yeah, really enjoyed that. And I just went, I'm obviously not 17. And they went, have you got any proof of that? And I went, no, he just told you. Great break by... Oh, has he gone dry? I say great break, he went dry.
Yeah, he did.
He's unlucky to go dry, he hit it very well.
So Parkin immediately takes the reds.
Yeah, and these are a nice layout for him. Breaks haven't been kind to either so far.
When you get this deep in the tournament, you know, obviously winning the British Open this year, is you just want a little bit of run off that break, then you just get your hand on the table.
Yeah.
That's all you require, because you know you play well. You're in a semi-final of a major tournament. Just give me a couple of chances.
That's what hurt last year when I got to my first Pro Series semi-final. I lost to Mark Fleming, and he did 7 off the break, and I
was on the comms.
I had 3 opportunities in open play. So you don't want to be honest.
You never miss a thing.
No. You don't want to see that happen to either player. I always think in a semi-final you want to see both players get 8 opportunities. It's race to 8 opportunities to win frames, because then at least they've had a chance to win the match, and then they can't grumble if they do lose. So yeah, I always think in a semi-final or whatever the race is, if I get 8 opportunities and I lose, I can't blame anyone but myself. So. And this morning against Phil, I had 8 opportunities. I only took 7, so I lost 8-7. It was
there you are.
Which I think says
it's
a lot about.
It's a cruel game, Cole.
Yeah, says a lot about how Phil's playing. He's taking these well. After knocking 2 together, he cannoned them out, and he's gone and got the finish. Both of these are Coventry, aren't they? I believe. I know.
Christie is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Phil is. I might be wrong.
This for 2-1 though.
Yeah.
In it goes, clean as a whistle. Parkin takes full advantage of Christy Caulfield's dry break. And we'll just pop over, and there's Megan Proctor. 2 to the good.
I think she's on red here by the fact that she's having a look around.
They're playing Kirsty Lee Davis now, the number 1 on the Women's Pro Tour.
It'd be nice to see Meg win a Pro Series. She lost, was it 3 finals in a row?
2 of them were Pro finals, and one was I think it wasn't the British Open, was it? But she's lost in 3 finals last season, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a great player, great stalwart for England as well.
And really lovely person as well, which I know.
And has the biggest water bottle in the world in the whole of Poole. If she's still got it with her, it's a water tank.
Yeah. I know the one you're on about.
Yeah, we see it. Produced plenty of occasions when she's in the latter stages of the women's pool on our TV table.
As I say, the double never looked on there.
No.
I think she tried to make something happen.
Well, we'll leave that there with Kirsty Lee coming to the table with ball in hand in frame 3. Trailing 2-0, but here we are with Phil Parkin. Breaking off at 2-1 up.
I don't think he hit those that bad, but they didn't seem to quite have that crunch. But he's made a ball, and they are quite. He's got quite a nice layout on reds. A little bit of work to do with the red and yellow together near the left middle pocket.
As long as you make a ball, even if they're not there, you can dictate what happens to the start of the frame.
Exactly. People say sometimes, yeah, but you didn't leave a ball on. Yeah, but I also came to the table with the worst colour set and 5 on a rail. So
yeah, but then you can, let's say yellows are really bad, but when you pot one, play the loss of turn in your next shot and put your opponent in real trouble.
Yeah,
and they come to the table
in trouble themselves, definitely. That's what's so good about why I think the loss of turn is such a good rule, personally.
It progresses the game as well.
Yeah, you see situations that
you do know what
other rules take a long time.
Well, the rules I used to play, you can end up with balls just all in clustered in the round the corner pocket, and it's just.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules were in 1954, but they must have been.
Well,
really
nor do I,
negative.
because being only in my mid-30s, of course.
Yeah.
Don't you start on about age, because again, it's that ID's coming out.
Oh, Phil lost that one. The white did throw wide off, did slide and throw wide off the cushion, to be fair, but didn't play it well. Didn't play it with any conviction. I think he has to play the snooker now, doesn't he?
All day long. Flick off the bottom rails, trying to stick the cue ball to the red. Obviously, it's an easy one cushion escape for Christie, but the thing is, he can't leave him open. He can't leave him to see one of these fellas.
Because even if he pots red, he can't get on the next one. So this is the only thing I'd question with Phil, is sometimes does he push the boat out a little bit too much? It'd be
like this.
Yeah, like I just don't see how you think you're getting on the red here. He'll do it now and there was no good outcome there. Oh,
well, he can cut it down there, but
wow, he's on the red.
Yeah, but everybody will say that's a straight in off. If you can generate enough power in this cue ball, you can go into the.
I think playing bally, it's a top draw, but I think he goes towards the balk line then, which is no good.
If you hit it too hard, you can trump the cue ball off the table.
Yeah.
You can go in off.
Good evening and a warm welcome back to Table 5. And this pull you away from the main arena table in that semi-final. So watch this final. And, we'll get the scoreboard right for you. There you go. Ryan Knox versus David Beaumont in what should be a fantastic final. Nick Finn on comms, and I'm joined by Roy Kimberley. How are you, Roy?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Great to be here. Exciting semi-final. Dave come through against Matthew Coates, so hopefully it's going to be another cracking final.
Yeah, David Beaumont. He plays out of Stoke, I think, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's well known in the Stoke-on-Trent area. And on the wheelchair circuit, he's well known everywhere.
So this is David at the table with first chance. This is a race to 5. Has it been 5 all the way through? I think it has, hasn't it? All the way through the format, or does it start with 4?
Yeah, in the groups it was 4, and then I think from the knockout stage it goes up to 5.
It's a long old weekend for you guys, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a long 3 days, but enjoyable. Very enjoyable.
Obviously this is new to this season, isn't it? Had the first event, which obviously Matthew Coates, who David beat in the semi-final,
Yeah.
he won the first event. This is the second event. How are you guys finding it?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I mean, obviously we mix the disabilities, wheelchairs and non-wheelchair user with disabilities, and it's increased the numbers, which for me personally, I really like playing in big fields rather than sometimes in the wheelchair division. It can be quite low numbers because you just don't have enough of the players.
And then you're playing against each other constantly.
So this is great. It's obviously a tougher school, but that's what it's all about.
It's good to test yourself, and it's a really good standard as well, from what I've seen.
Yeah, most. I mean, you've seen probably the best right now. Dave is the man to beat at the moment, from a wheelchair point of view. Anyway,
Is he number one player? Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah, he's been the number one for a few years now. And he's super strong, but more importantly, super consistent. He's very rare. His level drops below a certain point, and he's tough, and he's a real strong competitor.
Yeah, to stay at the top of the game, it shows his consistency and how good he is to stay at the top of the game for that amount of time.
Yeah,
in a really tough field.
Yeah, he's a great player.
Just ran out of position there. And,
he tried to develop previous ball, and he did go into it, but didn't quite come off as he was hoping. So he's ended. No, it's not. I don't know how easy that yellow near his Dave's red is to get in the middle, but I think it looks like it's easy enough. So this could be trouble for Dave.
So we'll just let the viewers know the format for this. So it's slightly different to what we see in the pro events and some of the other events. You play in group stages first, don't you? And then it's the top two from the group, is it?
Yeah, top two go top two out of the group go into the I think the last 32 or the last 16.
Last 16, yeah.
Yeah, and then the other 16 that have not qualified out of the group, they go into a plate competition.
Yeah.
And then from the knockout stage, obviously, from the last 16, it's knockout. Yeah, Ryan himself come through a tough semi-final with Dave Bolton. I didn't actually see it, but the score, it was Hill 5-4, I think. Ryan won in the end, so that must have been quite a battle. So both players are coming off a battling semi-final. So yeah. Probably fell out of position slightly here. I mean, the pot's still relatively easy, but obviously he's got to get on his next ball now. Assuming he's going to play for the one near the top of the table after. Oh, right, okay.
It's fallen slightly out of position, probably left with a double now.
Yeah.
I think the previous shot to the one he just played, I think he was trying to cannon the red and leave a better angle on that yellow, but he just missed it, came across the face. But a good recovery pot, but it's just tough now.
Yeah.
Because he's got to play the double and try and hold for position. Maybe on a stun down the table?
Yeah. He's trying to drop it in dead weight. It's a great shot if it goes. Oh,
he's got it.
Cracking shot.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And you think there'd be some early nerves out there. Obviously, they're playing in front of the camera, and there's a bit of a crowd out there watching. There's a lot of interested spectators. It's easy to feel a little bit of pressure from that environment, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Dave's played on in front of the cameras before, so he's quite a seasoned pro, Dave. So but yeah, I mean, we all feel it. He's not immune from it. He's going to feel it out there, but he has done it a few times, so that will help him. Bit of a tricky black now. He's queuing over, a bit awkward.
Just wiggles in.
Good shot.
That's a nice clearance. And if there were any early nerves, he's settled them straight away.
Yeah.
He certainly couldn't detect them.
Yeah. Lovely cueist as well, Ryan. Cues the ball really well.
Let's have a look at their route through to this point from the last 16. Ryan Knox 5-1 in the last 16 against Lance Richardson. And into the next round, he beat Mo Abu Baker, who's made the final last time. Very strong player.
Yeah.
Great win, 5 frames to 3. Then, as you mentioned, 5-4 against David Bolton in the semi-final, which gets him to this point.
Be interesting to see what break Ryan comes with. I've not actually seen him break. I don't know if he goes for the cut break, he goes down the middle, I'm not sure. I'll say that. Is it Ryan to break or is it Dave? I don't know who won the leg.
Yeah,
it's Dave to break, yeah.
Yeah, it's Dave.
Yeah.
Setting the cue ball up wide.
Probably one of the most interesting shots on the game, the break, because nobody seems to be able to totally crack it, do they?
No.
So.
Yeah, if you could master the break, you master the game, don't you?
Yeah.
There's always been so much luck involved in it. But
it's a cracking break there.
It's a great break. He's timed it so well. He's left himself a really good chance. And actually, you probably take your pick, but you choose reds here, wouldn't you?
I think reds definitely. Obviously, the two to get a bit close together, but yeah, that's not a major issue as long as he gets on the lower red. Well, he could be out here.
They link up pretty well. He's got these two in the bulk area, and then he's got the ball towards the left centre pocket, which kind of links in then down the table. So it's all about cue ball control here. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Just wants to finish slightly high on the ball to the middle. I mean, ideally where he is now, but I'm not sure he can get back to there. So let's just have a look at the line he wants to take.
Yeah, I think this is not this particular shot, but a couple of shots. Puts this and the yellow in the middle, if that's where he goes for, which I would imagine he will.
He's flipped by this one to the middle now, and he's got such a perfect angle to come across table for these at the bottom that.
What, to go into him, you think, or
no, just to drop onto them.
Oh,
I think it's okay.
Was that red go in the middle? Do you think past the black?
There's a grimace.
Just the plans.
There's a grimace. I thought possibly he was okay, and the one he's closest to passes to bottom left, but a little bit tricky to see from this camera angle.
Yeah.
Hard to call all the angles correctly, but does the red the top of that triangle past the 8 ball to middle? No, he is looking at this. Looks to be the plan.
Makeable, but not guarantee. Oh, played it well.
Super recovery shot.
Yeah.
Left it a good angle to stun up table now. He's obviously left that ball in bulk and may have to use that now as his last ball to get onto the 8 ball, which does make that a little bit more tricky. He's on it now. He could play the one in bulk and drop back down onto the red at this end. I think I prefer that.
That's what I'll be doing now.
It's a fairly natural angle, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's a little bit titchy with these super fast cloths. You get hold of it or a little bit too far. You got to watch going beyond the yellow. I mean, he's nowhere near that, but it always goes through your mind.
Yeah, it shouldn't need any side on this. It's just naturally off the top cushion where he put a little bit of side on it, and now the cue ball's leaked in behind the yellow. You could tell he just, as it bounced off the cushion,
pulled.
There was definitely a trace of side on that, unwanted side too.
Looks like he's going to check this off the bottom cushion, or is he going to play running side? I don't know. I think I'd just go up and down and just hope for the best that he can pot it in the bottom right corner, but he may be looking off the bottom. I don't know. It's a tough shot now.
It is, yeah.
If he can get the gap through there, he could kick at it and try and make it in his bottom left. Can't quite tell if he can get through there, but I would imagine he could.
You can tell he's torn between a few shots here.
Yeah, that looks like what he's going for. Yeah, they'd be disappointed with that shot though previously, Dave, because there was a fair bit of room for error. I think just probably a little bit. Well, that's kind of saved the frame for now, but obviously where does he's going to be in trouble with his reds. So.
Yeah, he should be. I think if I'm Ryan, I'm probably not going to be aggressive.
No, he's definitely going to go for the.
Just flick the red out that's just below the middle pocket. Get that one into the open. Leave a snooker.
Obviously, with the international rules that got to make a cushion after contact. It stops all the sort of trying to slow roll up to it, if you know what I mean.
I understand why he's kept that simple, but I think I would have preferred him like just rolling off the edge of the ball and leaving the cue ball at the top of the table. Bit more of a tricky snooker to get out of, and because Dave can play this now in a controlled manner, whereas if he's at the top of the table, he's going to have to kick at it. That's going to be ball in hand.
Yep. This could be 2-0 here.
Yeah, still just a bit of work to do with the yellow that's next to this one.
Yeah, well, I think he'll clear both of them now. I think he'll clear both of them now with just a little drawback. And
do you think that passes the red, or is he just going to
kick
it out?
Okay, nudge into it. Yeah,
going to nudge it
past. Yeah.
Wanted to hit it a bit harder than that, though. Just push it out a bit further, just to get it clear of that red. And he's not landed on it, so that's still going to be a problem ball for him. So still some work to do. Maybe has an angle on the one to middle. Can he drop down?
Could drop down and even maybe drop on his red.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be the good line. He drops full ball onto the red. He's going to have that yellow to middle. Doesn't like the angle he's got. He's got another plan. Slightly bigger angle this time, but it's
a bit.
It's going to play. I think he's just going to drop in behind the 8. Good telling snooker that. This one's tough to get out of.
Yeah, he's not giving one rail there.
Tap on the table from Dave. Maybe get to the side cushion. Maybe have to use side bottom cushion. Oh yeah, it's not hit a cushion afterwards, so it's going to be ball in hand. This really should be 2-0 now, Ryan.
Yeah, I can't see him missing from here.
He can just pick a spot. Needs to cue this though. He doesn't want to decelerate on it.
Yeah, I might have less a bit of an angle and just go up and across.
Yeah.
No,
that's perfect.
Yeah, Dave was 3-0 down in his semi-final, come back and won, so he's still dangerous. But this is a good start from Ryan.
Yeah, simple 8 ball. Oh, I say a simple 8 ball.
Wow.
I did not expect that.
Wow.
And where it's gone as well.
Still not easy, but he's got to capitalise now, Dave. He's got to. That will hurt Ryan if Dave takes his frame now.
Still tough, isn't it?
And I know Dave, he doesn't like the slow rolling shots. He likes punching them in. Generally speaking, that's his game. So he.
5, 4, 3.
Oh, okay, he's gone.
Don't mind that.
No, it's got a clever shot actually.
Forces Ryan into moving the 8 ball, get it out into the open. Don't mind that at all.
Yeah, that was possibly because he just doesn't like them. Because obviously, I think he could have potted the red and held for the black, but it was a slow roll, and he openly admits he just doesn't like them shots at all. So I think that's probably why he's gone defensive there.
I think David plays out of Zach Shepherd's club, doesn't he? Down in
Yeah.
Longton, is it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, he plays out of there. He plays for teams, leagues. He plays loads now, and it shows on the table. He's really playing well. Myself, Dave, and Aslam entered the 3-man team this weekend. So,
how's that been going?
Yeah, it went quite well. I mean, we didn't get out the group, but we think we got to the quarterfinals of the plate.
Oh, nice.
And it's it's nice sort of testing your game against the sort of able-bodied players, because obviously it's mixed.
Yeah.
And really enjoyable.
Ryan's going to be doing anything too silly here, is he? Or is he going to go for...
What are you thinking? What?
Well, it looks like he was on it with double, but I'm not sure the line's there for the double. Maybe just trying to clip it.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, that's really nice. I mean,
I think Dave can see whether he can pot it. I'm not sure.
I think he can get through to the potting angle, but it's a real tester.
Yeah, tough.
I mean, he's asked the question.
Yeah.
Put the pressure on to Dave. Well,
fine margins.
It
Fine
is.
margins.
Well, the black he missed earlier.
Yeah,
was
still
a
a
lot
bit of a
easier than
tester.
this.
I expect him to make it, but tester, bit of pressure.
Oh, he's missed again.
Wow. He's feeling it, I think.
I think you're right.
I think he's feeling it.
Tough, isn't it? When you miss that first one, it's in your mind.
Yeah.
And you come to the table for a second one, you think, well, this is makeable, but I've already missed one easier. And it just gets in your head.
Yeah. And I know David and Ryan have played before competitively. I don't know if it was at the last event in Wigan or it was another tournament. And I don't know the outcome, so I don't know who won. But so whether there's maybe a few battle scars between them, I don't know.
And about as much as he could have done there. And,
Yeah.
Himself. Fairly comfortable shot. Still needs good cueing.
Yeah. Just got to stroke it in now. Ain't got to do anything, just simply drop it in. I don't think he'll slow roll it. I think give it, not hit it hard, but I think he'll play it with confidence.
Punch it, yeah.
Yeah, that's Dave's way, yeah.
That's really nice.
Yeah, lovely.
So, after 2 frames, one is even.
Yeah.
Have you managed, I know you've had a busy weekend, but have you managed to any other matches?
Yeah, I watched Chris's match, most of Chris's match earlier. I think we got called for the team event just before he'd finished. I know he went on and lost the match, but it's just phenomenal watching him sometimes, how easy he makes the game look.
Yeah.
He can be a bit soul destroying, to be quite honest. Seeing him go around the table, pot them as if they're, bread and butter, and well, for him they are, but yeah. And I've been really impressed with watching some of the juniors. There's one lad, I think he's only, I don't know how old he's 10 or something. Absolutely frightening. And it's
wonderful
great
to watch, isn't it?
Yeah,
It really is.
brilliant. And what's nice about it is he gives the juniors discipline, and they have to prepare properly, and you can just see, and it's not just about the pool, it's going to really help develop them in life, I believe.
Absolutely, and what an experience being able to come to an event like
Yeah.
this, rub shoulders with who's probably their heroes of the game, your Tom Cousins, your Melings, and
most
so on and so
definitely.
forth. It's just a fabulous all-round experience.
Absolutely amazing, yeah, it's great. It's great to see him. Great to see our future.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the first semi-final of the pro event, a bit heartbreaking for Dylan Liry, lost a 6-red shootout. He was 7-3 up, and Chippy brought it back to 7 each, lost a 6-red shootout. Sean Chipperfield through to the final. The second semi-final is actually underway at the moment. Phil Parkin is 4-3 up over Christy Coalfield. Both of those players have been playing really well over the last couple of days, so we'll keep a keen eye on that one as Ryan is at the table in frame 3. Just misses a tricky little pot to the middle, but not a particularly nice layout here, is it, Ryan?
No. I mean, it's just reds. It's just that one frozen to the yellow, isn't it? Nothing else. It's got 2 reds that obviously they're plenty if you done it correctly, but yeah, it's not a great starting ball here though for Dave.
No, on either colour set.
No, is it still open?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it is.
sorry,
Well,
right.
I don't know because I was just changing the score on the board, but I'm assuming that because it was Ryan's break, so I'm assuming he broke and made a
ball, yeah,
made a
right.
ball because there's a yellow off the table, so I'm pretty sure it's still open.
Yeah, I would say yellows are probably the better colour set. I think he tried to take it off the red, didn't he? Let's open things up. Again, is there an easy starter? Not sure.
Just had a look to see if he could get through the gap to the one to top right, and I'm not sure it's there. I think the 8 ball's in the way, so as you say, nothing easy to fire at, I don't think. He's having another look through the gap. Maybe he can just get past.
Maybe, yeah.
Let's be tight. Yeah, it was tight.
Seems to have lost his way slightly, Ryan.
Yeah, from the player we saw in that opening frame. He looked really confident and control.
I think Dave's just asking is it still open, yeah. I think.
Yep. So he just needs to think about the order he takes these in. Obviously, red. It's down at this end of the table towards the left corner pocket. Be sure that doesn't pass the yellow into
I
that
don't
pocket.
think it does. I think he's okay.
Yeah, he's got a couple of options still. He's got a cut back
If
to
he goes,
middle.
he could drop this. If he goes, he could drop the red in the corner and come round and be on them 2 reds by the black in the other middle. But doesn't look like that's on. That's worked out very well.
Yeah. Now he can take.
So I assume he's going to plant them 2 on the right, 2 balls on the right of the table. Unless.
Yeah, he's not forced to. I mean,
no,
he may take it because he's there. I was just wondering now. He's on the ball furthest left. He could drop that in. I think he's just spotted it, hasn't he? Take the one into the bottom left and just hold the cue ball for short position on the one into the opposite pocket.
Yeah.
I think as he came around the table, he noticed it. He can come back for the plant. He doesn't need to plant them. He can finish in the gap, or he could finish low. With this angle, he's going to have to land in the gap, or he could leave the double. It's his personal choice, really.
He hasn't got the angle. Well, I suppose it's risky because you could nudge it on the yellows. He's got the angle to pot this and drop on that red, but I don't think he has. I think it's too much of a cut, so I presume he's playing. Looks like he might be playing with top. Is he going into that red?
Yeah, maybe going into the red.
Great shot. Oh. There's a little roll back there, is there?
Rocked back,
a little
didn't it?
roll back, yeah.
I think he thought he was on it, and then it just rocked back.
He's
having to just put a little bit aside just to try and turn the ball over. No, went for the double. What a recovery. You'll have to pull out another one, though.
Another double, yeah.
Is it a double finish? The first one was very good.
I guess with this double, you just got to slightly be careful of the collision. Nice. That is alright, yeah. Great shot.
Wow.
Great shot.
A couple of fantastic shots. A double-double. Let's see him finish it off, because this is still a very tricky 8-ball. But after those 2 shots, he's got to be feeling good.
I was actually going to say to you which bag, because there's a slight danger of, if you go top right, could clip off the yellow and scratch. Again, don't see that. I think you can hit the yellow full enough, but yeah, it looks like he's going. Is he going top left?
I think he is.
Great shot.
What a shot.
Great
what a
shot.
finish.
Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. That's as good a finish as you'll see this weekend.
Most definitely.
Double-double and a really tough 8-ball. Very impressive.
And he's got such a straight cue action, Dave. We call him the arrow. He's so straight with his cueing, so if balls he misses, he never misses them by a lot. He's such a straight cuer.
So it's going to be, that one was against the serve as well. One it's Dave's breaking the next.
Yeah.
So advantage to him.
Yeah, I think this is it. See what Ryan comes with now, because I think he's a little bit of a, dodgy spell there for the last sort of a while, quite a lot of that frame. So hopefully he can get himself together and come good again in this frame.
Yeah, he just needs to resettle.
Yeah.
A really solid break.
Yeah, I'm
Great
sure that's gone
contact.
dry.
Yeah, it's gone dry, and well, the reds are wide open.
Yeah.
I think the red that's closest to the middle pocket, he's having a look at that one straight away. I think it probably just goes above the yellow. We pot it off the knuckle. If it does, it's only really the 8-ball that's a problem.
Yeah, obviously that'll go up into top right. He could obviously, if he plays the red into the middle at some stage, nudge them 2 yellows out the way to free up the black.
Ooh,
Wow.
He's done it again. Did that in the last frame.
Maybe just rushing his shots a little bit.
Yeah, possibly.
He's quite a nice stroke, Ryan, so it's...
Ever since he missed that 8-ball, isn't
yeah,
it?
it really affected him. And now Dave's got to really pounce on this and keep the heat on.
Well, Dave will love what he sees, won't he?
Yeah, give him confidence, that's for sure.
And reds. I mean, the thing is for Ryan there, even if you miss later in the frame, just establish yourself on reds, because yellows are, there's a lot of work to do on them.
Yeah. What's the feedback been generally of the venue? Is people liking it here? I certainly did.
Absolutely positive from everyone. I mean, it's incredible.
It's great. Yeah, great setup. Well, both are, to be fair. Wigan's great also.
I was so impressed with Wigan, and then I came here, and it's another level again, really, isn't it?
Yeah, really nice.
Fantastic. Been saying to the audience, if they live anywhere near the area, we've got the next event in July. They should come along and watch.
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
Yeah.
So those who are recently tuning in and don't know, we're at Bolton Wanderers football ground in a big arena.
Yeah,
it's on the edge of the ground.
Yeah, because I wasn't actually sure if we was in the stadium, because in Wigan, everybody was saying it's Wigan Football Club. It was across the road from the football club, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, to be actually in the stadium, it's pretty surreal, really.
Still, that 8 ball is a problem. I think he was hoping just to flick the yellow away, but it's still in the path. So he just needs to think about how he's going to take or attack that 8 ball. I'm not sure it goes anywhere. I mean, it probably goes to bottom right, but how do you land on it in any sensible fashion?
Well, his only connecting ball for that shot was the one he's playing now, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he plays it, but...
Yeah.
I wonder whether he's going to play this and try and leave an angle on that next red up to pot that in the same pocket. I don't know, he's going up for the 2 at the top. I probably might have left an angle to go into the black. Maybe a soft draw on even on this red to nudge the other one over towards the middle.
Yeah, I think that's what it has to be. The one to top left. Maybe he's just resigned himself that he's going to leave himself a tough 8 ball. Just pop that last red and try and leave a half ball cut up to the top left, perhaps.
Yep.
It's a lovely shot.
Yeah.
Got a lot of angle to play with here, though. I think he can just drop it in the far edge of the pocket and kind of hold. I think he wants to be fairly straight on this last red. He can just drop it in and just run through an inch or two and leave a half ball 8. Or is he looking at?
Do you think it goes top left, the 8?
I think it does, yeah. Pretty sure it passes the yellow.
So he could leave a very slight angle and drop on that yellow just below the black, couldn't he? And there's not a lot of room for error doing that.
No, that's a good line. That's a good line. So he's looking at the angle he wants to leave. Probably just run through a couple of inches.
Bit further, yeah.
You can't go too far,
right, just drop the red in and then
just drop the red and run through a couple of inches.
Yeah.
Well,
if he's dead straight, then that's what he's can only do.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
that's best he could get on that.
Absolutely. He'll back himself to get this.
Yeah, most definitely.
The way he's been potting them so far.
You wouldn't back against him, would you?
No, definitely not. Big shot in the context of the match. This one to take a 3-frame lead and go over the halfway line. Ooh. Wowee. And there you can see the table's open for Ryan if he wants to go at these. I think a lot of players would be. They're all there. Pretty much.
Big chance there, Dave, to really keep the heat on.
I mean, I get that from Ryan, but I think the attacking option was the one there, wasn't it?
I think it was.
All the yellows are there.
I think his confidence has shot a little bit, and I think that's probably why he's gone a little bit gun shy. But
so you don't. I mean, if your opponent comes in now, finds a way out the snooker, and pots it in the corner, then you're kicking yourself for even letting him back at the table.
Yeah. No.
So ball in hand. I mean, I think this will tell a lot about his mood now. If he's if he's feeling good, he's just gonna drop this in, which it looks like he is from this angle. If you're not confident, then you play it as a shot to nothing and get the cue ball across behind the yellows. But yeah, wow. He was confident enough to just try and drop it in, but it's just not happening at the moment for Ryan Knox, and he's left a fairly simple 8-ball for Dave Beaumont. With all those yellows in play, you feel he needs to be taking those chances.
No, it's still early in the match, but this is huge now.
That's a massive
Huge.
frame, isn't it?
Yeah.
The thing is, it's going to do nothing for his confidence. He's just going to be sat in his chair stewing about another one that he's missed. And you know he's playing well because he's in the final. I mean, he must have played well over the whole weekend.
Yep.
Just to get to here.
He beat Dave Bolton in the semi-finals, and he's a terrific player. So he's obviously playing well, but he's certainly lost his mojo at the moment. And Dave's capitalised there. So
3 frames to 1.
Is it Ryan's break now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Ryan's break, yeah.
So if ever you need a break and dish, I think right now is the time. Dave's got his break cue in his hand, but I didn't think Dave was to break. Maybe he thought he was breaking, but I don't think he is. No.
I thought it was Ryan.
Yeah, it is
Frame
Ryan. Yeah, he just had his break cue in his hand, Dave. I
Yeah.
thought he was. Maybe he thought he was to break.
Christy Colefield's now taking the lead against Phil Parker in that semi-final. Sean Chipperfield awaits the winner of that match to play in the final of the Pro men's event. So Christy's 6-5 up. Needs 2 more.
It looks like Ryan's a cut breaker.
Yeah.
Certainly has for this one.
Timed it well.
Yeah.
A little tap on the leg there from Dave, recognising a good break.
What's your preference? The cut break or down the middle, or
Down the middle, personally, yeah.
Yeah.
Tried the cut break a few times, but no, I just can't seem to time it too well.
No, same here.
I mean, it's a great tool to have in your armoury if you can, find some consistency with it. But yeah, it's just a bit too inconsistent for me.
Yeah.
So yellow's little nudge on the yellow, pushing that across to the bottom right. Not a bad layout here.
No.
He's been haunted by these middle pockets over the last couple of frames, especially when he's been punching them in. That's better.
No.
Better pot.
Yeah,
just didn't get the cue ball across to where he wanted. He wanted probably another 8 inches of pace.
And again, he's under it here because Reds are sitting nice as well.
Yeah.
All open.
Yeah, he's run aground. Go out there and there's nowhere safe on the table, so brings Dave to the table. And as you mentioned earlier, Red's fairly wide open. The one just below the middle pocket, that will go into the middle pocket. It's just far enough away. Obviously the 8 ball is a bit tricky. But Dave's going to be full of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, does that red go off the yellow? Is it yellow's in the middle? Is that too far up the table?
No, I think it's too far.
Too far, because that could have been his connecting ball to his black and move the yellow out of the way, but I think it's a bit too high. Yeah. I think the black going on the cushions probably give Ryan a bit more of a chance in this racket. Dave gets on it, I still fancy him up the rail, but he's made the black a bit tougher than it could have been.
I mean, the red that's closest to the cue ball now, if he could get over to the right hand side, that might go off the yellow from that side. If he hits it thick. we were surmising what he was going to do with the 8 ball last time, and he had a plan for it all the way through and executed it to perfection.
Extension call.
I think he'll already have it in his mind.
I'm assuming this red down the bottom of the, just not where he's queuing over now, the red to the right of that. Don't think that, just think that goes past this yellow in the bottom right?
Don't think
I'm not
so,
sure
no.
it does. So
No.
it's ended up being a bit tricky, this.
Yeah,
He's
especially
okay
now
there though now. So
he's got that little cannon, but he's got the cut.
yeah, drop this in and then
Yeah.
play the other red below, but being tempted down the rail.
You know, I quite like the one.
Yeah, down the bottom.
Yeah.
Maybe he thinks it's a bit too thin, I don't know.
Slightly wide. And, over to Ryan.
And Ryan really has got to take these out now, else I do fear for him if he doesn't.
Yeah, no question. He needs this to get his confidence back.
Yeah.
He's already just. Can he get past the red? Yeah, must be able to, surely. Don't think he's played to get the one to middle next, has he? Surely
No.
he played on the one to bottom right, but
Right, yeah.
he snookered on it. I mean, you'd want the one over the middle to get on the 8 ball, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Short. You can still leave it.
Yeah, it's just a good angle now.
Yep. Fairly natural line. Maybe just a touch aside, just to help it through the gap. Back out. Not too much though. Oh dear. Well, you wondered if there was a ball going to go off that yellow. It did, but it was the cue ball. Dear me. Just put too much side on it.
Yeah. And sometimes when you're struggling, you just see problems that aren't there, and you can be just soul destroying sometimes. Because I mean, 9 times out of 10, Ron, to get that, not think nothing of it, drop it in, 2 rails and on his ball. But when you're under pressure, you just start thinking, oh, too much of this, too much of that. That could go wrong. And
Yeah, he's second guessing himself, isn't he? Probably overthinking slightly.
yeah,
It's easy to get that way. When it starts to fall apart, it just all unravels, and it's really hard to get back into it.
yeah,
As soon as your mindset goes and your confidence goes, that back arm starts to play you up, and it is just so tough, especially when your opponent is, you know, he's playing really well,
yeah.
clearing the table consistently. So,
And the thing is, Dave has no trouble seeing the winning line. You know, you get some players, they get to the, I don't want to jinx him now, I probably will, commentator's curse, but normally when he gets to the winning line, he normally sees the job out. He doesn't, you know, buckle, if you like.
yeah. He'd like to be just slightly low on this ready,
Yeah,
to stand up
'cause
the cushion, but I'm not sure he's got the option to. He might. No,
He's checked it slightly, I think,
Yeah.
to give himself a bit of an angle, and I think
Yeah.
he's okay.
it's just enough there to punch up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Punch this with right side, just come straight up the cushion. Comfortable distance would probably be, you know, if he can get halfway up the cushion, it would be fairly
Yeah.
comfortable.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a different dynamic for you guys as well,
Yeah.
playing in the wheelchair, because then you suddenly think about, you know, whereas someone who's not in a wheelchair is going to look at that shot and think, yeah, I'm going to take it, I'm going to get close to the 8 ball, but you've got that different dynamic where you think, well, if I get close to the 8 ball, I'm going to have to get the rest out, it complicates it. And I know you guys are great with the rest, but there is that added factor, isn't there?
Yeah, most definitely. You know, you always have to think about overstretching, and if you put your, you know, extension on the back of your cue, it just can change everything when you're sitting down playing it. It can be quite tricky. But the good thing with the English pool, I guess, is out of all the different cue sport disciplines, it's probably the smallest table, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which kind of does favour us.
Yeah.
I mean, Dave's currently playing a lot of snooker as well, and And I gave up snooker many years ago. It's just too much hard work. But you know, that is difficult. You have really got to be precise where you're putting the white ball, because
Yeah, some of those shots are just going to be impossible, aren't they?
yeah, and I think that's the great thing about English pool is I think the wheelchair lads, you know, genuinely feel they can compete with, you know, good, not your top Meling, you know, Chris Meling players or anything like that, but you know, the good sort of next tier or second tier down from them. We can give them a game. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, and you proved that this weekend in the three-man, haven't you?
Exactly.
Get to the quarter-final.
I mean, you know, you play them type of players, snooker. I mean, it's just too big an advantage of giving up sitting down playing.
Yeah.
But this really does. So it's I love playing against the able-bodied players.
Yeah,
it really does. It brings the best out of my game. So I think it does us all.
So Dave Beaumont breaking off in frame number 6. He's on the hill. And he's just one more to lift the trophy and lift the title.
How's your luck, Dave?
It's not bad, you
know.
All those reds have a pocket. Again, the 8 ball's just gone into a bit of a tricky situation, but the red that's closest to this end of the table passes between the 2 yellows.
I think, and that red near the middle would be connected for the black, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Possibly the red on the right hand cushion would be his penultimate ball. I don't know.
It's a tricky finish, but I think he's taken out harder ones.
Oh, you think yellow?
No.
Oh, right.
Reds for sure. Great opening pot. Even those aren't simple along the road. He's just knocking them off the chandeliers at the moment.
Yeah.
Doesn't really look like missing.
Like I say, he's got such a straight cue action. And he's so confident with his game, you know, with his stroke.
Yeah.
And his
a bit too much angle on the one to the left now, so he's obviously going to now take the one to the right. Just wants to finish with enough angle to get down table. But it's just a little bit high. High or low, is either's fine really. It's a question of preference. He's chosen high, but just landed slightly straight. I think it's just okay. There's probably just enough angle there to work with to punch down.
then he'll take the ball on the rail, I presume.
Yeah, that would definitely be my preference. Is try and punch down like a screw back. I'm not sure he's screwing back though. It looks like he's just punching it. Well, topped it through. Well, he's got a couple of options. He can take the one in the middle of the table to bottom left. That's actually a fairly natural angle to
get across.
Knock that red out, isn't it? I mean, is it just the right angle for that, do you think, or is it just a bit thin? You could.
Do you not think you put the red down the rail if he goes for that ball and come across and play the other red in the same pocket?
I like either, to be honest. I mean, if he takes this one in the middle, if he hits the one on the rail full ball, he's got the one to the middle.
He's doing neither.
Welcome back, everybody. Our Pro Series final is set. The panel parking is in.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
How good does that sound?
I think he can screw straight back, can't he? I know he's got a bit of angle there, but I think you can squeeze these. He should be able to get it past the yellow.
Yeah.
Just needs to be careful in the middle pocket. I think he lands higher in the middle pocket. Or has he got more angle than I imagine? Well, maybe there's just a little... He's hesitating. I think if it was a straight screw back, he'd probably be straight down on it.
Yeah.
I think he can pitch it past. Yeah, he could.
You don't want to be straight though.
No.
So it could be a double. I think the double's on, isn't it? The yellow's in the way.
I was looking at that earlier. I think he's coming around to have a look at it now. I was thinking the same thing earlier. Does the 8 ball pass the yellow to get the double? It looks like Phil Parkins won that other semi-final. Currently being interviewed in the main arena. So it's going to be Sean Chipperfield against Phil Parkin in the final of the pro event. That one coming up in about 45. Well, it's scheduled for 45 minutes.
You've been to a final before, I know. It's all about just that next step.
Double.
Here we go. Hold on to your hats.
Well, it is double for.
If he makes this, Dave, terrific performance. He's played really strong, and he's not give anything back to Ryan. Obviously Ryan, the first one to admit he probably struggled, but Dave's kept the heat on, hasn't he?
He certainly has. It's been a phenomenal performance from him.
But this is no gimme.
Absolutely.
This is no gimme.
Especially from the cushion.
On the rail. It's not good. Yeah, I didn't like hitting the end.
Well, lots still to do for Ryan Knox. Yellow just below the middle pocket. And 8 balls come across one of the other yellows, so
he's going to cut this and nudge into the 8.
yeah, I think so. He could push the 8 up into the other problem yellow as well if he gets lucky. Could develop everything here. There's your time, Ryan. You need to recreate that form that you had early doors.
Just got that one on just off the rail. I don't think it doesn't go in the middle, does it? So that's going to have to go the top bag, isn't it? He won't want to play one of them shots at the minute the way he's feeling.
No.
But he might not have a lot of choice.
That's a tough ball to move as well, isn't it? I mean, if you're super confident, I think if you're, the way Sean Chipperfield's been playing, I think he pumps the one in the top right and screws back into the one on the rail, but
yeah,
it's just a bit too much of an ask under this kind of pressure.
I think he's going for the stitch up.
Could he play it? No, I was going to say, could he play it as a shot to nothing? He can't really, can he?
Well, where he put his cue is implying to me that he's going to try and just snooker him beyond the 2 yellows. But again, he's leaving himself vulnerable because Dave can kick at it and,
Do you think he tries to flick off the one on the cushion? He has to be careful of the double kiss then, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think that's what he's doing there.
Could easily get a double kiss if he catches it too thick.
He's fooled us all. Didn't like that shot. No. Did not like that.
No. Bit like he was just trying to get the cue ball down this end of the table and leave a tester, but every time he's left the tester for Dave's been up to the job.
Yeah.
And put it away. You've got to fancy him for this 8 ball the way he's been potting so far.
Most definitely.
He's not really put a foot wrong in this final, has he?
No. Brilliant.
Beautiful.
Yeah, well done, Dave.
What a performance from David Beaumont. Absolutely superb. As good as anyone's played this weekend. That was fantastic. Barely missed a ball.
Yeah, he'll be buzzing, Dave. He'll be buzzing.
I bet he will.
Really pleased for him.
That's a great win.
Yeah.
So Dave Beaumont lifts the title for Pro Event the second weekend. And 2 for you guys, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
You wouldn't want to play 2 events over a weekend, would you? The amount of pool you've been playing.
Yeah, that'd be hard going.
That was fantastic. But, Roy, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for joining me.
You're welcome.
Really good to get an insight into the disability series, and well done to your roomie.
Yeah,
I bet you made up for him.
Yeah, chuff for him. Really am.
Brilliant.
Yeah, thanks for the invite. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Cheers.
We'll be back with the action very soon, where we're going to have the final from Challenger Tier 3. Then we're going to go Challenger Tier 2 and Challenger Tier 1. So we'll be back very soon.
Let's across the middle one. Let's a little bit. Perfect. Well played, sir. Second. Well played. Let me get one from the page. Now both run. That's the long turn. You saw that go the other way. Beautiful. Yeah. I can move you that way a little bit. Move you a little bit. Beautiful work. Rock star. Work it. And then you just hold back your hands up. Right hands, there we go. Bit square, bit more up like there we go. Beautiful. And then on Simon, just get one so you know. Oh, so much fame. No problems with fame. Andy. Come on.
As soon as the players around, mate, just get laggy and get gone. There's nothing to wait for. Cheers,
Race to 7.
Yeah, I think it's 7 on there. Yeah, it should be on the tablet, I think.
Final session.
Oh, when it broke, it should say race to 7 on there. I think it is 7, pretty much, yeah. It's been 6 all the way, then 7.
So you, Reese or Steve or Steve?
Race.
Race to 7.
Yeah.
Have you got a t-shirt? I will count you down from the mark. 3, 2, 1 lag. Okay. Tight lag, I will just do it.
One extension?
One
extension. We're not timing the match at the moment.
Why is that?
Yeah.
We've got 2 tubes over there for you.
We'll only set the match clock off if it's running a bit long.
In which case, the second referee.
To be fair, generally speaking, you haven't played under the shot clock, so it's not fair that we bring it in, and it doesn't look good. We're just racing around in palm pot balls, so we'll only bring it in if you've gone over the normal match time is 1 hour 30. That 1 hour 30, then we'll bring it in. But we'll tell you at the end of a frame that that's happening, so don't worry about it.
How far is the side be going?
Not that far. You're on YouTube.
That's far.
No, you want to be done up. You want to look nice for YouTube. Think of all your women on YouTube looking for you.
It's too warm, man.
Well, you have to say partner, don't you? You can't say you can't presume.
Men, person,
that's how the world's become. You've got to say, or you've got to use pronouns and all
he,
this
she,
and all that.
they, them.
Yeah, it's all that. I know.
Race to 7, I will count you in for the flag, we treat you 1 lag. So not just when you like watching one, okay, you for Thompson, don't take excessive.
It takes me long to get there.
No, you're not allowed to stop me.
No, I'll never do that. The thing is, I don't know anything after the score 55 minutes, I've still got to go. I've got to go. No, it's not planned.
Just sliding down there with the constant. Yeah, just keep it outside.
Tell me he's no good. Tell me he's no good. Oh, the best one, mate.
What was I going to say? I can't be out that. Usual fight for long lag.
I don't even know the rules from the start. It's the first time I played these. I've no idea.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, lag.
I'm going for the blue spot. Is that any good?
Lag. Yellow ball's in play.
Straight back into the thick of it, and the Tier 3 Challenger final between Rhys McLaughlin, hailing from Antrim, who's currently at the table. His opponent, the Bat, Stephen Simpson, from Derby. So Rhys was on a clearance, just misses that ball to the middle. We get the first look. Stephen Simpson. Just needs a bit of care with this shot. Just okay, I think. Shake of the head. He's going to have to bend it. Just a little miscue as he tries to bend it. I think for him it was a legal shot. Just caught the red and hit a cushion after, so it's a bonus, because if this was ball in hand, this would be a pretty routine finish. It should still be okay. So just drop this in the middle, leave the yellow straight, screw straight back up. Sounds easy in theory, but these guys are playing a final. See, he tried to stop that dead. Just managed to impart a little bit of screw. So he has to leave a little bit more distance on the 8 ball, but still a comfortable pot. Rhys, a couple of bites of the cherry, but gets himself the first frame. Rhys just quickly pops out the arena. So he's ran off to take a rest break. If you're interested in watching some action from the next gen, the final is currently underway across on the main arena table. Aidan Mevlett and Scott Ryan taking you through that game. Quickly flick across there to see the state of play. Jake Castaldi versus Callum Nichols.
Looking at the top right corner here. Oh no.
Oh.
He might have got lucky.
Oh,
what
wow.
a shot that is.
Wow. Wow. So the good news is you fluked it.
The bad news is
you've got to find a way of getting on this 8 ball.
Yeah.
he might actually have got even slightly more fortuitous, because I think he can hold up and down for the 8 ball into the bottom left pocket. I think he can just hold it. Excellent shot.
Great shot.
Oh,
There's the cue ball.
he did not deserve that. Wow. Kicking himself after that opportunity. But there is a lot of pressure out there, Aidan.
Yes, I mean, a lot of these players haven't. Well, Jake has played under a big crowd in the arena. Not so sure about Callum, but I mean, it's all good experience for him. In a couple of years' time, some of these would have had more experience than some of the professionals in this arena.
Absolutely.
Reese is back from his break. Stephen Simpson at the table breaks us off in frame number 2. As I say, if you want to watch that action from the next gen, looks like a great game that's shaping up to be. You can watch it on the Ultimate Pool app. But for now, we're sticking with Challenger Tier 3 final, where Reese McLaughlin taking the first frame. Stephen looks like he's struggling to settle it a little bit, which we have seen quite often on this table this weekend, certainly in the Challenger finals last night. He's just struggled a little bit to settle. You want to be reds here, don't you? Those are messy. Trying to hold another one to bottom left, and use this as a link ball to come out for the other one that he's got just below the cue ball now. Just overran it slightly. Comes back into that area as he's stuck on the red. A little bit clumsy if he is. Touching ball. Make sure we can get through to this, not to the potting angle. So just a touch clumsy, a little bit unfortunate, but equally didn't need to be that close to the red. Just a couple of balls now he's missed into the middle pocket, but he does have the insurance policy that the yellows are pretty ugly. Just pulling back. Yellow over there. He's got a ball over there to try and develop the tricky yellow. Clever shot. Tap on the table from Stephen. So lost a turn. Just takes that yellow away. Steve's just going to nudge this one out and run for cover at the top of the table. He needs to miss the red. Miss the yellow. Gets a cannon on the yellow. He's left this open. He's got options here. He could try to take the plant, but it's a bit tricky. He's got the ball in the middle of the table. If he takes the plant and gets it, it should be the frame. I think it's the right shot. Yeah, well executed. Now just needs to cue this well. Just get slightly high. Ball to middle so he can float across. Thinks he's got the angle now. And just clip this in. The 8 ball doesn't go anywhere. He's got a nice angle to come over and give it a nudge. Went for a double. Lost the cue ball. Didn't get the double. Don't know if he's naturally a fast player, but does seem to be just rushing slightly. And that could be just a bit of nerves in play. Can quite often happen. You're a bit nervous do tend to play a bit quicker. Also turning coming. Gets the cover. Let's put the pressure on. Nice shot. Red ball hanging. Nowhere to hide on the table, so needs to find something here to Stephen. That's a really good little shot. Play the snooker, tries to take away the one cushion escape as well. He does. No way through to the top of the table. Hard to judge the angle. You're this close to the cushion. Good shot. Very good shot. That really is hard to judge. Line. Can he get through to the line to double the 8 ball? Thinks he can. He's straight down on it. Much. Oh, I thought that was there. I thought that was there. Now the yellows are here and Stephen needs to settle. This is a great opportunity to do so. Get his first frame on the board. Both players look like they're in a bit of a hurry. Is that in confidently. Hard work should be done. Much better from Stephen Simpson. He looked a little bit out of sorts. That clearance is definitely going to settle any nerves that he had. Very nice. Great clearance here from Reese. Much more like it from both players. Reese just seemed to take just an extra second over those shots, and I think that made all the difference. Really good. That's going to make him feel really good. That's very tidy. Wasn't a simple clearance. Last few balls. He was absolutely on point with his positional play. To red. Table wide open. Very inviting. Eight ball's a bit scrappy. The ideal place. For that reason, taking yellows.
Yellow ball's in play.
Tries to develop that situation. Probably going to be loss of turn. The red to bottom left. Cue ball along the rail. Glue him in behind the red. It's just above the one on the cushion. Yeah, he wanted that to stop, so he was on the cushion, so he could just run up into the back of the 8 ball. He's left this yellow to middle. Stephen didn't even look at the table really. Straight down to play the loss of turn back, but left a half a chance. Got the security of the 8 ball, I guess. Really regret that though. Just a little nudge on the way up. It's left him out of position. Has the ball to middle, but I think he wanted to use this to try and move the 8 ball, so he might have to resign himself to doubling the 8 now. Tiny bit straight. He can power it. Backspin. And reverse side off the cushion. And he could, just enough angle there to stun down. Just far enough for the double. It's going to be the treble. So I assume the yellow must just be in the way of the double. What a shot.
Right.
Little fist pump. Tells you what he thinks of that. Great treble. Looks a different player now, doesn't he? Full of confidence. Looks one of those players that when he's confident and bouncing around the table, he's going to be a handful.
3 frames to 1.
Game 5, dry again. Missed yellow to middle from Simpson. Again, probably his style, I don't know, but doesn't take too much time in working out the pattern of the table. Was just getting down, hitting that opening ball. The frame he won, he looked really confident, but just gone back into this little pattern of just get down and hit them. I guess it must be his natural style. He's just a quick player naturally. But I would encourage him just to just take that extra few seconds at the start of the frame just to assess the pattern, work out what he wants to do. Got that dead weight into bottom left and hold for the yellow to middle. Not left too much. There is a red to left centre. I mean, I'm not convinced this red passes to top right, but he's jacking up. Looking for something. Yeah, he's changed his mind. He's a busy player, isn't he? Quick around the table. Lost a turn. Take a bit of a chance there, but not too much of one because his yellows aren't too bad. He's got a yellow to middle. I think there might be an angle there to land on. There is, look, to land on this difficult one. If he can find a shot here, land position on his next yellow, then well, he's on the one to bottom left. I mean, okay, just playing a bit of a safety shot, but surely if you don't take that yellow off the table, I guess you give your opponent something to do later in the frame. Guess it was fairly low percentage in terms of the clearance because he was going to struggle to get on the next ball, but again, didn't take a lot of time to weigh it up. Nice snooker. One cushion escape. It's a foul, catches the red on the way through. So, ball in hand. That's a shot for me. Take this one. Opens up. Ball to bottom right. Then you can work your way back up the table. This one along the rail to bottom left. Leave a nice angle to come up the middle of the table. He's got a choice now. He could top it with run inside and come up on the left hand side of the table for the red above this into bottom right, which he does. Just needs it to travel. Yeah. Just gonna have to reroute. Still should be okay. Big angle here. Needs to take the pace out of the cue ball. He's going to have to drag this in. Drop it dead weight. Very nice. That's a good shot. Just taking a second, the natural line here. To come across, make ball to the left centre. Looks like it does go past the yellow, so just about judging the pace. He's come around. I'm convinced he meant to do that. It works, it's effective. But the way he was lining it up was for middle. Unless he decided it didn't go to middle and he played around the back of it. Give him the benefit of the doubt. All frames on the board. Reece McLaughlin. Alarm bells probably starting to ring. Stephen Simpson. Not seen the best of him yet for sure. Both players just head off for a bathroom break. Just step away from the action for a second. Stephen Simpson breaking in frame 6. Needs to find the ball, needs to find some form, needs to get some frames on the board before this gets away from him. The break is not firing for him at the moment. He's not had the best of chances, to be fair. He's not had that much in the way of open tables. The one he did have, he put it away. But you're not going to get an easy ride in a final. You'll bring your best game. Still kiss on the yellow. Pushes it away from the red. Makes it a bit more accessible. He's going to go up for it now. And work his way back down. I like that. He didn't want to leave this ball at the top of the table on its own. Yellow to the right hand side goes to middle fairly comfortably, so this is a very good chance now. Needs a bounce. That's okay. Dead weight. Doesn't want to overrun it. No, that's fine. That's fine. Some player, this young man. As soon as he found his stride, been away in this game. Joel Berry makes a point. Christian Jarrett, who won the event, the first event of the weekend, in the trophy last night. He's in back-to-back finals. He's going to play against Jordan Graham on the conclusion of this game. I mean, what an incredible feat just to make 2 finals. He's got a tough game against young Jordan Graham. He's one of the, I've got a feeling, Ches Graham, Jamie Graham, they're his uncles, I believe. So he's got a tough game, but if he plays like he did yesterday, he's got a great chance of winning back-to-back finals, and that would be an incredible feat. This is a tough field, and I can tell you something, he won't be in this field for much longer. It's dynamic rankings, and I think he'll quickly be swept up into Tier 1 if he wins back-to-back. Deservedly so too. What a weekend he's having. Might even have the points to do it already. Superb. Anyway, to this one. Reese back in amongst the balls. Just ran slightly out of position, so he needs a good shot to recover. Oh, what a great pot. And the control of the cue ball. Just a really nice soft screw. He landed absolutely plumb. Overran that one again. Just a little bit of adrenaline, perhaps. Starting to see the finish line. Knowing if he gets this one, he's on the hill. Still should be okay. He can drift the cue ball through the gap. Take the red into opposite middle. Lovely. This young man is on fire. Absolutely on fire. Tiny bit of a slow start, but since then, it's been a ridiculous standard from him. As much as Stephen hasn't quite hit the form that he's shown over the weekend, he's not really had that many chances either. I said it earlier, not really had that much in the way of open play. You don't get the chances, and your opponent's on fire like Reese is. This is the result. It's destructive.
Trailing 6 rings to 1.
Needs to win all remaining 6 frames. It needed to start there. It's yet another dry break, and that's been the story really for Stephen Simpson. You're not making the balls off the break. Pretty much impossible to win a match. Race to 7. One of the yellows out on the left hand side. He's got an angle on this yellow to bottom right. He can come back over and have another go. Oh, when it's your day. Okay, it's not an ideal result, but that cue ball could have so easily gone in off. I think he may be knuckled on this one to top left. Yeah, just pushes it up the table. Tries to leave it reasonably safe. As I say, I don't know Stephen, I don't know his natural style, but I think he'll look back on this game and realise that he could have just taken an extra couple of seconds over each shot. May not have made any difference in the match whatsoever because things just haven't gone his way, the breaks haven't come out. But when he has been at the table, he just seemed to have rushed things slightly. So you know that this guy is a player because he's made the final. You know, you don't get to a final of one of these events without playing some really good pool over this weekend. Stephen Simpson, no doubt, has taken some great sculpts along the way. It just hasn't been in the final so far. Will he get another chance? Will he come back to the table? Can Reese McLaughlin seal the deal right here? You wouldn't put it past him. He's been popping off the lampshades. 2 balls between him and the title. Testing 8 ball, but they look a lot easier when you're 6-1 up than they do when you're 6-1 down. Settles himself. It's down on the shot and misses. So Stephen comes back to the table. They always say the hardest frame to win's the last one. Can he keep Reese McLaughlin away from the winning line? Surely has to attack from here. trying to screw all the way down the table. And that yellow was over the pocket. Sorry, that red was over the pocket, so I didn't need to do anything with it. So, well, he's still in amongst them. He's got this 2 at the top of the table. I think if you're on the bulk line, you can cut the right one into the pocket, into the right pocket. Is he okay? Yeah, I think that's perfect. It's a great shot. Judge the cannon. Hopefully he's not straight. I don't think he is. Just enough angle to work with. If he's straight, he's going to have a long tester to finish. If he's off angle, this is simple. That was horrible, wasn't it? Dead straight. He was dead straight. He couldn't do anything with the cue ball. And he's got this long one. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Glad to see it. Yes, sir. It's amazing when you let your cue arm go, when the pressure's off, because he's no longer under pressure. If the scores were 5 each there, that would have been much more of a test, but the pressure's off. He knows he's got nothing to lose now. He can just go at everything and let his cue arm go. Sometimes these things can turn around. We've seen bigger shocks over this weekend. We've seen people come back from 6-1 down a number of times this weekend. John Chambers was 7-1 up earlier and lost. It can happen. Reese has still got to get across the line. Had one chance to do it, that'll be in his head. He needs to keep mentally strong. Take his chance when it comes to him and put that black out of his mind. And a dry break. It is a dry break. And the yellows look really good. Another chance for Stephen. If he can get through these, he pulls back within 3. And then Reese suddenly starts to second guess.
Yellow ball's in play.
That cannon just made that yellow awkward. That yellow was so simple. I mean, he suddenly, looked up to the heavens and thought, what have I done there? Just a full ball cannon into that yellow. And it was such a simple yellow a second ago. He's landed fairly straight on this one at the bottom. Suddenly what looked like a decent clearance has just become awkward. It's a cue ball through. He's on the one to top left. Take the one to middle, and then he's got the gap to take the yellow to bottom left. But how do you get back to the top of the table? Well, you have to go to the top of the table now, don't you? So top it through, take the one in bulk, then come back down for the one in the middle. See, again, he's just not seen it. How do you get back to the top of the table from the yellow down here? If he tops that through, he's got the one at the top, come back to middle table, then take the one to middle and find the gap, and the 8-ball's waiting. But again, just seems a little bit confused in his judgment at the moment. Easy to happen, it really does. I mean, seen we've seen it unravel for top professionals. Is he fluke it in the middle? No. So It's a mess. But Reece McLaughlin is going to get another go to get across the line. Middle pocket missed again. The middles have been plaguing a little bit. Pot. Oh, goodness me. When it rains, it pours. Anything but cannoning the yellow into the middle. Any shot on the one in the middle, he can get down on the 8 ball. I think that might be ball in hand. I think it was cushion first. Or was it? Did he flick it on the way through? Must have. Because Reece would definitely be taking the ball in hand if he had it, while the ref would have already picked up the ball. Looking at the red off of the 8 ball. The 8 ball looks set high for this. Oh, nice. Well judged. So he's going to have one tough ball, you think. That's going to be this one. The left-hand cushion. Everything else in the open. He gets another bite of the cherry. Can he wrap this match up? That's okay. That's okay. Very nice. He's going to be playing the 8 ball from close to the cushion, but yeah, it's plumb. He's managed to get the cue ball off the cushion, and a simple 8 ball and a fist pump from Reece McLaughlin. That is an excellent performance. One little wobble, one missed 8 ball, but he puts it behind him, and that really is superb. And you can see what that means to him. He's absolutely over the moon, and why wouldn't he be? Commiserations to Stephen Simpson. We know you played better than that over the weekend, my friend, and you can see a little shake of his head. He's not a wry smile on his face. He's obviously not overly happy. But you'll be back. Just keep performing like you did this weekend. Just unravelled a bit in the final, and these things happen. It's a great experience, I'm sure. Right, thanks for joining us for that one. We'll be back shortly with the Challenger 2 final.
Thank you. Much appreciated when people give us compliments.
What did you say?
I said it's much appreciated when sort of it's your granddad. I thought I spied it during the match. I thought, that's got to be his granddad. Every day he went and drove me away. If you want much.
Simpson har med
You played well. You weren't missing much.
You win. Congratulations, pal. You go round there, we'll just trophy with you right now and sit there.
Haven't even opened it.
Alright everybody, welcome back into the arena here at the Ultimate Pool Series here at Bolton Wanderers Stadium. That next gen final really did deliver. Both these guys put out a fantastic performance. They played a brilliant tournament and they also gave us a great six-red shootout as well. Everyone's in the arena here, so I want to put our hands together for our two finalists, James Cowley and Callum Nichols first of all. And let's hear it for our next gen runner-up, James Stalby. Jay, unlucky. I also want to say well played because you played some great pool there, not just in this final but also this weekend. Six-red shootouts are hard, we know that, but how proud of you of the run and what you achieved?
I'm really proud that I went to the final. We play against very tough opponents, so it's very good. At first I didn't start playing well in the tournament because I don't really train in Russell Davis, but then after the match I started playing better and I'm really proud to make the final.
Yeah, you should be. Congratulations, you back. James Stolberg, everybody. And how about our champion, the Next Gen Series winner, Callum Nichols. Well played, young man. How good does that feel?
Brilliant, just got smacked.
You'd never have known because you look like a seasoned pro out there. First time in a main arena, you played some brilliant stuff and you kept your cool for a shootout. Have you ever even practiced that before?
Yeah, we're training with him, so we'll see all the time.
I don't think he's man for tips. I think you need to be doing some training on the evidence of that. How good's the weekend been? How much have you enjoyed it?
Absolutely brilliant. First of all, well played to James Cowley, great player. And throughout the tournament, started playing a bit by Liry, got into it in the knockout and got to the final.
Yeah, and you played some great stuff in the final as well. I know you've got your supporters here with you as well. Have you got any words for them?
Just thank you for supporting me all the time. I appreciate it very much.
Should we get you a trophy? That sounds like a plan to me. Going to bring in Scott Ryan, name member, the greatest in the Next Gen Series, to take the trophy to your Next Gen champion, your name, Callum Nichols. Our next presentation in the arena, I want to give it out to our Women's Challenger Series play champion, Roberta Kutaha. Please welcome Scott Ryan to make the presentations.
Shootout to break.
Well, welcome back. We're ready to go once again in the Challenger Finals. This is Tier 2. And it is Jordan Graham versus Christian Jarrett. And we are underway. Race to 7 here for the title.
It's coming up in just a few moments.
Red ball's in play.
All right then, it is time for the Pro Series final. Both of these players have put together magnificent runs this weekend. Two of the most entertaining players anywhere in the world. Super excited to welcome them into the arena. First up, let's put our hands together for the one and only Sean Chipperfield. And his opponent, another fantastic run to an ultimate pool final. Let's raise the roof for Phil, the power, Parkin.
You hear in the background just a little bit of noise. That is the Pro Series 4 final about to get underway. Sean Chipperfield taking on Phil Parkin. That's over on Ultimate Pool TV if you'd like to watch that one. And of course, you know the drill by now, the promo code if you'd like to get a discount. We'll keep an eye on that as we're going through, dipping it out as we can, while we focus here on the Tier 2 Challenger Final. And Christian at the table right now is trying to do something very special and win back-to-back here. He took down the title last night. He is trying to do it again. And in fields of this size and this strength, it will be an incredible achievement. Jordan got a couple of rounds in yesterday in Tier 2 Event 3, the first one of the weekend, but came up short after a couple of wins. It's not too bad. The yellow will go in the middle pocket, so you can just take the one at the bottom and slide across the table. Yeah, it does go. So yeah, someone there. Be looking good. Yeah, that looks okay. Maybe a touch too much angle. You'd like to be maybe a touch straighter. You don't want to be straight. Cue ball might be going quite close to the yellow on the left-hand side now. Excellent. That was thin, but dealt with well, and a good cue ball to go with it. So this 8 ball to get off to a strong start here for Jordan. And in it goes.
Super pot
Let's just
there.
dip across.
From the power.
You can hear the dulcet tones of Tony Holgate. Let's take that off so that we can talk to you. Feel the power park in at the table in the opening frame here. Should be a cracker. Two very entertaining players. Two very fast players. And Sean Chipperfield, you have a champion, and Phil Parkin, you have somebody that's been very, very close in the past, looking to make that breakthrough. Very big match, this one. Break them for Jordan. Looks like Christian's eyeing up a loss of turn here. So, putting a bit of match play in, not chasing a finish. That's the confidence of somebody that's already taken down a title this weekend. Gauntlet has been thrown down here from Christian, and Jordan looks like he wants to take it on. And looking at red off yellow. Delicate shot, this one. Oh, brilliant. Doesn't want that yellow to get in the way, and it hasn't. Well, It hasn't. It blocks the red further up the table, which, because he's thin on this one, he may have needed to play on down there. But if he can get enough work on the cue ball here, he can get underneath, or potentially play on the red to bottom right. But then getting onto the 8 ball will be slightly trickier. But he's worked well so far to get here. Not surprised to see him be a bit of a shot maker. His uncle, Ultimate Pool Pro Jez Graham, is a big time shot maker. Potted that on the thick side to allow him to get the work on the cue ball. A bit of side on to get here, but it looks awkward. It looks like the yellow plays big. You're going to have to use the top table. Can he do that on a natural line? Oh, yes, he can. That was very well worked out. And this 8 ball for a 2-0 lead. It is. Christian Jowett played the loss of turn, hoping to come back with a better opportunity, and he has been fully punished. A very good start here for Jordan. Right then, ready to go. Frame number 3.
tried to make something. Oh, 8 ball, no good. And Christian Jowett has won his first frame in the final, and he's done it without having to do any work whatsoever. A big moment as Jordan Graham has given away a frame. Much quieter in the arena right now. We still have action going on. We've got the women's final to follow here on the main table. On following our table, we'll have the Tier 1 final. We have also got the seniors final. That'll be going over on stream table 3. And we've got the seniors final that'll be happening over there. Women's Challenger final currently underway on table 3 right now. And lots of very big matches happening as the venue really starts to quieten down. Big matches are all that are left. Now that Christian's on the board, he may start to build another title run like he did last night. But he will have to sit and wait as Jordan gets the first opportunity in this frame. He's made a ball, but it's not a very nice break, or not a very good leave. Anyway, this one's going to take some working out.
Open table. Yellow ball's in play.
Not quite what Christian was looking for. Another turn on that yellow, and it would have been game on all there. He's still in good position, but he does have to deal with that tricky ball. Well, Christian's been very precise with what he's trying to do here, but you feel as long as he gets to the straight, it should be frame over. Past the straight by a couple of rolls. You can even go quite a bit past the straight because you've got all the room in the world to use the right-hand side. What you can't be here is straight. Or shorter straight, I should say. And he's just gone just past it, which is perfect. There's if he's just above the straight here, the red's in play. If he is straight, you're just pushing it through. Yeah, the red's in play. He was just wrong on that one. And if the red's in play, you've got to just hold, or really make sure you push through it. If you hold, you've got a thinner 8-ball. But, yeah, previous shot was just held too much. And he's still going to make the 8-ball. Excellent ending there for Christian. And we're all square at 2-2.
Frame. Let's get out to break. Frame up. Spotted. Yellow ball's in play.
Just awkward here. Clever shot required. Do you want to push the boat out? Well, he did try, but it's not worked in terms of an aggressive play, but he has tied up two reds, and there was already a red tied up on the left-hand side. We're in for a bit of a tactical exchange now. Jordan's going aggressive. Got the angle to screw into the yellow here. Got to be careful. He wants to pop it into play, but he doesn't want to send it too far and tie it up with the 8-ball. Yeah, that's what he's trying to work out right now. Looks like yellow will go into red. Red goes into the other yellow. I don't think it moves too far, but both yellows might pop out the way. If you could catch the cushion just first and spin it up into the table. Slightly overhit it. Or underhit it, depending on which way you want. But going into it direct was always going to stick the cue ball. He catches the cushion first and does that. Cue ball's in the middle of the table. So he's opened up the red. Needs a good pot to recover and get back in with a chance. Bit of a wide from Christian. Sorry, from Jordan, allowing Christian in. And these are all on. Both yellows past the bottom left, past the 8-ball. So no issues here. Opportunity for Christian to get in front from 2-0 down. Doesn't want to be flat on the cushion like that. You could play it off the 8-ball to pop the cue ball out, but is it worth the risk? You could just drop it in and take the big pocket top left, or drop it in left centre. It's not ideal, but you should still get it. He had enough angle to pop it out anyway. So no issues whatsoever. And in front he goes. Do you want to be disappointed with that? He tried to make it happen, tried to make the running. Just got his breakout shot wrong, which happens. Let's just dip into the pro final, shall we? They are rattling along. 21 minutes just under into this one, and it is 4-4. Both players need 4. Of the table, or tap of his knee from Phil Park in there, so he must think this is good. It looked like he was a bit awkward on the angle here, but if he can pass the red, it's fine. Which he can. So it was good. Yeah, so it looks like Sean Chipperfield's going to go 1 in front and 3 away as we come back to our match. Jordan Graham comes to break off 3-2 behind.
Round to break. Brennan, 3 frames to take.
Cue ball. Opportunity now then for Christian to go 4 straight, although look at that yellow go and get in the mix and create another cluster. We've had a few of these in the match so far. Players have not quite been able to get their rhythm going. As I say that, just noticed Marion Jude has completed victory over Barbara Taylor, which means we will see Kersley Davies versus Marion Jude as the final match of the weekend on our main feature table, following the pro final over there. It probably still have a couple of the matches going on the outside tables at that point. We've got team matches and we've got seniors to play.
Yellow ball's in play.
It's to 7 here. Kind of key middle moments in the match. Christian looking for 4 straight and 2 clear, 3 away. And this tactical exchange feels like it carries quite a lot of weight. Sure, there's a finish on. Maybe time to pull back. And pull back Jordan has.